Hello, everybody. Welcome into class today. I hope everybody is doing well. For anyone who is new, welcome. My name is Sophia Ignosi. I am here streaming with a whole bunch of my friends who I will unmute in just a second, but let me go through and say hello to everyone. Hello, Tanma Universal Traveler. Welcome. Thank you for the follow and the first time chat. Ike, hello. Welcome in. ID, hello. Welcome in. Zykes, welcome in. Yomi, hello. It's nice to see you. Thank you for the first time chat. Bear Clan, welcome. Kintrian, Crusader, Kid Sonder, Ike, welcome in. Dr. Zadium, hello. Yulian, Zykes, thank you for the gifted sub to Yomi. Kanabo, welcome. Jewelry Jelly, hello. Thank you for the first time chat. Oh my goodness. Silly Goat, welcome. Okay, and Isa, welcome. So, hello, everyone. I'll answer the would you rather in just a moment. Rhea, hello. Everybody do a posture check because Isa said so. I just realized my Discord was unmuted, but now you guys are muted again. So today is a special day. We have many friends joining us. We are going to be raising money for the Autistic Self Advocacy Network because this month is Autism Acceptance Month. We're not going to call it Awareness Month because I saw a hilarious TikTok where the guy was like, oh, it's awareness. It's like, look out, the autism's in the bushes. Look out, it's coming out the way. So we're going to call it acceptance. So anyway, ASAN is a wonderful group. It is run by autistic people for autistic people, and they have the motto, nothing about us without us. So it's fantastic. I know so many people here. I'm super excited. So if you would like to donate to the to ASAN, there's a little button where it says you can donate and everything. Our goal was $200 for the month, and we've hit $215. So I'm super excited about that. I am now going to unmute my guests over in Discord. You guys are now unmuted. Welcome.
Hello.
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 Hi, greetings.
What's good?
All right, so I'm going to have everybody introduce yourselves, across the board, and if one of my moderators can do a shout out for each person. So I'll just go across from the order you're on my screen. So ID.
Oh no, I'm first.
Yes.
Hi. Hey there, I'm ID10. I am your favorite tech gremlin. I guess I gotta work on the catchphrase there, but I do a lot of tech support for VTubers across the board. I love playing first-person shooters, being bad at them, causing glitches to happen that should not be happening in games right in front of me, which has happened more often than I'd like to admit. And I'm here to help support Sophia and ASAN, because this is a cause that not only do I truly believe in, it has to do with my life, so of course.
All right, thank you for that. Isa!
Hello, I am Isao. I'm currently a witch YouTuber about to re-debut as a somewhat biblically accurate angel. But I'm also here because let's just say having autism has affected my life, and this seemed like a worthy cause to rally to the banner of. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And next up, Kanabo.
Hello, I am Kanabo Akamaru, Oni VTuber, currently PNG tuber, but maybe someday. I am a self-diagnosed, but very recently self-diagnosed. So I will say I'm new to the community, so I'm very excited to be here and to be a part of it.
Yay! All right, next up is Matsu.
Hello. I am Matsu Quinox, interdimensional, omniversal librarian VTuber. I am here since I have, I believe it's ASD, Autism Spectrum Disorder, and I am more than happy to support any charity for autism, and I am so happy to be a part of this collab. Thank you so much.
Yay! Next up is Mary.
Hello, Internet! I'm Megumi Mary, the transgender gamer girl with a heart of gold love for all things nerdy, and this is my first ever collab for a very wonderful charity. I was diagnosed at a very young age, and I'm happy to be here, so yeah.
Awesome. We're happy to have you here, especially for your first collab. Silly Goat.
Hello, everybody. Silly go for it. Hey, all right. I am surprisingly also autistic. Who would have thought? If you're looking for actual good FPS gameplay, then maybe don't check me out. Actually, so, but yeah, I'm here.
All right, Sonder, you're up.
Hello everyone, my name is Kid Sonder, but you can just call me Sonder. I'm an android just vibing it out while trying to grow and change as a person, all while embracing my cringy nature. And I'm happy to be here alongside other neurodivergent streamers to support a cause such as this. This is my first big collab. Do not expect anything from me, I am just bacon.
Wait, were you in my birth anniversary stream?
Oh, right. Okay. This is my second one. Apologies.
I was like, wait a minute.
This is my video. How can I forget? I'm a dumbass.
You're doing fine. Don't worry.
It's fine. We're all like that. Rokas, thank you for the
Go
donation
good.
to ASAN. Yay, appreciate it. And Silly Goat, please join the lobby. I don't see
Oh,
you in there.
yes, I should do that.
should do so.
shouldn't I? You know
Music.
what? Oh, am I not invited? Was I not invited? I don't think I was.
It's in
What's a video game?
It's in the group chat. There's the password and it's all caps. and my lobby.
You know what? That would probably be smart.
Yes,
if I
yes.
looked at that.
Yomi
It
says
is good to do.
Yomi says they are really happy seeing folks that are neurodivergent grouping up like this. Yeah, absolutely. Oh,
yeah, dude.
that reminds me. Let's go through and do our pronouns for everybody here and also in chat. So I am she, her. ID.
Yep. He, him.
Isa.
He, her.
Kanabo.
He, him.
Matu.
He, him.
Mary.
He, her.
Silly Goat.
He, him.
Sonder.
He, they.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Yulian, thank you for the donation. I greatly appreciate it. So let's go over a few ground rules for the day. We are going to be playing golf with your friends. It is going to be chaos. Collision should be on. So while we are streaming, that's the best way to play it. So while we are playing, you know, we will obviously be talking, answering questions. We have some questions set up and everything. And if chat, you have questions, absolutely feel free to ask them. Please be respectful of all of our streamers today. If you would like to share your own, if you're in chat.
I can't see the...
Oh, if you are welcoming Clarissa, if you would like to share your own experiences, chat, feel free to do so. I ask that you be respectful in your questions. My mods are watching very carefully. Hello, MJD. Thank you for the joining us. My mods will have no problem timing people out, and if somebody is excessively rude, banning them if that is the case. Because we are here, and this is a safe place for all of us. Everyone is welcome. So let's see, Tanma says, along with Mary, I was diagnosed as a kid, and while there have been tough times, I also have had good ones, and I'm proud to be who I am. Excellent. I love it.
Oh,
We love
fucking
to
yeah,
embrace
dude.
it. Right? Like, I love to embrace the neurodiversity. Okay, let me make sure, I think I have everything good with everything being the way it is. Let me see, course mode, classic. Let's make sure,
Using.
where is the collision mode? Enabled. There we go. Now we're good. All right, we're gonna go with a random map. We're gonna go with that, and we will begin. Bear
here we go.
Clan.
Wants it again.
Bear Clan would like to know. This is random, but has anybody ever eaten an ant?
Yes.
Not
Yes.
Yeah.
intentionally.
Someone.
My
Why is
brother
everybody
in
named
Christ,
me?
who would consciously eat an ant?
I mean.
It was in a popsicle.
What? Oh.
What?
Oh, you had one of those too.
Rewind the
What?
tape.
I know.
Yeah.
And-
Oh yeah.
and
One of those
popsicle?
things.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
things.
They put them inside like popsicles. and
All
then-
those things.
Where?
Oh no.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
Where are they so I can avoid them?
I know. Please.
It's crunchy.
Yeah.
Blech.
The
Why
ones
would
I
you want a
always,
crunchy
always knew
popsicle?
about had the grasshoppers in them.
I was sad
What?
I didn't get the one with the scorpion in it.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
I
wait.
was too scared to
Oh.
eat the scorpion one.
No thanks.
So,
All right, here we go. We are in whatever this is.
yeah, bugs in my food is a primal fear, and is the main reason I can't eat crunchy foods in my soft foods.
Oh, go.
Oh, I just, oh, hold on. Oh, really?
Oh.
Oh, They.
Almost got a hole in
Oh
one.
my
Shoot.
god. Bear
I
Clan
cannot
says.
believe I did not get a hole in one. How could I?
Bogey.
Matsu.
I tried to help, Matsu. I'm sorry.
Stop
Matsu.
helping
Yeah.
me!
Bear Clan says they ain't half bad.
Oh my
This
god.
was just an
Oh.
There was something. Let's see. There was another question from above. Where was it? There was a. Oh my god, it's so far up there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what's
Jesus,
the
that's
better
RAM.
flavor? Bear Clan says, what's the better flavor for Arizona tea? Regular or green tea flavors?
I
Fair
don't
question.
know.
Strawberry.
Make the reactors big. Oh, some of you are hidden. I'm gonna
Oh, wait.
close this.
I
over
deserve
for
that.
them.
Arizona tea.
Bro, this is low-key my first time playing. I didn't play in practice before this, so I am definitely screwed.
No, you're good.
I
Okay,
absolutely
they're all big.
practiced before this because my intention is to win.
The only thing I practice is fighting games, okay?
Hello, Luna. Welcome. Okay.
Collision is on, so even if you did practice, it might not matter.
Oh, dear.
That's
Here are my-
true.
Oh god. My.
Sounds about right.
Oh, hey, Lord.
Hey,
I see you in
Lord.
the chat.
Lord.
Hey, Lord.
Oh
Hello,
my-
Hello,
goat
Lord.
friend.
Okay, so let's see.
Oh, hell yeah. We love to hear, man.
This question is for everyone. Were you late or early diagnosed, or are you self-diagnosed? We here, chat, we accept self-diagnosis. It is 100% valid. My therapist even says that. So self-diagnosis is valid because a actual diagnosis. Hey, who hit me? ID. What the hell?
It might not have been me. I don't know.
It was definitely
wasn't
you.
me. No, it wasn't me.
Self-diagnosis can be incredibly expensive, also limiting based on like income, race, gender, etc., etc. Also, it may be very harmful if somebody gets a diagnosis for various reasons. So I am very late diagnosed.
I am early.
Got it.
I was
I was-
around 6 or 7.
Very early. I'm very early diagnosed. I'm not sure what age I was.
I was very early diagnosed. I want to say somewhere around age 8 or so. I have a short, funny story
Here,
about
too.
that, sort of.
Crusader, I got rid of my overlay.
Yeah, during the so during the diagnostic process, I was brought in and I went to see. I guess he was a therapist who asked a ton of questions about like, okay, so how do you see your peers? How many friends do you have? How often do you talk with people? Do you like hanging out with others? The standard questions. And at one point, they handed me a book and just asked me to hold it. And I asked,
What?
why am I holding this? Well, I've asked you to hold it. Can you hold it? I said, yes, I can hold it. What's the book for? And it turned out that one of the criteria that they were looking for was me looking for an answer to an order given to me, which was a little weird. But like in retrospect, it's like, okay.
Yeah.
They were looking to see if I was going to question what was happening in front of me to understand the meaning of it incessantly. Most kids would give up at a certain point. I just asked at one point, like, I'm not going to continue talking until you tell me what this book is for.
That's so random,
Makes
though.
sense.
Yeah.
It was a time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
I am a very late self-diagnosed. I did have a preliminary assessment, so I have a hard maybe from a doctor, but it's too expensive to get a full assessment at this age.
Yeah.
No one will do it for anyone over 30, unless you go really out of network.
Yeah, I was 33 when I got mine, and it was really difficult to find someone who could do it because the one person it took me weeks to work up to like calling this one doctor, and when I called, they took the thing to be like, okay, we'll get we'll schedule an appointment, and the doctor called me back and was like, you made the phone call yourself, you're not autistic. I was like, what?
Oh, come on.
That's
No.
Hey,
What the
Mecca.
hell are you talking about? What?
Yeah.
Bigger
It's
sweet
like,
crispy
what?
McFucking pardon? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Clearly, you can speak, therefore. It's
Therefore,
like,
you are.
what?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think they
How dare you,
understand how
English.
masking works.
I know.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't
Gosh.
think I've ever masked before.
Really?
Really?
Well, technically, I'm an
I
early
will index.
diagnosed, but it took some like 3 diagnostics to figure out what was going on, and I was misdiagnosed about 2 times before they actually said, "Oh, he's got autism spectrum disorder." It was
Oh.
called something else back then, which meant I went through several medications which didn't help me, and I had several sort of things I had to go through that just
Right.
wouldn't help me until I finally figured out what was going on with me.
Right. Quick thing so that I don't lose it. Index would like to know if we would rather hit our funny bone once a day or stub our toe and shin once a week.
Once a week with the shin. I feel
Same.
like that'd be
Yeah.
probably
Yeah,
most
the
comfortable to me.
Yeah, the frequency
hitting
is the
a funny
important part
bone
there.
is-
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of those razor scooters?
Oh, no.
God.
Oh god, those are
Yep,
the
nope,
worst.
okay. Yep.
The memories.
Trauma
I'll
on
tell
that.
you what, that is where I went, as I continued to use it afterwards.
Okay, next up on the questions.
Wait,
Who didn't answer it yet?
Oh, that would be me, I
Okay.
think.
I'm okay. I'm probably gonna be discussing this later in the stream, but I never really officially got diagnosed. Doctors have been needing to come around me to just talk about me since I was very little. But when I did seek a diagnosis, the doctor did me a favor and gave me a diagnosis.
Yeah. You can bring that up later if
Right.
you want to, for sure. Because again, like, some people self-diagnosis is not a good thing, or not self-diagnosis, just a diagnosis in general, having it officially done is not a good thing. For a variety of reasons.
Unfortunately, some people
Okay, you can jump on the water.
do not like the idea of people.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What? Say it.
I hate this one.
I almost come on. Why did I angle like this?
I hate this one too, Lord. Yomi says masking is how I made it through so much, but yeah, it can get to the point where people don't think you have it, and that makes it even harder. It's true. It's true. I mean, for any of you here, how many of you have had I know I have had the experience where somebody goes, oh, but you don't look autistic, or you can't be autistic, or any one of those comments.
Yep.
Mercifully,
Oh my
I don't think
God.
I've ever received that comment before in my 21 years of existence.
Wow.
Which,
Mm.
thank fuck.
I have a funny
got me
story
off.
about that.
Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
was a teenager, and I was like, I think I might have Asperger's or whatever, because that was a thing at the time. And my mom's like, no, you couldn't possibly. And then when I was doing the assessment, I'm like, well, what about this thing that I was doing? That isn't that like a sign? And my mom's like, I do that too. That's no big deal. So like, there comes a point where I'm like, my mom's somewhere on this spectrum, and that's what made it so that I never got diagnosed.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that she just everything that I did that was like some kind of like sign or or whatever the official term that we use for that is. I'm like I said, I'm new in the community, so I don't know exactly how to say it, but like every major thing that people might have gone, oh, that looks like a sign of you know, autistic spectrum disorder or autism, and my mom would display enough of those that she wouldn't think it's weird. She's a very picky eater. She also listens to the one song that she just found that she likes over and over again.
Oh
My
my
roommate
Got one right
says
now.
that's weird, but I thought it was normal.
Oh my god.
It seems normal to me.
That's the thing. You may not
Matsu,
recognize.
you gotta go power and hit the person.
Yeah. Oh no, don't.
But not the fire.
Oh, I
Not the
tried
fire,
not
not the
to.
fire.
Aim for the
Uh,
person and put more power into it.
Emmer's thank
Oh,
you
I
for
see.
the follow.
Yeah.
Arresportation.
Arresportation. Okay. What I don't know what they think autistic people look like, but apparently we all must be like robotic, looking and sounding the same. I think Rain Man is part of the problem. Like,
Yeah.
Oh
movie.
yes.
Oh yeah.
I've got a recent story about that. The opposite of, well, you don't look autistic was, oh, of course you are. You're just like my 5-year-old son.
oh
I
my
understand you.
god.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna go deep in because this is current trauma stuff happening, and
Yeah.
that's not a jokey like, oh, trauma triggering. It's
No, yeah.
yeah, current. But I have had an ongoing situation happening with my current workplace, where, long story short, I spoke to one of the directors that I was supposed to be listening to regarding design decisions. I do video stuff.
Yeah.
And at one point, the conversation had gotten so heated that I was asked, why do you take things so damn literally all the time? And when I finally explained it's because I'm on the spectrum, her attitude changed to, oh, you're just like my son. I know what you're about now. Okay. I'm surprised you're talking to me.
What?
I really don't fully understand why you hadn't brought up before. I'm like, because I've been discriminated against before. Oh, well, you know, sometimes people like you need to learn how to be more social. I understand. I'm like, oh,
No.
Sweet merciful
Not like
fuck.
not good. Not
I
good.
am
That's as far as I'm
lucky.
going with that. It's like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
really bad.
Being looked down upon like, oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, did somebody hit me? Wait, what?
Somebody
Matsu?
hit me a couple of Matsu's hit me. Everybody. Raven
Oh,
says,
there you saved me a
I am
hit.
so bad with this
Can I be
fucking
quick,
ramp.
go
I'm
back for a
pissed.
second?
yeah. Waze says, the moment you
me,
say people like you, all good grace is gone. That's so true. And Raven
Yeah,
says,
yeah.
you have to listen to a
Yeah.
new song on repeat, minimum 1 to 12 hours.
Yeah.
And Spoonie says, they've talked about this with Mom before. She said she thought I might have autism but never been diagnosed. Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
big into music.
think I've
Like,
ever-
I can't really stand music if it's something I haven't heard before. So most of the music I end up listening to is from either anime, movies, video games, something that I have some level of familiarity with.
Yeah.
So otherwise, I just can't stand it.
There's a
Um,
song
yeah.
right now. It's on TikTok. It's the song Labor. I have listened to that, no joke. Like, it finally hit iTunes. I downloaded that. I've probably been at like 100 plays so far. Like, I just listen on repeat at this point.
Yeah, I'm similar in that I don't seek out music for music's sake.
Yeah.
But it doesn't need to be from a show. Sometimes if I find a good AMV, that'll put that music in my
yeah.
library
yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
For
yeah,
me,
yeah.
it's not music. For me, it's like TV shows or movies. I'll watch like the same movie over and over again, or the same TV show over and over again.
I did that with the Invader Zim movie. I
Yeah,
watched it
oh,
like
wow.
15 times.
You can put like,
Oh my
give me
god.
100 choices, and I'll be grabbing the same one over and over.
Oh my
again.
god, yeah.
So I don't do that now, but when I was a kid, I'd watch the same Winnie the Pooh VHS until it was ruined.
Oh no.
Oh,
Yeah,
God, the
yeah.
way
Oh,
one. Oh,
That was
Yeah.
me and what's it called? It was Finding Nemo. But my
Finding
mom
Nemo.
would always skip the Barracuda part because I got too scared as a kid.
So I
Mine
didn't
was,
know you can wear out DVDs.
You can.
Yeah, I know.
Turns out.
I know that now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Especially if you're using an old Xbox. Apparently, those were notorious for eating DVDs.
Can we go back?
I
for a
prefer
second?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
everything on Blu-ray.
I
Go ahead.
believe someone asked if we masked at all.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I've never like I've like just the term masking is something new to me.
Really?
Yeah. I've
Yeah.
never heard it before. And I-
Our Spartation in the chat asks. I'm sorry. Go on. Sorry. Sorry, you were speaking for me, and I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
I've never tried to hide the way I've acted or try and change how I've acted, so I don't really like just trying to act more like socially normal is like that with masking. is,
Yeah,
right?
that's masking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Hiding
never
autistic
really
traits
done that.
specifically. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mask a lot to the point that sometimes it's hard to turn it off,
Oh yeah.
and
yeah.
it really gets a little frustrating for me and a little because it's so hard sometimes not to act the way other people want you to, and
Yeah.
it's so hard to turn it off.
It is.
I'll
yeah.
say for me particularly, masking is not something that I've really done. For a while when I was young, I masked, but after a while, just being so, I mean, I was, and I'll admit it, I was kind of an annoying kid. I was just a tattletale. I was very ruining other people's fun kind of child.
I think that's relatable.
Yeah. I didn't want other people having fun if I wasn't having fun.
Oh Jesus.
Ah.
Oh no.
So that was me for a while, but after getting, like middle school came around and I was just bullied to the point where I was like, you know what? I can be better about myself and I don't have to care about what other people think. So
Yeah.
I don't mask anymore. I sort of like if someone says like, hey man, like what are you doing? Like why are you like this? And I'm like, well, I'm autistic and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Or I mean, I'm just like that sometimes. And you know what? I'm not scared of it. I'm not like I'm proud to be who I am. I see it as at least I'm not boring.
Mm.
That's a way to
Oh
put it.
yeah.
That's
Fair enough.
I mask a little bit. It's difficult to know for me exactly how much I do it because it's this very vague thing for me. I know that there's a lot of behaviors that I have that if I analyze them, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm doing that because if I just said what was on my mind or whatnot, then that would be not socially acceptable. Particularly, I have my hyperfixations, and when I was a kid, I would just talk about them incessantly. And eventually, my mom told me that when you're out in public, when you're like at a family reunion or something like that, you can't just do that.
Yeah.
So like it's like I'm allowed to not mask at home. So but when I'm out being social, I need to be social,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that's hard. It's
Yeah.
exhausting. So I'm super introverted
Yeah.
because it's painful.
Sandra,
Oh,
you
yeah.
had your friend had it.
honestly. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry about that.
Sandra, I think respiration.
Right.
Respiration.
He asked if anyone else just repeats phrases from any media out loud to themselves. I do that pretty much
Oh,
almost every fucking
Yeah.
day.
Oh, yeah.
Same.
I
Uh-huh.
find a
same.
word or phrase
Periodically,
I
yeah.
like, and I just
Aces is
repeat.
like my go-to word.
Which
Well,
word?
and I'd like to say about that obsessing thing, like the obsessing over this certain thing.
Mhm.
I'm just mentioning this, but I used to caretake for a autistic child. I will obviously keep all that information private for his sake, but he is very similar in the way where he is interested in something and he will not stop talking about it. And if like you're not talking about it, he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's a very one-sided conversation type person.
Yeah.
He's still very young, obviously. I mean, it's Minecraft or no talking at all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, I've got something actually related to both masking and also, I guess it's technically
Echolalia?
Yeah. So, funny thing with that, masking, I've done plenty of it because I kind of have to, at least in the line of work that I'm in.
Right.
Being professional is seen as more important than being good at what you do, which is
Yeah.
kind of bizarre. But so over time, that has slowly lessened. But when I've had to mask, what I accidentally start to do, and this is why I don't watch certain media, is that I start to imitate whoever the main character was, and I don't realize I'm doing it until somebody points out, like, did you watch Sherlock Holmes recently? And I'm like, oh no, I did. Or did you watch Doctor Who? It's like, oh no, please. It does help with clients that I've worked with, where they have a heavy accent, because thankfully I haven't gotten to the point where I accidentally sound like I'm making fun of them.
Oh.
It's just, we've had, for video stuff, we've done recordings in my work. One guy with a very heavy Indian accent, not sure what region, but I accidentally started imitating him, and one of my team members asked, like, why are you doing that? And the guy just said, no, it's fine. Honestly, it feels
Yeah.
comfortable. And I'm like, okay, well, at least I didn't offend the guy by accident. Oh, jeez. But it's that
yeah.
realization that in that kind of social chameleon-esque reaction to needing to mask, I
Yeah.
accidentally take on traits that aren't always the best
Yeah.
for what I should be doing. But
Yeah.
sometimes it helps. It sets a mood.
I kind of do that like mimicry thing. Like, honestly, if I watch a show that uses a certain word, like after watching Cyberpunk Edge Runners 7 times in a row,
Oh, that was
Yeah.
a good anime.
I was using the word "choom" for a week.
Oh, choom! I love that word.
Yeah.
I don't know that
Yeah.
word.
I also
Yes.
do that whole thing.
Where,
It was constantly pointed out to me by a lot of my friends.
No.
that I will choom the way I talk.
Sorry, guys.
the way
I know I didn't mean to interrupt.
Fine, you're fine.
In school, my friends would always point out the fact that whenever I would talk to someone, I would change the way I would stand, talk, and a bunch of small little things to match the person. Something I've never done consciously. It's just something that apparently I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually
Yeah.
have a question. Does anybody like I don't know if this is actually like an abnormal thing, but does any like when you stand, do you just like stand on only one foot or do you stand on both? I only stand on one.
I put all of my weight onto one foot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah.
also-
That's exactly what I do. I don't know if that. I never knew if that was like a
I do
normal
that
thing.
sometimes, too.
Yeah.
Someone told me that that's not normal, and I just don't know if that's actually true or not.
Okay, so how
I
many of
don't
you?
That is a
know.
diagnostic criteria.
How many of you do not sit the quote-unquote correct way? Like, I am not sitting correctly right now. I'm perched
I
on
am
my chair.
I am actually crisscross applesauce right now.
I am.
Correct way to sit.
One foot is like flat on the ground, the other one is at like an angle.
So
Okay.
I have both my feet up on the back bar of my desk, rocking in my chair using the momentum of my legs. I don't rock normally. I rock with by like tapping my feet up against this backboard here.
Oh, I do that, yeah.
Yeah.
What in the fiduciary philosophical fuck is the stage?
It sucks. Just go with it.
Yes.
This is
Yes.
this is the
Face
stage.
this.
Okay, you know what? I need to take another shot.
Yeah.
Here.
Welcome to the
I'm so-
nightmare stage.
Ooh,
Please let me get a first. Oh, no.
speaking of,
Standing on one leg.
yeah.
I wanna go back to that. I actually do stand on one leg. That's because one of my legs is
Oh, that would
Really?
that would be a
Cool.
reason.
Huh.
And
I-
I never sit properly. I've always had one of my legs like kicked out, like resting on something, or
Yeah.
I have them like one crossed over the other.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I have restless leg syndrome.
Same.
Really bad restless leg syndrome. And also, I'm very sensitive to like just a lot of senses.
Yeah.
So I can't stand for very long either. Like, just standing for long periods of time is something I physically cannot do.
I used to get in trouble.
Can I
in school
interject?
for tapping.
Respiration, same. Yes.
Yes.
All right, because I never got to say my piece a couple of questions ago.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh,
Oh
sorry.
yeah,
Hey,
no,
yeah,
sorry
go
about
ahead.
that.
So as far as masking is concerned, I don't really like know how often I mask or when I don't, because it's just it's hard for me to like understand where me ends and masking begins.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the other thing about listening to music and watching stuff over and over again, as a kid, Aladdin was my go-to watch
wow,
over and
yeah.
over again.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Aladdin's a good one.
Yeah.
As an adult, it is the entire 12-episode run of Madoka Magica, my favorite anime.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Ew.
It's why I'm trying to make May into a theme month for Madoka Magica.
Nice.
Nice.
Madoka Magica?
Madoka Magica, yes, exactly.
Yes!
I have,
love it.
I'm actually have someone working on a commission for me right now for my model to have a Madoka dress.
Nice.
Nice.
Love it. For
So,
shows
and
for me,
then-
yeah.
there was one other thing I wanted to answer. What was the other the other topics we were talking
I
about?
think it was early diagnosis.
Yes.
I haven't answered that one yet either.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
You should go down the line for that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's true. EO, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it.
Okay. When I'm not. Okay, I think I'm in a good spot. Alright, cool. So in terms of early diagnosis, I was diagnosed at the age of 7.
Oh, wow.
I don't remember this happening because I don't remember a good majority of my childhood, which is a problem.
Yeah.
But in terms of like how my parents came about it, because I always thought it was just like a normal thing. Apparently, I was think age 3 when I started to read words that a lot of children should not be able to read
Yeah.
at that age.
Oh yeah.
Hyperlexia.
like-
Yay.
Hey.
Yeah, like my brother would also show his friends about me reading certain words, and goddamn fuck this game. Anyways,
I know. Same.
so my mom took
Hi,
me to
Zen.
like a bunch of different doctors, right, to see what exactly was going on with me. And apparently, according to her, almost every single one of them said that I was behaving like a normal child should. What? I know. I don't believe it either. Again, I don't remember a good majority of my childhood, but apparently that's what happened. Until my mom went to this one doctor, and he pretty much came to the conclusion that I was autistic.
Yeah.
So I suppose that's my story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else need to answer that one or want to answer that one?
Again, I wasn't sure the exact age, but I do remember a lot of tests and stuff when I was in elementary school. There was this one person who would come in on a regular basis, take me out of class, and have me do like these little puzzles.
Mecca, thank you for the
guess.
donation.
Like put these images in order of sequence of events, or what do these have in common? Like find a common link for all these images.
Yeah.
Something like that. And that was like something that would happen like every once in a while throughout elementary school. And I didn't realize it until much later, but that was part of the testing for being diagnosed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm remembering something.
Can I ask what diagnosis is like for you guys?
Oh,
Oh, you go first though. You go
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, wasn't related to autism testing specifically, but it was probably related to some of my behaviors. But when I was really little, like early grade school, they thought that I didn't know how to read
really?
because I didn't like reading,
Oh.
and I was a very slow reader and could not
It's
read
okay,
out
Lord.
loud very well. Because I had a tendency back then
Mm-hmm.
to think a mile a minute, and
Oh.
my mouth could
Oh.
not keep up.
Oh, okay.
So I would read ahead of where I'm trying to read out loud, and I'd get lost and stuck, and have to go back. So eventually, they put me in a special learning course for kids that had like reading disabilities.
Oh.
But it was clear that my reading level was way higher than it should have been, even compared to people in my grade.
Right?
So they eventually realized, oh, he's just bad at reading out loud.
Yeah.
and yeah, so that was a related story. It's one of those things where it's like that should have been some kind of sign, right, for
Right.
somebody, but nothing came of it. So, but yeah, someone else had a diagnosis. What it's like being diagnosed story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Do you mind if I'll go?
yeah.
What I'm talking about is for me. I don't remember much, but when I was young, they put me in a small little room, and there were like doctors. Guy came in, gave me like a couple puzzles or something, and then from what I remember, he gave me a bunch of toys that were completely unrelated. Like a Barbie doll, like a Godzilla thing, and then like a few blocks, and a car.
Yeah.
A Hot Wheels car. Completely unrelated to each other, and I made a story out of it. And that was one of the main things that I very much remember being diagnosed. I don't know what it's like being late diagnosed,
Yeah.
or what it's like being diagnosed now. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Okay.
Do they
Yeah.
put you through certain tests the same way, the puzzles, or do they straight up scan your brain? I don't know.
So for me, I was diagnosed at 33, so 5 years ago, because I'm old. And it was bizarre because there's no real tests that they do that's different for adults, at least not the person I went to. So I'm in this office and they normally test like kids, and I'm sitting there and we're having our discussions and whatnot, and she's asking about, growing up and all my experiences and whatnot. But then she says, okay, we're going to do the testing, and I took the RADS test and whatnot, but then she sits me down in front of like one of those like tangram puzzles, and she says, okay, now put this together. So I'm like, okay. So I put it together, and then I take it apart because I'm like, I don't like the way the colors are ordered. So I put it in a nice color order, and then I stop and I look at her. She goes, finish the puzzle. I'm like, it is finished. And she goes, no, it's not. And I said, well, those are all the pieces I have, so it's finished. And she goes, no, and just keeps staring at me, and I'm staring at her like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, there's no more pieces. So I'm like, yeah, really, it wasn't. I'm just like, but there's no pieces. Like, how am I supposed to? I finished it with what you gave me, therefore it is done. Like, yes, it's incomplete, but there's no more pieces. Like, maybe they got lost or something, or somebody ate them. I don't know. And she shows me in her hand that she's got them, and I'm like, what is she getting at? So I'm like, am I supposed to ask for them? She goes, I don't know. And I'm like, can I have a piece? So she gives it to me, and I like put it in, and I'm like, oh, am I supposed to ask for the pieces? Like, is this what's going on here? I don't understand this.
Yeah, I think the one person I saw for my preliminary assessment is literally just fill out paperwork and
Yeah.
like answer these questions and like it's all a matter of because as an adult you can better articulate what's in what's going on.
Yeah.
So they don't need to go through the rigmarole of the actual test portion.
Okay.
They can just kind of like ask you questions about how you think about things, and if you're able to answer them as an adult, then that should do it, I think.
I had that too, but then they also gave me this very complex picture. And she was like, okay, tell me about the picture. I'm like, well, what do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you a story? Do you want me to describe it? She goes, just tell me about the picture. So I'm like, again, like, these are not clear instructions, and I'm not happy with the fact that these instructions are not very clear. I think
that was the point.
I think that was the point, yeah, now that I think about it.
The whole point is subjective interpretation. They want you to answer in a subjective way and not rely on facts.
But I was like,
bizarre.
It was bizarre because I'm like, I need further instructions because I don't know what you want me to do. Like, and she was like, just talk about it. I'm like, but in which way are you asking me to talk about it?
I'm remembering English class where I'm like, did I miss a grade? Did I miss an entire year of schooling? Because I'm being told to interpret this poem and I don't know what that means.
Oh my god, I hate that stuff.
Listen.
Dude, like, interpret this. That's like, no.
Okay. As an English teacher, I will say this. I am I don't mean to interrupt, but I am the type of English teacher who says, everyone has different life experiences. You're going to interpret things differently. The only time you're wrong is if you're saying that stopping by woods in a snowy evening is about a fun day at the beach. Then you're wrong. But your own experiences are going to change your interpretation of a text. So
yeah. And my interpretation is entirely literal.
Yeah, and that's bad.
Beowulf fought a sea monster. You can't convince me otherwise.
Well, okay, but he didn't though.
But it's not a. But what I'm saying is, it's not a metaphor for something. That's what happened.
It is.
Right.
I mean, he fought a monster.
What's the joke about who's who said subtext is for cowards?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a common one nowadays. It's subtlety is for cowards.
I don't remember anything about how I was diagnosed at all. I think at the time I just
Thank you for the donation, Jewelry Jelly.
not really thinking about it. I was just doing it, you know?
Yeah.
I just don't remember it at all. I don't remember how it was done or anything. Because for me, I think the problem was, this might sound odd, but for me, I think my thing was, I thought I was the normal, I thought I was the average one and everyone else was just weird.
Oh, gosh.
If that makes sense.
That's part of what they're testing you on, is to see your perception of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I just never really thought of it.
Yeah, like, I knew I was different from other people, which is why I was the one that started going, hey, I might be autistic a little bit. But... Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, a SAO. Sorry, nothing. SAO.
It might be going back here again.
No, that's okay. We are all over the place. Listen, we're all autistic. We bounce around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bounce around a lot more than others.
It's sometimes necessary. This is our life. Take pride.
Yeah, actually, go ahead, Sam.
Like, when talking about testing, I was tested for all this stuff as a kid, like, young as a kid, but I never got an official diagnosis. Like, that's something my mom was upset about when she found out I never got an official diagnosis as a kid. Because this word was used around all the time.
Right.
Around me. But, so I don't remember the early testing, but I do remember the other 2 times I got tested. One time was when I was in high school, and no, I didn't get an official diagnosis because I never got to go to the second appointment that was supposed to be about that. Just went to, like, the first thing where I was just sat down in a room full of, like, little kids, like, kindergartners, and was just told to, like, talk and, like, I just go through the conversation and have the guy reading the thing just occasionally cut in and, like, work the questions into whatever I was talking about.
Yeah.
Same thing with the second time, although the second time was the person was it was a lot more just straightforward, like they were having me go through the whole test that you the that the one test that you had us do that you put in the group chat. What's it called again?
Which one?
There were two, yeah. There was
Oh, the rads and the cat cube?
Yeah, the lads, that one. Basically, that was just that whole quiz just worked into the conversation. I wasn't being directly asked the questions. They
Yeah.
also noticed that, like, there was a video called Middle of Focus. So,
Yeah.
This level
they're taking note
pissing
of
me off.
everything. But,
Yeah.
as to a pub, the only reason I didn't get, I don't know if I should go into that now. That's would be a good time to talk about the whole reason why I didn't get a diagnosis.
Yeah, that's I know Mary wanted to say something about an early diagnosis too.
If Mary could say that stuff first, and then maybe we could get back to the subject.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, but first I actually remembered the other thing I wanted to say before.
Yeah.
It was about saying words over and over again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, for me, I would, my dad would take forever when we went to places. So I would always say, "Are we going?" And one time I just kept shortening it to "we go on," and now it's just like a word in my brain that I end up like saying every now and then instead of "are we going?"
Oh, that makes sense.
That's cool. That's fun.
So as far as early diagnosis is concerned, like I said, I was diagnosed at an early age, but I didn't actually understand anything about autism because the people in my life wouldn't like properly explain it.
Right.
And so I didn't even know what it was until I was like 20 and I started interacting with other people online and be like, oh, okay, that's what this is.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, thank God for the online autistic community, because with the internet, it's so much easier to connect to other people like who share our life experiences.
I mean, it's both a good and a bad thing.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, sometimes, you know, you're obviously not going to always get the nice person.
Oh yeah.
But
No.
those nice moments really make up for the bad.
Yeah.
I've always heard that the internet is an amplifier. It doesn't matter what it's amplifying, it's amplifying
Yeah,
it.
that's true.
Oh yeah.
I am terrible at this game.
Oh, same.
Oh, it's okay. No, this game is this game's designed for those who play pool that do crazy geometry shots.
Yeah.
I swear.
Bro, I did one
Yeah.
a couple of games ago. I was losing my shit.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I hit like a hole-in-one in the last one, and I was like, oh. And can I also say, like, the internet culture quoting thing, I also want to say, like, I feel like it's a thing that, like, a lot of people do, but, like, it also depends on how much you do it. Is that just me that thinks that? Because, like, I think it, like, depending on how much you quote internet culture, it depends on, like, a different level. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the daily, dude.
I get you.
Oh yeah, every time someone says at a very young age I was diagnosed, all I can think of is I was born at a very young age.
Well, wait,
Poggers.
I get that. No,
It was
I think
for some reason I saw a video. It was like America's Got Talent, but like I don't know, like in a different country or
Not
something.
hitting it
And the
hard
guy
enough,
goes,
but I wonder-
I was born at a very young age. And I was like, what? Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, I've seen that clip.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen
And
that
then,
one.
and then he talks about like his mom being dead, but like she's literally right there or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was weird.
I have a
Like,
feeling there was a
about it.
language barrier.
CT, you welcome in.
or it was a joke on its own. I think. I'm not 100% sure. I have not seen this clip, but I've heard that quote before.
Yeah,
so-
yeah.
I'll have to send it to you because it's like
Oh, please,
like a roller coaster of emotions.
Oh,
Right.
It's a roller coaster of something.
Oh yeah.
All these fish.
Okay, so here's a fun question for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Fabrics.
Ah.
Ooh,
And tags.
Oh, tags is what I hate.
Rip them out.
Worse.
Rip them all out.
I want to just rip out my shirt's tag, chuck it against the wall, and freaking fart on it. I hate that so much.
Can we go
I-
on some turns so we can all talk?
What's that?
Yeah, let's take
Should we
turns.
Take turns. Okay. Yes,
Sure,
I'm
sure.
trying to control this. I'm so bad at this. Okay.
So
ID.
ID.
ID tags for clothing
Oh,
in
me
general.
first. Tags can go to hell. No, it's oh gosh. So tags are bad for me. Not only because it's just a texture thing, like, oh hey, there's a thing against my skin. It shouldn't be there. It's obviously a bee. Like my body reacts pretty badly to that. It's not just on clothing, specifically on pillows. For some reason,
Really?
the tags on those are rougher than everything else, and I will just cut tags off of pillows. The problem is that when you cut them, sometimes they end up being even sharper than before. And so
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
you know what, screw it, I'll suffer. I'll put them inside of the pillowcase. I'll make sure they're in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Issa. Hilt fabric.
I have a lot to say on fabrics. Like, I love, felts and, like, more plush stuff is very
Oh.
nice. Like, silk and satin are some of the pleasant things to have in this.
Yeah.
I am a very tactile person. When it comes to, like, although with tags, it depends, like, with jeans, like, the little, like, sewn-on tags, like, that's fine, but with some clothes, like, sweatpants and pajamas,
Mm-hmm.
and especially with, like, undergarments, like, with a bra or panties,
Yeah.
sometimes, like, those tags can be the worst.
Oh god, yes.
But, and not just on this subject of tactile stuff,
Mm.
like, one of the, like, this is just goes with all this and fabric and stuff, but I feel like this could be a good question in itself. There's some things I just can't do because the sensations just bug me out.
Heavy
I
set,
can't do
200%.
positions. Like, anything, like, with that feeling of, all the warm water and all the different, like, metals
Blech. Yeah.
things and glasses, like, I freak out. And I just can't do it. That's all I gotta say.
Then I have Issa up as much as I can, so.
Oh, wait. Yeah. Is this better or is this worse?
That's good. I think it's good. The music is louder than Issa? Okay, I'm gonna turn the music down in the game. That's the problem. Okay, now we should be better.
Okay.
Yeah. Kanabo, textures, tags.
So, I hate jeans.
Wow.
Whoa.
I had to wear them because it was like the formal wear for teenagers at the time.
Yeah.
But jeans can go die. I have not worn a single pair of jeans since moving out of my parents' house.
Oh my god.
Same, brother, same.
Tags don't bother me so much, but I've basically worn nothing but t-shirts, sweatpants, and sweatshirts since I started living on my own.
Oh my god.
Me for real.
Yeah. I actually am wearing pajamas right now.
I mean, how relatable.
I was told this was a formal occasion. No.
Oh, my three-piece suit and tie that I'm wearing.
I also like there's other I don't have a lot of big sensory things, but touch is my big one
Oh,
for a lot because I don't like being rained on specifically.
oh really?
Like I will take my shirt off to cover my head from the rain if I have to.
Interesting. I've never. What do you not take showers?
No, I do, but it's different.
It is
I just
different.
don't
Okay.
like the temperature and frequency or lack of consistency of
Sure.
raindrops falling on my head.
Raindrops keep
Drops keep
falling on my head.
Yeah. So yeah, there's that. I know that Iseo mentioned like certain like physical experiences that you just can't do because it
ID,
wigs
thank
you
you for the
out.
donation.
It took me a long time to get used
Hello,
to doing
Emrys.
dishes.
Oh, wet sponges. Blech.
Ooh.
Just putting my hands in water.
Ugh.
Ugh. especially water of a different temperature.
Blech.
Okay, yeah, temperatures are a thing too.
Temperatures for sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Nothing
Matsu.
too hot, nothing too cold.
Yeah.
I don't mind tags. The funny thing with fabrics, I really didn't think about, lately about how I feel about texture of fabrics until recently,
Hmm.
when I was getting rid of a few clothing, and I had
Stop
a couple
bumping me
things that
around.
I was like, okay, I gotta get rid of this because this feels way too rough. And I was talking to another individual, and I said, here, feel this. Doesn't this feel too rough? And they said, no, it feels fine. And I'm like, no, it just feels way too rough.
Yeah.
And I didn't really think about it. I was like, wait, is that part of this? That just some of these things just feel way too rough to me, to my fingertips, to my
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
touch.
yeah. I
Like, I'm
just
really
also
sensitive.
remembered, like,
Was I about to-
I don't know if you can relate to this or not, Matsu, but like
Yep.
polo shirts, the
Yes.
the top button is my enemy.
Oh.
Oh yes, yes.
Oh my god.
One
Mhm,
thing I
yeah.
hate about some polo shirts is the little interior buttons they
Mm.
put sometimes in their extra ones, and that bothers me. But most of my texture thing is with food.
Oh yeah. We'll
Oh.
talk about that coming up.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
talk
Oh,
about that
yeah.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother
That's a
discussion.
whole
That's
different
another-
discussion.
Yeah, but
It
most of my
begins.
texture is with food.
Mhm.
Mary, what about you?
So first off, I'm trans, so fabrics and clothes are a bit different for me.
Hmm.
Um, Pants and shorts can die.
Mm.
I hate them. I get the worst heat rash on the back of my legs
Ugh.
whenever I wear pants or shorts.
Ouch.
But yeah, skirts, specifically like skirts that come up to just above my knee, easily my favorite thing to wear.
Oh, they're lovely. Yeah.
Especially if I'm wearing something that has a petticoat with it.
Ooh,
So fluffy.
I love fluffy.
Yes. So but as far as my like actual wardrobe, I have like this one outfit that's basically just like a one-piece bodysuit and a skirt,
Yeah.
and I have like 17 of them in different colors and stuff, and I just wear this one outfit all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
basically
seen
a freaking cartoon character.
yeah, I've seen that gag in cartoons where the cartoon character just opens up their closet and it's just the one outfit they've been designed with.
But it's so relatable though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, yellow and black.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I
For,
like.
for
Mostly
me, it's
I just.
like nothing but flannel shirts as a kid.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I was gonna say with the cartoon character outfit thing. I don't want to admit how many black short-sleeved H&M shirts I own. It's the exact material that works for me. It's
Yep.
the exact look I want. It's got the V-neck shape that I like on the neck. I will always wear
Thunder,
it.
you're
I've
going
had people
backwards.
ask what I'm doing, and it's like I'm just wearing clothes. What do you mean? Why are you wearing that? Because I always wear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Early in my life, I wore the same exact thing over and over again, and I got noticed for it. And for me, it was like the most logical thing. Like, why wouldn't I
Yeah.
wear this stuff?
But I'm
I get
comfortable.
really attached to specific jackets I own,
Mm.
and I will wear the same jacket basically until I can't anymore. I'm real upset about this one sweater jacket I got that I wore all the time, and then I accidentally wore it to a haircut, and now
Oh,
their hair
no.
got stuck in the collar,
Oh.
and it's been itchy
No.
ever since, and I haven't been able to wear it anymore.
Oh no.
No.
I have since transitioned to a sweater that my aunt gave me because I was cold at her place, and she let me keep it, and this is the only thing
do
I've
that.
worn ever since.
How did I get my ball on top of this thing?
What the?
Kind of.
What
Silly
difficulty?
goat. You.
Yes. What? Oh, textures.
Textures.
Let's see. I mean, I don't really. Tags are annoying, I guess. But when I was little, I used to hate tags a lot more than I do now.
Mm.
And I don't really have a lot of tagged shirts anyway, since they just have like the built-in ones now. But I used to always rip them off and ruin shirts because of that. I never cut them. It was just like when I was really fed up with it, I would just rip it,
Yeah.
and then there goes the shirt.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like a lot of like silky smooth textures.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a really high quality very, very long and large body pillow that is silk, and it is
Yeah.
awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I want to get a big long pillow too. I had one back when I lived with my parents, but
No, when I say long, I mean like it's what, like 12 meters,
oh yeah, I just
Oh,
want one that's
wow.
body
like
length.
20, like 23 feet or something. I can't remember exactly.
Oh, I know the one. Yeah, he's showing it. I think.
Yeah, I've shown that to you. It's awesome.
Very nice.
It's a snake girl,
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh,
and
Hello,
it's
boy.
so cool.
For
I know what you are referring to.
yeah.
Oh god, everyone here is aware. Yeah. Okay.
I
Why
love
wouldn't we
Lady
be?
Saga.
Sonder, what
Look
about
how we
you?
are.
Sure.
I'm sorry. What? I'm in the zone for a second. What?
What about you, like fabric wise and such?
Fabric wise, I don't really mind. I kind of wear whatever, I sleep with whatever, it's fine. But tags, I have a problem with. Whoever designed tags must be a domestic terrorist because that is a sin beyond my understanding.
It's
Anytime I get them, I just cut them off because on the back of my neck, they feel like a spider crawling on my neck, and I hate it.
It's like sandpaper
dude.
too. When you cut it and it's like jagged,
Mhm.
it's like, oh my god, there's sandpaper on my neck. For me,
Mhm.
clothing is interesting because like I love the look of flowy clothes, but I hate the way they feel on me. So I am always wearing like multiple layers of clothing, even if it's like 7,000 degrees out. I always wear like a compression top underneath whatever I'm wearing. And like if I'm wearing a dress, I'm wearing leggings underneath it. And if it's jeans, they have to be tight. I cannot stand loose clothing. And it's like, I don't know, for anyone who wears like a bra, ladies in chat or in group, it's like it gets to the point. Have you ever had them where it gets to the point where suddenly it's wrong? It just feels wrong and it needs to
Mhm.
That
stop
happens all the
immediately.
time when I wear bras. The silence after that was unnerving.
No, I mean,
That joke
He
did
just
not
wasn't
hit.
expecting it from you.
I'm like
Yeah,
just
come on, it's a
staring
funny
at the
joke,
goat on my
come on.
screen.
Calm
Like,
down.
no, I totally get what you mean as far as that, but the thing is that it's like a double-sided coin because if I go without it, it's just the absolute worst feeling
Oh,
in the world
oh yeah,
because of how sensitive they are.
yes.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, it's like it's fine when it's fine. But then there's that one moment where it's like, nope, it's suddenly bad. It's
Yeah.
bad and it needs to be replaced or come off or something because oh my god, this is torture.
Okay. So, like, I usually don't wear one, just because they're like so constricting and stuff.
Ah.
Sorry for just cutting in, but like
Mhm.
sometimes like when you need to wear them, it's like it's like I mostly wear sports bras.
Yeah, I used to. Oh my god, I wore those for God until I was like 20 something. Like I refused
Yeah,
to
it
wear
doesn't
anything
have
that
any
wasn't.
of those annoying wires like
Yep.
crushing into you.
Yep.
But
It's true.
honestly, they're kind of a lifesaver when you're riding four-wheeler.
Mm.
Nah, those are honestly a little too tight for me.
Which ones?
Sports bras.
They can be too tight. It's
they
why, like,
can
I only
be.
wear them when I'm doing like physical activities.
They can be, and it depends on your size too. Yomi had a good question. Have you ever had other neurodivergent people target your own quirks and seem intolerant? And how do you handle that? I found some with similar things get along the
Oh
worst.
my god.
Yes, and
It depends.
I don't know how to cope with it.
I
Mm.
don't think I've ever gone through that.
Neither have
Honestly. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It really depends. I don't know if we're doing the turns thing. I'm trying to make sure I'm going in order.
I think we were on Mary with the fabric question first,
No,
but
that may-
yeah, I think you
you got
just
that with
finished.
Sandro, I think.
We
Oh,
finished
we
with
did.
Sonder,
Never
and then it
mind.
was a question for the ladies in chat.
Right.
Yes.
So now
Okay.
we're everyone.
I guess I could speak on that. I'm trying to think if I've had an exact experience like that, but
Oh.
it's more that I found that people who are considered neurotypical or don't even have really a concept of what neurodivergent versus neurotypical means. I tend to have the most issues with people in
Oh.
that kind of position.
I accidentally
But
just got kicked.
most of the time, somebody else on the spectrum or somebody else who has some sort of neurodivergence comparable, more often than not, I've had experiences where people in that situation will give what I call the nod, like the kind of reassuring, like, yeah, I get you.
I see you.
Because yeah, I've worked in multiple places where people who were neurodivergent were really outcasts, and the
Oh,
few
there's a
people,
jetpack.
yes, and the few people who worked together who had, were autistic or otherwise had other stuff going on, uh, they would talk a little more openly among themselves, but there always had to be that moment where people realize, okay, yeah, we're on the same page. That nod was that acceptance, that, okay, we get you.
Yeah.
The opposite of that is what I've experienced, which is the hostile, glazed eye look. I call it a look comes over their eyes. So somebody who realizes, oh, you're different.
Yeah.
That's what I have more
Mhm.
experience with personally.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So most of the time, more acceptance than not. But when
Yeah.
somebody gives that look of, oh, you're one of them, then I know I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
you said we were going to talk about food textures.
Oh yes.
Boy,
Okay.
howdy, do I have some info on
Yes.
that.
Okay. So.
Oh, yeah.
One final thought before we
Oh,
get to
yes.
that. Well, it might not be the same as like a bra situation, but I can't wear briefs. I have to wear boxers.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Totally.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What do you call it? Back to the, because I never got to interject with dealing with other neurotypical.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
That one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you call it? For a
DT.
long time, I was on a medicine. I was misdiagnosed with BPD,
Oh.
and I was on a medicine that gave me the symptoms of BPD.
Oh.
Because it was like it's like one of those things where if it works for you, it gets rid of the symptoms, but if it doesn't, it gives them to you.
Yeah.
So, kind of like ADHD medicine, I guess, in that regard.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happened is that, I didn't realize this until after I stopped taking the meds for a while, that I didn't have that, that I didn't actually have BPD, that it was just the medicine.
Oh.
But it gave me like this, like, people who actually have BPD, I have like this really strong understanding of what it's like to be in that position where you really can't control your emotions to that extent.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's just like I am able to empathize on a level I don't think most people without BPD can, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Oh, next round I gotta hit my ball.
Yeah.
I don't even know
Yeah.
where I'm going.
I don't know
I
what.
don't know what level this is. This isn't the space level.
Where? No, it's volcano.
I've never played this
Which-
level.
Yeah. Volcano
Yeah.
space level with gravity wells.
Is this
There's a lot
new?
going on here.
Are we on
That's
Mars?
what I'm saying.
Like, yeah, Zen, I get that. Like, just when something gets just tiniest bit broken, you're like, oh, it's ruined forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I keep
Well-
it. I can't get rid of it. I'm a hoarder in that case. I'm like, no.
I know that feeling
Um,
too.
I've
Bro.
never experienced any kind of discrimination. Partially because I wasn't even diagnosed. No one ever mentioned it to me. My experience has been almost entirely positive.
Oh, that's great.
With my autism stuff. It's a situation where I take a lot of pride in this, especially with how inviting the community's been since I've come to be a part of it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for that openness, I don't think I would still be,
Hey, Cyphers.
streaming.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That's good.
Mhm.
Streaming is just a generally good idea. I mean, it gives you a chance to talk with other people
Yeah.
over the internet.
Yeah.
Play games.
Yeah.
And I feel the same
Oh
way.
my
You know,
god,
like
you're going crazy.
I think ever since I was, oh man, ever since I was like little, I've always wanted to just sort of be a content creator. I've always looked up to the fact that people can just like talk and play games, and that's what they do for a living. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
And I've always been an entertainer, so to speak, and a slight artist. So I mean, the fact that the fact that I've found this community and I'm slowly able to start growing alongside of it,
Yeah.
whereas I was stuck for almost a few years, is really just something that I'm grateful that you guys are here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, it's a situation where because I don't have any like innate artistic ability really.
Mm.
I'm not very minded like that. I'm more of a math brain, like a programmer type thinker. But all my hyperfixations are like entertainment media. I have no outlet that I can make money off of with the thing that I think about 80 to 90% of the day. So being a content creator is kind of like the dream where I can
Yeah.
talk about the stuff that I really love,
Yeah.
and do something with it.
With the subject of hyperfixation, like I'm an aspiring writer, so like every
Thank you,
time I get a
Nintendo's,
new
for the donation.
hyperfixation,
I
I'm like,
appreciate it.
I could do something like this with writing. Like, and that's like what I focus on forever. But then it keeps on
Mhm.
like every time I get a new one, I'm like often I get obsessed with stories and stuff, and I like break it down, like all the thematic bits of it. And
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh
I'd
my
love
God,
to make
yes.
something like this, and I keep
Yes.
getting these new ideas to write, and I'm like,
Yes.
I get way too many ideas. Just
I'm also a fellow writer.
insane.
Same.
Oh my god, I get
Yes.
so many ideas. It's just
I
like
write
a
fan
million
fiction
plans
that
and never following
And
through.
it's
Yeah.
sometimes it's
I
almost
know, right?
painful. Does anyone else
Hmm.
find it like almost painful how many ideas you might
Yes.
get like in a
Yeah.
okay, and you just
All
you
the
can't
me
do
goddamn
off.
time.
anything with it?
Can I interject?
Yes.
So what do
Yep.
you call it? I used to get like so many ideas, or story ideas, like growing up.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a bit of a self promotion. Sorry.
No, no worries.
Um, but when after I saw the movie The Avengers, the idea of like a shared universe really resonated with me. So I decided to take all these story ideas I ever had, and like there were plot holes in all of them, and like things just it was just a mess, each individual story. But then when I put them on the shared continuity, all the plot holes wrote themselves out through the continuity. And it was like I was able to have the best of both, create the book series while not having to pick and choose which story ideas I go with. If anyone wants to read it, it's available on Wattpad. First 6 books are currently complete. I will be starting book 7 in July.
Oh.
And it crosses multiple genres because of the way it was created in the first place. So.
Love it.
Nice, love
That's
it.
awesome.
Oh my God.
So yeah, it's just
I fucking hate this ramp.
I don't know. For those of you who have too many story ideas, maybe try something similar.
I actually kind of started to do something like that,
Yeah,
but
same
it's all
here.
fan fiction, so like nothing I can publish.
Fan
Yeah,
fiction is a valid form of writing. Even
It
if you
is.
can't publish it, I tell my students all the time, they're like, well, I just write fan fiction. I'm like, I don't care, you're still writing.
It's still
Yep.
writing.
It's
Yeah.
still
Fan
right.
fiction is still fiction. You're still
Exactly.
making something.
Exactly.
Honestly,
Just
I used to write
because
so
of
much
Disney,
fanfiction.
Doing all that stuff with copyright laws doesn't mean your writing is any less valid.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
mean, how many different Peter Pan stories are there?
Exactly. I mean, that's it. Then we're gonna get into the public domain discussion, which I will not shut up about, and I know Matsu won't either. So we're not gonna go
Oh,
there
yeah.
today.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
yes,
we're
yes,
gonna talk about
yes.
food. We're
I
talking
was
about
gonna say,
food
yes.
textures.
I was gonna say if fan fiction's
Oh, yeah,
not
food
allowed
texture.
to be real fiction, then Dante's Inferno
Dante's
shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Paradise Lost.
That's true. That's true.
Oh yes, let's go.
Just one guy slagging off his fellow writers, basically. Hey, you're in hell because you did this thing. You're in hell. Oh well. No, I'm just saying it's my own story. I'm not saying you're actually in hell. It's just
Listen, it's not that I hate you, but I put you in the final layer of hell for a reason.
Oh, food texture.
Yeah.
So let's go to that.
Yes.
So
Yes. let's do
food
that.
textures.
Um,
I cannot What's up?
Can we return to the taking turns format?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah,
It's
we're
gonna
gonna
go
do that for
Sophia
this one.
And then ID and then
Yep. We'll go
for it.
across. So food textures are a special brand of hell. Like, even if things taste good, if it's a wrong texture, I can't do it. For like, so I can't do anything like slimy or gooey or anything like that. And like, it's just no. It'll make me absolutely gag. And anything that has like a strong smell is a no. ID?
Mhm. My personal experience is that, except if I've deliberately set up something this way, a combination of textures is the problem. So
Oh.
if I'm eating something that is nice, smooth, creamy, let's say ice cream,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden there's something hard in there, then I instinctually freak out. That is just not allowed. But if I deliberately put sprinkles in, or little crunchies, or toffee, or something, I know it's coming, so I'm good with it. Likewise, if I'm supposed to eat something that's relatively tough, and then all of a sudden there's a soft bit I chew straight through, that indicates to me instinctually that something is wrong.
Ugh.
And so no, family dinners are interesting because of that. My parents are quite good at cooking, but every once in a while they make a choice where I'm just like, why would you add that? What's the purpose of this?
You can alert DT. Issa?
With food, that's a complicated thing. Like, I honestly, most of the time, with most things, I'm like perfectly fine, but like, often stuff that are like too mushy, where I don't expect it to be mushy,
Yeah.
it's like usually what I expect. Like, I can eat a lot of gushy, mushy muck,
Mm.
whatever you want to call it, if I expect it to be like
Yeah.
that. But if it surprises me, I'm a little bit weirded out. Like, also just like often a lot of foods I like only eat raw or only cooked. Like, it's never a tasting, it's a texture. But there are also some stuff where I just can't eat. Like, if I recognize it's in my mouth, I will start like my brain just instantly just starts like screaming, get it out, and I start vomiting. Like, anything with onions, I just can't put it in my mouth.
Oh, yeah.
So, I am a weird picky eater because when for me it's the texture thing is a super big deal.
Yeah.
It absolutely needs to have a somewhat consistent texture, or I need to be able to identify every single ingredient.
Yeah.
Like, I love cookie dough ice cream because I know exactly what the cookie dough balls and the chocolate chips taste like, feel like in my mouth.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I love lo mein,
Ooh, yum.
but I hate not knowing which like thing in my mouth is which.
Yeah.
So I often pick out like every veggie that's noodle shaped.
Yeah.
I just it has to be uniform if there's too many ingredients.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Should I say something?
Yeah, not to.
Oh, okay. So for textures for me, I actually have a very specific example. I cannot stand mashed potatoes at all. I love potatoes. I can eat any other potatoes, but if it's mashed or anything like mashed, I just can't eat it. It bothers me. It just absolutely bothers me. And what's funny is though, I can eat mashed potatoes though if another texture is with it. Like if another texture masks the mashed, like a pierogi or something like that,
Ooh, yum.
I can eat it. I have no problem with it. But just having it mashed, it makes me feel nauseous. I can't eat it
That's
at all.
understandable, yeah.
I don't have a strong visceral reaction, but I understand what you mean. Like Thanksgiving dinners, I often will just take the dinner rolls and put everything on a sandwich because I don't know why I do this, but my parents are like, I'm a fiend for dinner rolls, and they'll often make an entire extra set of dinner rolls just for me.
Yeah. Mary?
Yeah. So. leafy textures, specifically vegetables.
Really?
Like, I don't know what it is, but just the way every single vegetable like has like this crunch to it, even like when it's not crunchy. I can't stand that at all, and it sucks because I want to lose weight, but I can't stand the one food that's gonna help me the most.
Aw.
So, but most of my, as far as same foods go, chicken nuggets, hot pockets, and mac and cheese.
Heck
Mhm.
yes.
That's fair, yeah.
I'm laughing
Yep.
because of chicken nuggets.
I'll order out
I love
whenever I
mac
go
and
with something that's not those. Like if I want a burger, I'll just order Burger King or something.
Can I?
Yeah.
So like same foods, like okay, I didn't even know we were gonna talk about this too. Is this something we're also talking about right now?
We were gonna talk about it after, but that's fine too.
Okay, I'll wait till after then.
Yeah. Silly.
So the best way to describe my diet and the way I deal textures is I am very sensitive to smells and like rice-like textures, or I guess the texture would be. Could you imagine like what it's like to put like a bunch of silica balls in your mouth and roll them around on your tongue? That's the way I imagine the texture. I can't stand that. I also just I eat like a toddler basically. That's my diet. Is I eat
Same.
like a toddler.
I mean, I feel like most of us do. Sonder.
Yeah, yeah.
But the unfortunate part is that it's not very nutritious, and I have a very high metabolism, like extremely high. So I constantly need to be like eating something, which is unfortunate because like most people would be like, "Oh wow, you have a high metabolism. You don't have to worry about like eating a ton." And it's like, no, it's a problem because I don't have a lot that I can eat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I can't. I like the entirety of beef is a no go.
Yeah.
Can't do beef. I absolutely I can't do beef, and I want to do beef because I want to be able to eat hamburgers. I want to be able to have like other types of food.
Right.
I want to be able to eat other foods, but I don't unfortunately have that.
Yeah. Sonder.
So
Fish.
No.
I don't like
Oh,
Aw.
single word
just-
fish.
I agree.
It's just that there's a specific type of fish, and it's called a kingfish that my mom likes to make on occasion. And I told her a bunch of times that I don't like eating kingfish because there's bones in it, and she's constantly. I don't know. Well, she did show me, but there is a bone in the middle and like all around, but there's still like little pieces of bones around it. Like every time I like try to like take a piece of it and like eat it, I can always feel like a piece of bone every time I feel something hard. Pause. But God, I just don't like fish. If it's a boneless fish or anything like fish and chips, I'll eat it, sure. But anything else, keep that shit away from me because how the fuck am I supposed to consume that? I just don't like fish.
Yeah, if it's not fish fry, the smell alone
I
makes
swear
me
to
go.
God, people
"Ugh."
must have the taste buds of a gas station if they can flush that shit down their throat.
Dude, I tried sushi one time, and the raw like salmon, I literally almost vomited in public.
Okay, but
Literally, the only type of fish that I can tolerate is sushi. Other than that, keep it the hell away from me.
my family constantly during, you know how they have those like shrimp cocktail things?
Mm.
I love shrimp cocktails.
Oh, no. Shrimp has the worst texture in the world. I swear to God. They're always like, no, just try it. I'm like, it didn't change last time. It's not going to change this time. The texture is terrible. Don't put it near me. Like, bleh, or just, no.
Oh, I've had that whole thing where it's like, oh, just try this again. Just try it. You'll like it better. Try it. It's like it's not gonna make it any
Yeah.
better. It's
Thank
always
you.
gonna be the same.
Thank you.
Yes.
Feel that.
Like families always like, oh, you're too picky. You're gonna starve to death because you're not eating all these foods. And I'm like, why would I buy those foods if I don't like them?
Yes.
Did you know that
Speaking
kids in
pure
other countries are
facts.
starving right now? You should eat your foods. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
look, no,
Literally
I
just put
just
it in the
don't want
box and
it.
ship it to them. The fuck?
Yeah, I will gladly ship this to the child that is starving, that wants my food, but like, I'll stick to my broccoli and chicken
Chicken
fingers,
nug-
please.
Oh no, it's all about you gotta
Broccoli
have
and
cheese
dino
with that
nuggies.
broccoli though.
Oh my god. I feel like I'm
I-
being targeted with a Dino Nuggies comment.
I
Blame Lorelai.
It's
I
so
have
delicious. I know
something-
what you're talking about.
I have
Yeah.
something to admit. I've never had dino
Just eat
nuggies.
it.
Dude.
Ah,
All right, we
Get
need
Not even
to
smiley fries?
send.
not even.
The smiley fries are fine, yeah.
I want to
Yeah,
try
you gotta-
dino nuggies.
They're wonderful.
Yeah,
I haven't had them in a
highly
long
recommended.
time.
For me though, I used to like not eat meat like at all, and I was actually super malnourished as a kid. So like
Oh.
I
Ooh.
am small. I am very small. I'm I'm small. I my brain just turned off there.
The only meat I would
Sorry.
eat as a kid is chicken.
Really?
Chicken.
I was chicken nuggets or it was no meat at all. Yeah,
Mhm.
I
So-
have no idea where I'm going with this thing.
So
Really?
same.
like
What's the
occasionally
hole?
chicken
I don't
fingers.
know.
That's what she said.
I ran out of
Hey.
shots. I got stuck in that second spot. I don't know.
So same food since that came up. For me, it is absolutely noodles or rice. I will never get tired of it. I could eat it every single day and not even flinch.
Pasta,
Pasta, yeah.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
feta cheese, and pasta.
Mmm.
I literally cannot eat pasta if I don't have feta cheese.
Really?
I
Mm.
can't. Feta cheese has changed my life.
ID, what about you?
Well, everyone's already very pointedly mentioned Dino Nuggies. No, so chicken nuggets are just easy to make. They're always
are.
available. They're right there. I don't think I've ever had a bad chicken nugget. So it's safe to have, and it's the kind of taste I like.
Not even
I
Burger
have-
King.
No, Burger King's fine. Actually, their chicken nuggets are pretty solid. But their fries I always had issues with, but I've recently come around on that. More specifically for me, I have a routine when it comes to how I prepare my food. Every single week, at the start of the week, I make white rice. I make sure I have chicken nuggets or meatballs on hand. I make sure that I have either lettuce, spinach leaves, or both, or broccoli if I want to cook up something fresh. And that combination of items, I just mix and match as needed.
Fair.
Yeah, it just kind of works out. That said, I'm trying my best to try new things. Not because I have to, but because it's like, well, I'll just add some more stuff to the routine so that way I have more options in case something's not available. Or with rising food prices, it's like,
Right.
I don't know if I want to pay $20 for a thing of chicken nuggets.
I feel that. I'm trying new things too, but it's difficult to do that. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
because like
Same.
especially like if you have a very like visceral reaction to certain foods or like you are very very picky and you just like when you have something that you don't like it is like oh my god I'm gonna vomit kind of feeling. You have to be
Mm.
brave to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
In a weird way, trying new foods is almost a spooky experience because you don't know if something's gonna be so bad that you just
Yeah.
cannot handle it.
I never try new things at restaurants. I look at them, then I go,
I'm not gonna try
and I'll
this.
have the spaghetti.
Oh, why would you try new things? I mean, there's the thing you like right there. Why would you want to try the new?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
like for me, it's like if my dad or like my brother makes something that like I haven't had before, I'll be like, all right, I'll try a bite. But other than that, I'm not gonna actively go
Wait,
out.
so
and
that's
somewhere.
true.
Like, I'm not gonna go to an Italian restaurant and not order pizza or like spaghetti or something. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna be like, oh, well, you know what? I'll try the chicken parmesan meatball-y
Yeah.
thingy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Isa.
I think Isa. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, like the same foods. Like one of my favorite places to eat is Subway. Because
Ooh.
I have
Oh,
Hell
like,
yeah.
because I have
Oh, Sophia,
Yes.
I'm not
This
in the
is-
game yet.
Oh no! Hold on. Back out.
I have spent every time I've went to Subway, I've gotten the same thing. Although I've slightly changed it over the years to create what I call my perfect sub,
How do I?
which I will get every time I go. But one big same food.
I think the
thing,
answer is retire.
Is
Yeah,
it retired?
Mm-hmm.
I
I don't think that was
I
it.
eat a lot of foods with potatoes in them.
Uh-oh.
Like Oh, hello, blah blah.
I gotta start a new thing. Hold on,
Oh.
I'm gonna temporarily I had that.
Like with same foods, I love to have my just cut up kielbasa and diced potatoes. You just put it on a pan, you cook it up. It's very simple. Lots of stuff like that.
Okay,
Just the
new.
little things you can make really quick. Nuggies, tater tots.
Well done.
Okay, new invites sent. Same password as last time. Silly goat had gotten booted.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay.
You're good, man.
No
How
worries.
do
Internet
I
issues and
join
issues.
in?
Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Zadium, for the donation. We greatly appreciate it. We're at 296. Woo!
We're almost
Yeah.
there.
What
Yay!
happened?
Hell
happened?
yeah.
Who else has food?
Right from.
Same foods.
So for me, other than snacks where I just eat cheese constantly, it's always the same. It's always the same thing. It's cheese and blueberries. Always constantly for snacks. Sushi for me.
Okay.
I love. I will. Where? Hold on. I lost. I lost the password. What happened?
Same as
Same.
before. Okay.
Yeah, but I
I
can't
don't
get into
remember
the.
what
Hold
it
on.
was.
The password is in the
I gotta
side chat
rejoin
notes.
it. I gotta rejoin it.
Okay.
Can't find the password.
But there's a certain sushi roll that I always like that has eel in it, and I can eat that
Unagi?
forever. Yeah. I can eat it.
I want to like sushi. I really do.
Uh,
Like it's something that I want to like because I've always huge like Japanese like nerd. Not like an entire weeb. I like ever since I was little. I've just always been like fascinated with Japan and the culture and the
there's a lot of different kinds of sushi, so
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, I'm planning on trying some more, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's also like the seaweed makes me gag.
Oh yeah.
For me, same foods. Literally pasta. I can
Ugh.
eat mac and cheese every day for the rest of my life and die of malnutrition.
Oh yeah.
Hot or cold mac and cheese?
Both.
Ooh. I like it warm, but there
Okay.
is a mac and cheese is like the go-to, but I do like a bunch of different kinds of pasta. My mom makes takes mushroom soup, heats it up, and uses it as a sauce. And she used to strain it because she didn't like the little mushroom bits in it, but I love them. So like, I just make a mushroom soup sauce thing. I also tried that with cream of chicken soup recently. It was very good.
How do people feel about reheating mac and cheese?
It's
in,
weird, but
in
I'm
like the
fine.
microwave.
I'm kind of iffy.
Can
on
only
the
be
mac and
reheated
cheese.
once.
I
You know what?
I can't
Yeah.
eat more
Yeah.
than
Yeah.
like a small bowl of mac and cheese.
I
or
like
anything.
the what is it? Is it the Kraft mac and cheese?
Mhm.
Because this will sound terrible. The cheapness of it tastes so good when it's cold that I won't even reheat it up,
Yeah.
and I'll just put like a block of the cold stuff on the
Valid.
plate and just eat it.
Valid.
Yeah.
I've eaten it that way before. That's valid.
Yeah.
It's
my
like having
problem
a
with-
cold macaroni salad, but with cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with Kraft dinner is I'm doing
mine,
something
mine
wrong.
has to be the Red Robin mac and cheese. That extra creaminess.
Oh, I've never had it.
Man.
I've never had that.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't care how old I am. I can be in my 30s and I'm going to go, I want the kids' mac and cheese. Because it is endless. And let me tell you, my record is 10 bowls of
Oh
mac
my
and cheese.
God.
What?
One after another. And it was worth it.
Mary, what about you?
I already told you.
Oh.
It's chicken nuggets, hot pockets.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Good
I
stuff.
apparently jumped on the subject when we weren't supposed to.
No, that's okay.
No,
I
it's
just
fine.
couldn't remember. We're all over the place. It's what we
Yes.
do.
Yes. We are chaos.
ADHD, gotta love it.
I know. Probably half of us have that as a comorbidity. Let me see. There's let's see. Oh, okay. Let's go with the one that's a little more
ID.
Ooh. What, ID? Oh.
Whole game. Did he
ID?
Never mind.
You might have popped out
Sorry.
for a second.
I'm alive.
Oh, there you are.
All this talk of food meant
He
all this talk of food meant that I ran over to my kitchen. I'm just like, you know what? Let me get something started.
That sounds
Yeah,
fair.
now
I
that you
may have
mention it-
conscripted the boyfriend to make
Man
me a
came back
hot
like
pocket.
ID came back like he just got out of like going underwater for like 10 minutes. He came up and he was like, I returned.
Yeah, look, I found that my mic, technically if I leave myself unmuted, I can talk across my house and somehow my mic picks it up. But I'm not gonna
Oh,
do
yeah,
that to
that's
you.
true.
So yeah.
Um,
No, I'm not making nuggies this time. I'm trying something different for once.
a
Crusader.
miracle.
America, hey.
So okay, so what? So a more serious topic too. What are some things that you find difficult, and we'll go across the line to avoid cross chatter and stuff, that you find difficult to do that like neurotypical people would be like, but that's easy. I don't understand how you could find that to be difficult. Because like for me, it's a lot of like, I know this sounds dumb, but like bathing can be hell because it's like I have to get the energy to get up and go to the shower. Don't get me wrong, I love showers,
my
I
God,
love
yes.
baths. But like you have to walk into the bathroom, then you have to turn on the water, make sure it's the right temperature, and then you have to remove your clothing in a certain order, and then you have to get in the shower, and then you have to wash your hair, and then you have to do this XY. It's like 8,000
Finally,
steps.
someone gets it.
Yeah, see? It's exhausting. And like other people are like, what are you talking about? You just get in the shower. And I'm like, no, it's not just getting in the shower. It's like 8,000 steps involved. And then when you get out, and sometimes I get out of the shower and I stand there for 10 minutes, like, well, now what do I do? So, ID.
Yeah. No, I.
Hole in one.
Oh my
Sorry.
gosh.
Nice.
So my thing that I find incredibly difficult, I'm not sure who else necessarily relates to this, following a rule because it exists.
Yup.
I find a lot of difficulty, and again, I kind of led onto this a bit with the whole work talk thing.
Zen, yeah.
When somebody tells me that a rule exists because it exists, I always ask why. It's not
Yeah.
because I'm trying to be difficult on purpose. It's not because I'm trying to cause trouble, and I've been accused of that before.
Mm.
It's because I want to understand why something is the way it is, so
Right.
I can approach it better.
Yeah.
Like if somebody says the rule is we do this specific thing when talking with each other in a meeting, I go, okay, but why? Why
Right?
are we doing that?
Yeah.
Because I understand if it's like talk one at a time, take turns, be courteous to each other, etc. A lot of that is just reducing harm. I can understand that. But when it's a rule like no criticism at all, I go, okay, but what does that mean?
Yeah.
Do you mean don't say that somebody is incorrect about something? Yes. Okay, but why? Isn't the point of a critique to criticize others' work so we can do better?
Right.
And I've gotten in trouble far too many times because I
Mm.
ask questions that I'm not supposed to ask,
Yeah.
which in retrospect might have been a sign about the place I was working in.
Yeah.
But just, yeah, following a rule because it exists, because it's tradition, or it just was there the whole time. It's like, okay, but who put it in place?
Right.
That's what I always come down to.
Yeah. 100% agree with that one.
Isa.
One thing, like I feel like I don't know how many other people will relate to this, but I very much struggle when it comes to like subject boundaries, like talking too much,
Yep.
like being too
Mhm.
close or
Oh my God.
physically affectionate.
Yes.
I am just a mess when it comes to that. I will always end up pushing these boundaries, and I'm like, I always try and tell people, hey, if I'm weirding you out, or if I'm getting too chummy or whatever, just let me know, because I have hardly a concept of these boundaries unless you directly tell me them. Like,
Yeah.
unless you tell me you have these specific boundaries, like, I will not recognize that you need to have any.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of the time.
I feel that.
Although, like,
Yeah.
I used to be such an extroverted child because of, like, all of that stuff. I was, like, I
Same
would
Zen.
constantly make friends with everyone, but then as I got older, like, I would get in more trouble for not understanding these boundaries.
Yeah.
So I've slowly become an introvert, and I'm, like, always, like, nervous. Like, oh, I'm going to mess up. Like, something I'm gonna do that I don't see as something that would be something that people would get upset about. I'm gonna do one of those things. And then everyone's gonna get upset at me again, and I'm just, like, always too nervous to, like, socialize a lot of the time.
I
because
think
of
that's the
that.
backbone of my entire social anxiety.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind
I
of.
I'm always worried that if I might overshare something, or like
Exactly.
Paladin said, I have a tendency to overshare personal experiences. I do that too.
Yeah.
I am just like I like sharing things about me, and like I'll admit it. I'm a sucker for a good pity party on my behalf. Give me pity. I'll take it. For me, it's a comforting thing. Like complaining for me is how I cope with things
Yeah.
as well.
valid.
That's also like a thing. But like, why are you complaining? It's like, well, I'm not actually complaining. I'm just complaining because it helps me cope.
Right.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Just you need to get it out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between saying something because you like want someone to fix it and saying something just because you need to
Yeah.
say it.
Yeah, exactly, Mary.
Like whenever I overshared or whenever I go into like exposition dumps about stuff I special interest over, I just, it's it's not
Waste
that I
true.
have to, it's not that I want someone to engage with what I'm saying. It's I need to get it out for my own brain's sake.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And like I would do that so much as a kid. I would just, especially even with my family, like I annoyed the hell out of everyone.
I
Yeah.
Yes, together.
feel like that's like 95% of us.
Yes.
I feel. Yeah, I feel like that's almost, maybe not entirely, but that's probably almost a universal experience among us for
Yeah.
that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Amogus.
Amogus.
Fact ready?
Zen true.
Something that I find very difficult.
Mm.
Like I find Isao's subject very relatable.
Yeah.
But I think the thing I struggle with the most is cleaning my house, dusting specifically.
Oh.
It doesn't help that I have asthma.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if I just don't disturb the dust, I'll be fine.
That's my room, man. That is my room. I
Yes.
just cannot find a time to clean it, even though I have all the time in the world. Because I have all the time in the world. I'm trying to find a job right now. I've got nothing better to do, and I still can't find the time to clean it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's just one of those things where it's like I relate to the struggle
Mhm.
of that, and there's also like I think I don't have very good peripheral vision
Right.
because, and not because I'm blind, but because I can't see things that I'm not focusing on very well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
you get
'cause
like
I'm-
tunnel vision.
I tunnel vision real hard. You've seen Sophia, you've seen me play Back for Blood. You know
Yeah.
how hard I tunnel vision.
Yeah.
I can't see the HUD, and I can't see what's behind me. And I know it's a first-person game. That makes it worse.
Yep. Oh, I hate this spot. Matsu.
So yeah.
Oh, my turn?
Yeah.
So this is almost a little more generic. The thing I struggle with the most is really kind of doing tasks without being told,
Hmm.
if that
Oh.
makes sense.
No, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be, I can't do things without someone, specifically saying what they want me to do.
Yeah.
Like, it's a struggle for me
Mm-hmm.
to like I'll go into a situation, like say a work situation or something, and they'll be like, "Okay, Matsu, you're in so and so department today." Okay, and I'll be like, "Okay, what do you want me to do?" Well, do this. Well, what do you want me specifically to do?
Right.
I need specific. I think I told someone once, like, you have to treat me a little bit like a robot. You have to be very literal
Yeah.
in what you need me to do. Because if you aren't, I'm going to stand there or wander around without any idea what to do because I will be just a nervous wreck that if I do something, it'll be the wrong thing. Because
Yeah.
I can't read your mind.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
know what your
Yeah.
desire for me to do is.
Yeah.
I find that having a path and a goal is helpful. I don't need people to tell me what
Waste is
literal
so
actions
true.
to take at each step. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just agreeing with Waste in chat.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't give me exact individual physical movements to do. Tell me what the goal is, and I'll
Yeah.
figure out how to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
helpful.
It's like
get-
that somewhat,
Yeah.
yeah, for me.
Exactly.
I don't know why, but this conversation just reminded me about how much I hated showing my work in math class because I
Oh,
could
yeah,
see it
yeah.
in my head.
Oh,
Just
Mm,
waste
I hate it.
Oh, I
hate it.
that.
drawing it out.
I hated showing steps. It's like I just want to give the answer. I
yeah.
don't
Mhm.
want to
Well,
have to
well, we have
give
to make
all
sure
this-
that you know how you're doing it. I'm getting the right answer. Who cares? If it's right, it's right.
Exactly.
Yes,
That's
who
what I'm
cares
saying.
about the process? Just
If I'm right and I can produce the same results every time, then why do I have to show you?
Yep.
I think it's to prove that you're not cheating.
Yeah,
But I don't
probably. And they're
cheat!
probably going to double down on that with Chat GTP showing up.
Who would ever cheat on math? That's crazy. You're crazy, teacher. Who would
I would.
ever cheat on math class?
know.
That's insanity.
No, we
I
would
would.
never do such a thing.
Also,
Of course. No,
uh,
we are very wholesome, very good, absolutely
I'm-
wonderful students
Yeah.
here.
But
I'm
but
not.
What
What do you
as
mean
a
with
person-
ChatGPT just showing up?
I would never
Yeah.
eat in
Ah.
class. Munch, munch.
Gosh.
I was one of those kids that would always follow the rules to the letter, and it would not occur to me that people would break them.
Yeah,
mm,
Oh, that's a whole other topic to get into. It feels
Yup.
like.
we'll,
That
we'll
was
definitely
really
get
cool.
it. We're definitely gonna get into that one.
Mhm.
Matsu, wait, I think you answered the
yeah, I answered already.
Mary.
This might get a bit TMI. Is that okay?
Whatever you are comfortable with sharing with.
I'm incontinent, and I always got a lot of, for lack of a better phrase, crap for that because, oh, how could you not do this? It's so simple, even a toddler can. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, I don't know. It's just something like I have a hard time knowing, like being able to process when it needs to happen, you know?
Oh yeah, no. I mean
So that's always been something that's just like, that's always annoyed me.
Yeah, I mean that's valid. There's a lot of people who like, especially on the spectrum and whatnot, who really don't have the sense of when they need to go until it's literally too late.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
For me, it's the opposite. I always show up extra, extra early. With the silence.
because we're talking
Silence
we're
is
talking about
deafening.
a different type of
that, pretty much what everyone else has already said.
yeah.
Yeah.
Silly goat.
Yeah. I'm sorry, did I miss the conversation
No,
somewhat?
no, your turn about things that are difficult for you, but like NT people would be like, but that's so simple.
Oh yeah, that's where we are. Sorry, I got lost completely. I was
No, that's
focused
fine.
on my golf for a little. I was like, what's going on? Let's see. I mean, I do have to be told what to do a lot of the time. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember. I
Yeah.
have like 1,000 alarms on my phone that I'm always constantly like switching on and off. If I don't have an alarm to remind me that I need to feed my dogs are gonna die. Like that is that. But I mean, actually, can you come back to me because I
Yeah,
can't
sure.
actually think of anything else.
Yeah. Sonder?
One thing that I cannot control, my freaking habit with over-explaining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yep.
if there's one thing that I really do not like is being misunderstood whenever I do a certain thing or if I
Yeah.
do something that I
Yeah.
don't mean to do. So I'm just like, oh, I didn't mean to do this because of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
So while a lot of people would just come up with one explanation, my ass is coming up with like over 9,000 of them.
I do the same thing. I do the same thing for sure.
Oh yeah, like running the situation back in your head through the shower or something. Like, what would you say if this happened for like 2
Yes.
hours?
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Relatable.
Do not even get me fucking started on that.
I will
This is what
draw.
I would have said if I was smart in the moment.
This is what I would have said if I knew what X, Y, and Z was.
Yes.
So go ahead.
Oh yeah, you go ahead.
I'm one of those people that will extend a conversation artificially by re-explaining what I just explained, even if you already got it in another way, because I want to make sure you got it the way I got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I was gonna say like when I quit one of my jobs, I like ran by like an entire like 2-minute conversation like 100 times in the like because I was really nervous about it.
Yep.
And then eventually, like what happened is she just knew already that I was planning on quitting because of the situation I was in.
Yeah.
Yep. and then that just messed up my whole speech, and I just was like, yeah, okay.
Which actually leads to the idea of scripting. Do any of you like because for me, the reason I started like questioning like being autistic is like I was explaining to my family like, oh, before I do this, that, and like, oh, I have to make sure like, I look at the person at the right time, but then my brain is like, no, don't look at the person that long. Like, okay, glance away. Now look them back in the face. Now do this, do that. And I like plan out every contingency in a conversation. And my family was like, yeah, that's not normal. Like, we don't do that.
Yeah, I don't. In fact, I have the opposite problem. I have a really hard time following scripts.
Oh.
Because they never feel natural. And that makes me feel like I'm doing this wrong. I'm clearly, I didn't think this through enough, or I'm thinking it through too much.
Yeah.
But it becomes a situation where I just, if I'm following a script, I'm like, something's not right here. I need to make this sound more natural somehow.
Oh.
Yeah, I can see that too. Like, again, for me, I want to have like the whole like lists thing where like I list out everything I want to do in a day, but also I'm so bad at it that I just don't.
Yeah.
Like I work better when I have a purpose. Not having a job or something like that, just it depresses me. Like not having certain things to do every day or not getting the chance to really socialize. Because I don't like going out unless I have a specific reason. I don't like spontaneous stuff.
Same.
How are people for volume control?
Thing.
I'm awful.
Terrible.
Volume control is something so hard.
Yeah.
I used to have trouble with volume control a lot.
I still have that problem.
I have that.
Like,
yeah.
How the hell am I supposed to control it? I don't even know how loud am I talking loud?
Yeah.
Am I too quiet?
Yes.
What's going on?
I have been told that I talk loud sometimes. And it's like I can't tell why. Okay,
Yeah.
it's just the way I talk.
Yeah.
That loud.
In my family,
I end up talking too quiet a lot of the time. My family would always just end up yelling at me, "Speak up! Come on, we can't hear you." And then I just get quieter because I feel awkward.
Maybe it's just me, but I really hate it when I kind of can feel my vocal tics appearing in the way I talk. And it's like you become really self-aware. It's like, why am I talking like this? I sound different than everyone else. Why am I? It's like try to control it.
I just be normal.
I had the same thing with some contractors that came over.
Was that
normal? Stupid. I don't like normal.
Yeah.
Overrated.
I had some contractors over the other day.
That's my thing with like coping. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
As you can tell, I also interrupt a lot. That is my thoughts.
Alrighty.
When I have a thought, it's then or never.
Same.
Yeah.
Understood. I had some contractors over for repairs at my place, and to everything they asked, and I only started to realize I was doing this partway in, I responded to every one of their questions or answers with understood or cool beans. And eventually one of them pointed out, it's like, wait, what is cool beans? I've never heard that turn of phrase. And I just said, oh, crap, I gotta pick a new tick. And he laughed a little and said, oh, okay, no, no, dude, I get you. No worries. There was that nod moment of like, I get you. And I appreciated that instead of having it pointed out even harder.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's like, we got an autistic one here. It's fine.
I need to do a verbal tick. Let me assess my vernacularity.
Yeah.
He says,
wow. Yeah, normal is overrated. It is. That's how I cope with my. That's how I cope with a lot of the differences. It's like like obviously it's scary being different. I think that everybody. It's human innate nature. What is it? The hierarchy of needs or something?
Yeah, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Yeah.
The hierarchy of needs.
I never understood that.
Well, I think the basic thing is that like a lot of people want to fit in, but also I feel like sometimes fitting in is not like something that entirely is a good thing in certain situations. I'm very philosophical. If you can't tell, I like to overthink things a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Philosophy
Mhm.
is fun.
Yeah, I find philosophy and social like stuff like that super fun. But
Yeah.
I think that
Yeah, hell yeah.
in certain situations, if you're the same copy and paste person, then that's no fun.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like a dating profile. If everybody's the same copy and paste, like white horse riding cowboy guy or something, then what's the point?
Yeah.
Hello,
That's
I
why I
am
say
insert
normal is
result.
boring.
I like long walks on
Yeah.
the beach with my dog at sunset.
I think that's one of the
Yeah, I
reasons
like
why.
long walks on the beach and alcohol. I love those two things.
How many people do you know who actually have the opportunity to take those walks on the beach? I don't understand why that's always the joke.
Yeah,
I don't like
yeah,
that.
what's
The
so
joke is
special
that
about
everyone likes walking on the beach.
I don't.
I
The sand's
don't.
horrible.
I don't.
I agree.
Sand sucks.
Yeah,
For me,
that's the
I-
thing. It's a neurotypical thing to say.
I'm
Like,
fine with it. It
Sand
just seems like
sucks.
such a. Well, I'm
Uh,
fine with those sort of things, but it's like, what's so special about taking a walk on the beach? You're taking a walk on the beach.
I hate the sand.
I think it's supposed to be that just
You
like
hate the
having the
sand? Who
freedom.
said that?
can I
Hey,
say something?
Pedro, how are
Sure.
you?
Like I don't quite understand the whole walking on the beach, but I like to compare it to compare it to my happy place. Like I've never had a bad time, or I've never had my move not improve when I've been able to hop on a 4-wheeler and just ride.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
I
constantly
think
ride.
I think
Like,
that's what
my
the
happy
walk on the
place.
beach is more of an expression.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah,
Like
I-
you
yeah,
just
yeah.
you're
It's like-
free
it's
to just
whatever your little
go
happy
to a
place
peaceful
is.
place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we still going over scripting? Because I never got a chance.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yes, of
Absolutely.
course. Yeah, go
I
on
don't
ahead.
think I
didn't get to
did either.
discuss
I
that
don't think I
either.
did talk about scripting either.
Yeah.
So, when it comes to scripting, I'm actually an actress.
Oh.
You know, I have a couple acting
Oh.
credits. Nothing major, just community theater stuff.
Bill, awesome.
But anyway,
Nice.
I find that I mentioned before that I don't really know like where my mask is, like when it ends, and that's because like I'm like so good at like acting that most of my personality is just cobbled together from
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
and acting, and so I do work best when I'm on a script. And you know, when I have to sometimes I'm good at improv as well. You know, I
Right.
mean that's what I do most of the time anyway. But it's I don't know. I forgot my train of thought here. Choo-choo.
It's okay. It's
Sorry, I'm just
Um,
a little raging
on
right
the
now. This
subject
is
of
just
scripting,
this-
like I also
yeah,
didn't get
it's
to talk about it earlier. But like I will often like try and plan out. Oh, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna do all these things in this conversation.
Yeah.
But as soon as it comes up, I'm like, nope, that doesn't feel right. Nope, nope,
Yep.
nope. Time to wing it.
Yep.
Or the time passes. You're like, I'm gonna say this thing, and then they move on, and it's like,
Yeah.
here it's totally cool. We can go back to the conversation. It's not a big deal because that's what we do.
Exactly.
But like with not neurotypical people, it's like, nope, that train has passed. You can't get back on.
Yeah, you missed your opportunity to talk about that thought that you were having for the last 10 minutes.
Yep.
And now it will never leave your brain,
Nope.
and you will
Yeah.
suffer for the rest of your
Yep.
life, knowing that you
Has anyone
missed this
actually
one
finished this level?
conversation. No.
Possible.
Gosh.
I
Yeah.
don't recall if I do a little bit of scripting in my head, but it's mostly like
Finish that hole.
specific situations. You know, like
Yeah.
mostly work related things like, oh, I've got to say this thing when I'm with people. Oh,
Right.
I got to say this. I got to put on this little mask, but most of the time I don't know if I consciously script things out or not,
Right.
at least on my end.
I'll get like used to saying the same thing at work. Like,
Yeah.
hello, thank you for calling, etc., etc.
Yeah, that's almost like a comfort thing too, is getting used to saying the same thing
Right.
over and over again.
Like my
Yeah.
intro, you know, when we started the stream, I have like my whole scripted intro that I start every single one of my video projects with,
Yeah.
whether it be streaming or
Yeah.
the other stuff I do on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Having what I've called for myself a precept in mind, just a thing I have to do. Here is the script. Here's the thing I have to do. Here's the mindset I have to have. It just helps.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
This way. Here we go.
you could tell when people are focusing on.
I know. I'm
Oh, yeah,
like,
no,
where am
the
I
stage
going?
is
I don't know where I'm
ridiculous.
going.
Yeah.
I love this
Yeah,
game, but not this stage.
That's
The
exactly.
space
Sorry
stage
to
is
call
so
you out.
How
insane.
did
Sorry
you
to call you
get
out, Kuros, but that is
How did we
exactly what
even-
Kuros does.
Oh
Every
my
time I
gosh.
play with him, he instantly just gets like tunnel vision and
How
just
does this
stops
even
talking.
work?
I don't know where I am. Even
The
now.
water one. How did we even get through the water one?
I
We
don't know.
failed.
Like,
Most
that's a
people
good-ass
didn't.
I don't think
Everybody
we
ran out of
How do you even
strokes.
get through that thing?
From my understanding, you're supposed to build up momentum on your jumps by jumping a couple times in the water bits before you get to the end of one of those blocks. I don't know how to time that.
Oh.
Sophia?
What?
She's the only
I
Or
knew
just
you
brute
could
force it.
jump.
I heard my
but
name,
I
what's
thought
up?
I was just timing it wrong.
What?
I thought I heard
She's
my
the only
name.
one who managed to beat that hole. Look, she got a 7 on that.
Did I? Oh, wait, where am I now?
Yeah.
Oh god, what's this? I
Oh.
failed the last one though.
Loophole.
Oh,
Whoops.
I
Oh.
failed like 3 of them on this one.
Anyone else
Oh,
want to
Space?
talk
What
about
the
scripting?
Oh, me, I script that shit all the goddamn time. No,
Like-
seriously, because in my head, I'm just like, I gotta make myself seem normal somehow,
Mm.
but it rarely fucking works. I'm
Just
all
how it
about
is.
making a good first impression. If it's like chatting with you guys, or it's just like chatting with my community, or like even being in VTubers chats, like fellow VTubers chats,
Yeah.
I should say. It's I make an ass out of myself more often than not, I fear.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm finding what do you call it? Doing the VTubing thing a little difficult right now because it's hard to engage with the chat when there is no chat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have such like a limited base. I've been doing YouTube for over a decade now,
Wow.
and I don't even have
Oh.
like 400 subscribers.
That
Yeah.
was me though. I didn't upload much anyway.
Mm.
Same,
But
same.
look, I'll say if you get yourself integrated into this community, you'll occasionally find some friends to talk to in your chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is
Yes.
something that I found because I have definitely advanced further than I have in the few
Where am I
years that I've
going?
been streaming.
Yeah.
Where's
Yeah.
this thing going?
I mean, I've only started streaming this year, and I've already found that I am getting very consistent views in just like the 5 months compared to the previous 10 years of YouTube.
Oh,
Mhm.
Dan has a good point.
I've
yeah.
been meaning to upload more YouTube videos too, but I haven't been playing a lot of COD. So
Yeah, I forget. I don't even know how to get past that first one, so I
How
definitely
do I
failed.
get to the pipes?
I don't know.
Very carefully. I don't know.
I think
The
most
pipes
of
are
us
bad.
failed
How did
it.
I win? I don't
can you
I
get
don't
them out?
deserve this.
nicely. Ask them nicely.
Oh gosh. With the topic of creating online media, I think one of the blind spots that we seem to collectively have, that I know I have, has to do with how to best represent yourself online. I know
Yeah.
Zen just brought up in the chat. They avoid scripting as much as they can. What's the point of a good first impression if it doesn't represent who I really am? The problem with online media is that it is inherently curated. I come from a background where I've done plenty of work doing a little bit of social media, a little bit of online media production, lots of video stuff. And so I know the importance personally of having to figure that out on the fly. It's just really hard to be sincere and also be marketable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's regardless of personal opinions or how strongly you come off as a person, whatever.
Yeah.
It's hard to know if you don't already know how to be popular, basically, how to get people on your side and watching your stuff.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I mean, I pretty much just say what I'm doing most of the time. Like if
I have
I'm
a personality when I actually draw people in. But the problem is getting people to like drawing the people in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
felt.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
exactly. Social media marketing was impossible
No.
for me starting off because I thought, well, I'll just post things. People will like it. It's like, no.
Yeah,
You
no,
have
you
to
gotta
actually
sell yourself.
Right.
do A/B testing, check markets, do the stuff that you don't feel like is natural to do because you need to understand what your audience even looks like.
Yeah.
And for people, if we have difficulty reading other people, that's the ultimate representation of it. It's like, how do I
Yeah,
get people to do
Yeah,
that is
stuff?
true. That is true.
Yeah,
Because
I
Yeah.
check my YouTube studio all the time. Um, I don't know if anyone else has been doing YouTube this long, but was anyone else hit by the big what was it? The demonetization back in 2016 or 2017, I think it was.
Oh gosh.
I
Yeah.
I get hit by demonetization every upload I make because I just use copyrighted songs and then that's pretty much it.
Like,
Uh,
I know, like
Personal
I
recommendation: don't
Don't.
split up your audio tracks in OBS. Like
Yeah, I
it's
don't
it
even,
takes 10 seconds.
Well, no. What I mean is that like for like the videos I made, like ID,
Oh.
obviously the video I made with your
yeah,
like
Oh.
these videos
wallpaper, I
did
used a copyrighted song. I don't really care. It's whatever. You know,
Okay.
I'm
Right.
obviously not making money to begin with on YouTube, so it's fine if I get like copyright strike. What are they gonna do? Take away the money that I'm not earning?
Right.
Well, they delete sometimes. I know that in the past they delete the videos. That's what happened to the videos. The earliest videos on my YouTube channel were AMVs and stuff like that. And I got a lot of copyright strikes from Sony Music specifically.
Yeah.
So that's why if you look at my YouTube channel, you won't actually see any videos from before the refresh I did of my channel in 2017, I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually have a system that will automatically detect if you have copyright infringing material on your video, and then it will become monetized, but the money will go to the copyright holder.
I mean,
Yeah,
Right.
that's
but
interesting.
my stuff was deleted off of my channel back in like I want to say it was close to 2012 or something like
Oh my
that when they
God.
worked a bit differently with that. And they would just like
Yeah.
straight up remove your videos.
Yeah.
So
I
many
mean,
good
for me,
AMVs have
I'm just
strikes
doing it
for
for
that.
fun. Like I don't really have too much of a mind if they get removed. I can always just re-upload them.
Right. Oh, I
and
hate
I
this
don't
level.
really care
Yeah.
yeah.
because as of now, the thing I'm doing is I'm just making like wallpapers for obviously this community, and then just
Yeah.
having them there, and
going.
then they look cool, and then I go wee
Where am
yay
I?
woohoo.
I don't know where I am.
Yeah.
Do any of us really know where we are, Matsu?
I think that's the
I
Speaking
point of
of,
the stream. We're trying to find out where we are.
Yes.
Speaking of Sophia, I still need to make your wallpaper.
Oh.
I am trying to figure out how to find I've been searching for a few weeks for the perfect bookcase because I'm trying to make. I literally what I'm trying to do for you is I'm trying to make like I wanted originally to have like you with like your arms out, and then I would have like reaching your arms out like to the sky, and then you'd be laying in like a pile
Are
of
those
books
goldfish?
in like a library.
Big picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
They're
There's two-
goldfish wearing
It's
shark
hard to
fins.
find exactly what I'm looking for. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
There's two
But I'll
separate
come up with
goals.
something. I did it with ID and lore. So
Yeah.
I'll come up with something for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did a good job.
Oh, there we go.
And hey, I make it for fun, and it's also part of
Yeah.
my portfolio,
Yeah.
as ID has recommended.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
So,
Go ahead.
wait, I was on the subject of struggling as a creator. So I've actually wanted to start. I wanted to start creating content when I turned 18. I wanted to create content
Right.
since I was a kid. But it took me forever to figure out like exactly what to be
Mhm.
because I was like when I first discovered I originally this could be a faceless VTuber because I never wanted my face to be public knowledge.
Right.
Like that's something that would like weird me out.
Yeah.
But when I discovered like VTubers and stuff, it took me forever to figure out what to be because like earlier the whole like coming up with way too many ideas, having way too many options.
Right.
Like
Mhm.
choosing what to like be as a VTuber, like choosing to be a witch tuber and now I'm rebranding.
Yeah.
But it took me forever because I have like a bunch of little art things. Like I could not pick. It was an impossible choice.
Yeah.
I
went-
almost had that kind of choice paralysis, and then just decided to go with the very first thing I thought of.
My
I've been
full
using the
model-
same username since I was 10, and I stick with
I've
it.
been using the same username since I started my YouTube.
I'm
Back in
wondering.
2009 or something like that. But as far as my VTuber model is concerned, it's actually a combination of my personas. But my the lore reason for my current look is that my tail hasn't grown in yet, because eventually my model's going to have a puppy tail and
It's
some dragonfly
adorable.
wings. So those haven't grown in yet. But yeah, I'm a bun pup dragonfly.
Ah,
I love it.
So
So cute.
yeah.
Hopefully the new model will be unveiled on my birthday, June 6th.
Yay!
I guess.
Do we have any
Nice.
more, do we have any more questions?
Do you have
was
any
just
more
wondering if we
questions?
Oh, I have
Do we have
tons.
any more
I have a few
questions?
questions. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Can I
sorry, sure.
actually recommend something? Now, again, I am not a huge person, but I've noticed that like a lot of the time, I like just talking to yourself while playing games alone is good practice.
Yeah.
Because I've been
Yeah.
told that like I'm a very talkative Twitch streamer slash YouTuber or whatever, and that like people kind of like that kind of stuff. Because you see like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, they're always talking. They're never like just silent.
You know that
Practicing by yourself is just a genuinely
funny,
something
Sam.
that works.
Can I interject?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
So like I was saying before about how a lot of myself is from acting.
Yeah.
What do you call it? I would also, when I was brainstorming ideas for my book series growing up, I would actually role play and act out the scenes with the characters and stuff. So that was honestly like the best practice I got for emulating people in general.
Right.
Was, by just acting out the roles as these different characters in my stories, and from there, that's kind of how I cobbled together my personality / mask.
Right.
You know, funny thing, Megumi, Mary. That's how I actually write too.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
act
great.
out
It really
and
gets me
Mhm.
pumped out.
role play it to figure out how the characters sound.
Yeah.
You know, I was gonna ask this. Does anyone else find themselves that they talk to themselves a lot compared to other people?
Oh God, yeah.
100 per
Like,
fucking
absolutely.
yes.
Constant.
I have so
I'm
much
actually
I-
very quiet as a person.
I have conversations with myself, and we both laugh.
Oh, come. Be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah, I've had.
No worries.
I mean, like I've often had people say like, "Oh, everyone talks to themselves." I'm like, but I talk to myself a lot. I mean, like, very much conversational things, and I was wondering if anyone else does that.
I
Yeah.
do.
Sort of thing.
I
I
have
upping
to
my
externalize my thoughts. Otherwise, I'm missing info, basically.
Yeah, I don't. I'm very quiet. I was the kind of kid that would be called the quiet one in the class that would make people feel a little weird because of how quiet I was.
Yeah, I'm usually like those kind of things are always internal in my head.
Yeah.
Except for when, like I said before, I'm role playing story ideas.
I upped our fundraiser goal because I can.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Goddamn.
we're almost at the fundraiser goal.
$5 like at the beginning.
I mean, we're almost at 300, and it's just going for the whole month. So let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Ayo.
Oh yes.
I was also gonna say I'm a little sad that my joke didn't hit. My joke didn't hit. I've worked so hard on that joke for like 2 seconds.
I didn't hear it, I'm sorry.
Okay, you were talking about talking to yourself, and my joke was, oh yeah, I talk to myself all the time, and we both laugh.
I laughed at that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah,
I was cackling over that because that's funny.
it is funny.
Thank you.
So there are a couple other things I want to read, and if anyone else does, but like, okay, so stims. Do you have any favorite stims? And also, like, we talked before about legs and how we sit. Does anyone else do like the dino arm thing when you're standing around?
Arm.
Like,
Sometimes.
You hold your
Oh, where you hold your hands up,
yeah, like a T-Rex
your
kind of
arms
thing.
up, and let your fingers dangle.
Yes.
Oh my god, I didn't know that was a thing.
That's
that
a
other people
thing.
did. Yeah.
That's like
so
apparently
great.
an autistic thing.
Whenever I'm sleeping on my back,
did
that's
that
the pose
too.
I usually end up doing.
Yeah.
Sleep on my back.
Oh,
I'm a side sleeper.
and other stims. So like if I get super excited, I will jump and flap. But otherwise,
That's
I rock and I like repeat words over and over, or like rub my fingers like in a circular pattern. I don't know how to describe it.
I'm like super specific about dirt in my nails, so I'm a lot of the time picking at my nails.
Wait,
That's like my thing. I don't bite them, but like I constantly am this like if there's like even like a speck of dirt, I'm like I just gotta pick that out real quick.
like
Yeah.
on the
Oral.
subject of spins, I fidget with stuff a lot, and like the
Yeah.
best fidgets are the stuff that I can do like rhythmically.
Yeah.
Like
Mm.
give me
Cool
like a
fidgets.
Nerf gun, and I will like
Black
just
fingers.
sit there
I like that, Yomi.
rhythmically, just cocking it, tapping the gun against something, then shoot, cock tap shoot, like with a Nerf gun, just for hours. Or
Oh,
anything
dude,
else
I do that
do.
with like the little like the fake little revolver I have on my desk. I like spin the thing, I put in the little bullets,
Yeah.
and then I close it up. I run it across my arm like a slide, let it spin, pull back the hammer, bang.
Yeah. It's like just
Damn.
like the rhythmicness of it is just very nice.
Spin it around on my finger.
Yeah.
Fidget
Or,
spinners that make a lovely whirring
Oh,
sound.
those are lovely.
Oh yes.
Like,
Yeah.
Or what's it called? Butterfly knives. I love butterfly knives.
ooh,
I made one
Just-
out of popsicle sticks once.
Did you really?
Oh my gosh.
I
I
would
should
like to
have.
get one
I
of
don't know
those,
why I
'cause
did,
they
but I
look like
did.
so much fun.
For something like that, I actually have a couple of Beast Wars Transformers, and
Ooh.
sometimes I'll just transform them back and forth.
Yep.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I used to do that all the time when I was a kid, but then I stopped having toys, and I'm like, what do I do with my hands? I mostly just pace around.
Thank you for the follow, Old as Gaming.
But
Yeah.
my
I've been a
biggest thing-
pacer myself.
Pace, yep.
My biggest thing is
I walk back and forth in my room a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Rubbing my fingers together is also.
I don't know if this counts as a stim, but I tend to. I've been told, and I don't notice it. Sometimes I notice it. What is it? It's sort of tapping my foot, jiggling my leg a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm doing that right
I'm
now.
doing that right now.
Hard to the point
Oh,
that the room
dude.
shakes a little bit.
That's
Mhm.
that's a problem I have with the restless leg
Hello.
syndrome. Is
How are
that
you,
like
Old
my
as
leg
Gaming?
like I step on my tippy toe and then it just bounces up and down and up and down and up and down.
Yeah.
And it's a problem because I have to sit crisscross applesauce on my chair, otherwise I can't play FPS games because it is always
Ah.
with
As
the
will be
one
good.
that I'm using with my mouse.
I am doing well. Thank you. Thank you for stopping in.
For me, it's like I don't even do it consciously. I've been told, Matsu, why are you jiggling your legs? Stop it. I'm like, I don't know. I have to make some excuse. It's like
Oh,
I just
gosh.
I
do
just
it.
do.
I just
Yeah.
do it. I
Yeah,
just
That is
I've
do
been
it.
told to
absolutely,
stop
I
doing
do
that
it all
too.
the time.
It's
I
like
would
I
get
just
in trouble.
I
all the
can't
time
help
in
it.
school for that.
It just
Mhm.
happens.
Ask the other students.
as far
I
as
know that.
And the rhythmic.
I was so close to the hole. What the
I know.
fuck?
Oh my
So
gosh.
one of the
Yeah.
things that's interesting about like being a teacher who's also autistic is like I relate a lot to my students. I feel like, not to like brag or anything, but I'm going to do it anyway. I feel like I relate to my autistic students way better and they perform better in my classes than others because I understand their needs. Like I have one student who this was years ago and everything. He could not sit straight in a chair for his life. Like if he was forced to, he couldn't concentrate. So I was like, okay, easy solution. Move him in front of my desk, which is out of the way. Let him perch on his desk like he likes to. He likes to doodle, but that's how he pays attention. Let him doodle. He was so focused in my class, it was not an issue. And I had another student who could not learn if their shoes were on because it agitated them. Let him take off his shoes. Who cares? Like, as long as he can get them in, get him on fast in an emergency. Another student who literally could not sit down. So I let him stand and lean against the back wall. Totally focused. They completely did well in my class compared to others because I could see, like, they have different needs than other students. Like,
I mean,
it
as
was
long as it's not distracting.
and that's
yeah,
the thing. I made
let 'em do
sure
what
it
they
wasn't
want.
just exactly. I just moved them in places around the room where they wouldn't distract other people so that they could learn best themselves. Like that's it just frustrates me when other teachers don't do that. It's like they have different needs.
Yeah, schools
Yeah.
schools are designed to be an assembly line for people.
Yeah,
It's true.
essentially. Yeah.
Anyone that's not the exact right sized wheel will grind against that system.
Oh, well, even as
I
a
know that, yeah.
teacher, I was told, I was reprimanded. I was put on a performance improvement plan.
Oh no.
Yep. ID.
Excuse me?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. This was great. At my second school, I was put on a performance improvement plan because, and I quote, "You're a great teacher. You know your subject very well, but you don't understand the politics of teaching." And I'm like, I'm
What?
sorry. What fucking politics are there in teaching? I'm
300.
here to teach my students. What politics are involved? As long as my students are learning the material, what are you talking about? Also, thank you for the donation and making us a nice round 300. So
What
yeah.
type of
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just baffled at your goddamn story because politics of teaching?
Yes!
What kind of goddamn drugs are you taking? And can I have some, you backward ass fucking troglodyte?
I was like, I don't
You're
understand what
unhappy.
That sums
politics.
it up for me, yeah.
I did not
Okay.
understand it at all. I'm like, what politics? I was just like, I'm good with the kids. I call the parents and give them, positive feedback so that when something negative happens, they're not like, you're only calling when it's negative. What politics are there? Apparently, it was, I don't play nice and communicate with the other teachers and do what everyone else does.
Oh, come
Well, yeah.
on.
So, Sophia, you are fully aware of this.
Oh,
I'm having
yeah.
a very similar situation
Yeah.
at my current workplace, and I've told them over and over, I am not a work politics guy.
Yeah.
I am a technically minded person. That is why I was hired.
Yeah.
Please let me do my work.
Exactly. Let me do my job.
And the response I've gotten back is very clearly, no, you must engage with this. And when I've just said no, I've been told, well, you are now being combative and you are now being insubordinate. I'm like, no, I am asking you to let me do my projects that I'm being handed. I don't need to be part of this.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
Just
I'll be
let us
honest,
do our
ID. From what I've heard when you talked about it ago, your boss is or the boss you have is kind of a bitch.
Yeah.
Well, it just doesn't make sense.
I hesitate using any sort of insult towards them, but I've been feeling that a lot stronger lately. Yeah.
It's like you hired me to do a job. What I'm doing my job. Why am I like what more do you want me to do? Like why do I have to play nice and be all like, "Oh, the weather's lovely today" with people? Like it's so inauthentic.
Well,
Right. I also hate small talk.
Yeah. In my particular
That's
case, I think the problem that I realized semi-recently is not that I'm expected to make small talk. I'm okay with doing that if I absolutely must. That's not a problem.
Mhm.
It's that it's an excuse for the manager to find a reason to say, I don't like you because you're autistic.
Yeah.
And I don't say that
Yeah.
lightly. It's been a bit of this, and I paid pretty close attention to what's gone on, taken notes. And when I've talked to anyone about this, they basically have just said, have you considered that they hate you? Because it's like there's no other answer really at a certain point.
Issa,
It
you're not
hurts to think
moving.
about. Oh, is Issa all right?
Oh, I
Issa?
got this so distracted.
I was
Oh,
gonna
no,
say, I'm
it's
like,
4
where
seconds.
are
No,
you?
no,
I'm like,
no,
girl,
no,
let's
no,
go.
no.
You're okay.
You're okay. You're okay.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I see some comments about
I
this.
just-
Stories are too entertaining. What can I say?
Pens were
I-
lined up
I
for a
just-
stationary kitchen.
I just started fidgeting with stuff. I lit a stick of incense because I'm like, oh yeah, so much.
Oh god, now I'm gonna go light a
Calm down.
candle.
Yeah, sorry if that was.
I have a
stressful
candle
time.
already lit in the
No.
room. I'm
It's-
already way ahead of
I
you.
can't light candles.
I got a stick of myrrh. Like,
Ooh, that's
Ooh.
nice.
Huh.
Are we waiting on anyone, or are we on to the next question? What's going on?
wait, what question? What was the subject?
Yes, ID and Issa are here. We were
Yeah.
talking about what were we talking about?
Well, wait, like.
No,
what-
we were
talking
reacting
about
to your
work
story
before
about
that.
politics and teaching.
Oh, I think
Yeah,
we
we're
were.
kind
Yeah,
of branching off there.
before that.
But before that, where did I come from with that?
You're stimming.
Stims,
was what we started.
Stimming.
Yeah, we were
Yes,
talking about
how
stimming
you help
still.
your students with their stimming.
Oh yeah, that's how I got onto
Yes.
it. Okay, yeah. So stimming. Who else? What else?
I haven't
Oh.
gone yet.
Okay, go
Sure.
ahead.
I'm a big oral stimmer.
Oh, okay.
Like, when I was young, I chewed up a metal harmonica.
Oh,
Oh.
Yeah.
Are your teeth okay?
Like chewing, like just like my oral stimming goes like really crazy when I really have to stim.
Sure you're not a goat?
No, I'm a bunny.
I mean, I recognize those kind of habits when I see one.
Bunnies chew on a lot of stuff too. So do puppies. So, nah.
True.
All right, fair enough.
True.
Fair enough.
Chat did ask what is stimming. So stimming is it's short for stimulation. Is to help regulate emotions and behaviors. There's different ways to stim. Not everybody stims. Some people can find it distracting. I know that a lot of children, especially if they are placed into ABA programs, are forced to stop their stimming behavior, which is incredibly harmful because it's a way for us to kind of like emotionally regulate and everything. So
Mm-hmm.
okay, just answering a chat question. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, oral stimming is kind of my biggest one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know that it took me way longer than normal to get off my pacifier when I was little.
I was gonna say, yeah. Is like chewing toys like a thing that you actually like buy or something?
I like I just joked about. I actually have a pacifier.
Hey,
Okay, all right.
I've got some stuff that I chew on.
Yeah, I mean, if my mom didn't eventually make me get off it, I probably still have one too.
Like you're supposed to get off of those? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, this might
Yeah.
sound crazy. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say my one stim that Lore picked up on when she was visiting me in person. If I get super excited while playing a game, I tend to clench my toes, and she can tell that I'm
Oh my God, me
hyper-focusing and going
too!
for it. Like if I'm just going for it in a fighting game or something, she knows that I'm focused because I'm doing that unconsciously, constantly. And it was hilarious when she brought it up because she brought it up as I was doing it, and it broke my concentration. I'm just like, wait, what am I doing? And I stopped doing it. She's like, "No, the thing you were doing. Like, which thing?
That's
Okay,
funny.
Okay, so,
Ah,
like one
was
that
great.
you just reminded me of one thing I do. Like
Sure.
whenever I'm like playing, like okay, I'm pretty sure almost all like some people even just not autistic relate this. But whenever you're like playing a game, like whenever I'm playing a game with the first person like melee game like Skyrim, like I would like jerk my shoulders along with the swings, or whenever I'm playing like Mario Kart or something, I'm always like moving so much.
Yup.
Like
You mean like the leaning thing?
Yup.
it's usually a lot more like
Mhm.
it's not like just a subtle lean, it's a big thing, like lots of jerking motions and stuff.
Skyward Sword is perfect for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. Play Skyward Sword.
Yeah,
All out
Yes,
series
I love
stim,
that game so
stim
much.
pack.
I had trouble with Skyward Sword because I'm the opposite. I like to relax when I'm playing console games with my gamepad. So I will. I was offended by the fact that I could no longer do the exact same thing that I've been doing for decades.
Well,
You
guess
can't do the Skyward Sword HD now available on the
Yeah,
Nintendo Switch.
yay!
Buy it.
Yeah, buy it, buy it, buy it.
Eventually,
Stream it.
eventually,
I'd
I
actually
want
love to see that.
I want to stream all of my favorite Zelda games. It's one of my special interests.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, special
my
interest.
my
Yes,
favorite
do
Zelda
it.
games are all of them.
Are
Yes,
all of
agreed.
Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask made me the gamer I am.
really?
Mhm.
Mm.
Yes.
I
Dude,
really
my
need to
church-
finish Majora's Mask 3D.
The
My church
first
has
time
an original Nintendo. Oh, sorry.
Mary, go ahead.
the first time I played Majora's Mask, I didn't like it was a Blockbuster rental, so I didn't even know like anything,
Yeah.
like how to do anything because it was already past the tutorial the file I was using. So I like the moon crashes into the earth, you know, and I didn't know that was a thing you were supposed to prevent or anything. I was just exploring the game for the first time. But the music that kicked in for that last 6 hours was such a fundamental
Hmm.
gaming moment for me. Just like how eerie and
Oh.
creepy it was, I loved it. And it was when it really hit me that video games are great mediums for storytelling.
Oh, they're fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say I do want to bring this up
Yeah.
about like the whole like Zelda thing. Have you seen the recent controversy with Nintendo banning a lot of Zelda and Mario content and just general Nintendo content?
No.
Apparently they're just like DMCAing a bunch of people for simply just uploading content of anything.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah,
Somehow
they
they're
used to
still
do that a lot.
existing?
that they used to do that a lot. Then they had the Nintendo Partner Program, and then they ended that, and I guess now they're on that again.
Oh,
It's
boy.
not
Which
to be
I'm really worried
expected.
about because I plan on streaming the entirety of Tears of the Kingdom until I 100% it.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I don't
It-
care how
it's-
long it takes.
it's tricky with Nintendo. They're the company is, I think, literally run by Stegosaurus dinosaurs.
Yes.
They don't know what an Xbox Live is, for context.
Wow.
So
I
don't
yeah.
have high expectations of them doing something modern
They're
with
run
their
by Bowser.
anything.
Yes. No, they're literally run by Bowser now.
Oh
Yes.
God.
Or at least in Nintendo of America.
Oh yeah, Doug Bowser.
Yeah. It's I've always wondered about that. Just I saw an article, I want to say it was now several years ago. Pandemics really warped my sense of time.
For real.
Where it was told that from insiders in Nintendo's headquarters in Japan, the executives refused to acknowledge that other companies existed.
What?
Not
Yeah.
that they didn't consider them to exist. More, oh well, sir, we should probably look at what Xbox, what the brand is doing there with Xbox Live. What's Xbox Live?
What?
Like literally asking, I don't know what that is. And when they were told, saying, okay, but that's not a competitor. It's like, no, but it is. You are
No.
actually.
Nintendo has never considered themselves to be competing with other game developers. They always
For real?
Well, they are on a different level.
I
Which
thought that
is-
was a
I'll
branding
admit
thing for
that.
the longest time.
Good as
That
well
it's
as
like,
frustrating.
mhm.
I'll say
Because
like there's
Their own thing.
they're their own thing, but also they need to pay attention to the community more.
Right.
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 Yeah.
I mean,
Do they, by any
But-
chance, eat pizza with a spoon?
What?
No.
No, wait, hold on. Whoa.
No.
I'm from
No.
New York. If you try to eat pizza with a fork and a knife, you're gonna have a problem. A spoon is heresy. What are you talking
I
about?
grew up on Long
you
Island.
might as well just be talking. Like you might as well just be dead. Like honestly.
Okay.
Oh my
I
gosh.
grew up on Long Island, New York, and I get ugly looks whenever I say I like pizza in Maine, because
What
that's where I
the
live
heck?
now.
What is
So,
Maine pizza like?
What the book?
I can't open
Um,
it.
It's hard to describe. You have to find like the right pizzeria, but there was this one pizzeria that the dough was so it was like so
is so confused.
like
What?
perfect.
Is this?
It was the perfect
What?
blend. Of,
Am I
like,
gonna get
doughy
smacked by
and
tentacle?
crunchy.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mary.
It was like the perfect blend of like doughy and crunchy. This
Ooh.
one pizza place in Maine, and the cheese. Oh, you know, like when you see cheese stretching out in the movies.
Oh.
Yes.
It did that, and it was great.
That
who
sounds.
here
Hold
likes
on.
cold pizza?
How dare you?
I love cold pizza.
Cold pizza is
Heretic.
Yeah.
I don't like cold pizza. I
No,
can't-
sorry,
love
no,
cold pizza.
not that. I was
But-
talking about someone else.
I
They
use
knocked
cold
me.
pizza as sort of a barometer for if a pizza is good. If it's just as good hot as it is cold, it's just as good cold as it is hot, then it's a good pizza.
I had pineapple
Yes.
pizza last night. So
If you can only eat it,
You.
it was at this moment he knew.
I'm going
You
to
fucked up.
withhold judgment on that one.
I don't think
Um,
anyone's gonna finish this level.
I don't
I
either.
don't know.
I ran out of shots.
What question were we
No.
on?
I don't even know anymore.
I don't know
Talking
either.
about
I think we were
pineapple
talking
pizza now,
about-
my brain's
I
shutting
know,
off.
my brain is like trying to figure out what
yeah,
the hell
Brain
is
off.
Jonah is.
I think we were talking about stimming,
Stimming.
and Mary just went.
Yes.
Is anyone?
Okay, all expectation brings up a good question. Pineapple pizza.
Nobody heard
yes,
the
no,
redeem.
yes
I
or
have it
no?
off. I'll turn it back on.
I'm a
I-
cheese connoisseur. I've tried over like 50 different cheese pizzas from 50 different places, and it is my goal to eat as many different cheese pieces as possible. Specifically cheese, nothing else.
Mhm.
Well, there's one cheese pizza you're never going to get to have, unfortunately, and it's because the best pizza I ever had was made with crime.
Made with what?
Crime. Crime was the secret ingredient.
Crime?
Crime,
Crime?
as in crimes. Yeah.
what? What?
So, again, I'm originally from around New York City. I got to have mob pizza. It's the good stuff.
Oh my god.
Oh,
There's a pizza
I would
place-
join a gang to get that pizza if it's really
so
that
here's
good.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I used to go to my grandmother's house on weekends because why not? Parents needed someone to look after me, and we'd always get pizza from the same pizzeria.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. That place, delicious pizza, the perfect cheese, perfect sauce. It's what you see in the movies, like
Right.
what Mary described. Except one day we drive over, and as we're driving over to drop me off, there's police vehicles surrounding the plaza that
Oh
that pizza
my.
place was at, and the windows are basically taped up. We don't know what's
Oh.
going on. We ask my grandmother what's going on, and she goes, "Oh, yeah, no, they probably just arrested them already." It's like, wait, well, what do you mean already? Wait, what does that mean? It turns
Already.
out it was a known quantity. The Italian mob was operating out of that pizza
Oh
place, and
my
all of
god.
their money was going into the pizza place as a front to make sure they kept their money going.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Love
And
it.
you know
What
what?
the
The secret
Yeah.
ingredient is
So
crime.
Yeah.
It's
The
too good. We can't bust them yet.
yeah. This family pizza place took over afterwards. Not as good. Never as good.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
you're right,
Noted.
right type of
Secret ingredient
family.
soup.
Yeah.
If possible crime is
So-
involved, let's go.
If crime is involved, it is a good pizza.
Good. What is this thing?
Oh, we have to step through there, or you can't go through those objects. Oh, that's
You
interesting.
hit this one
That's
thing.
dumb.
Oh, you need to go through it.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's actually better if you don't hit the cube.
Huh.
Well, I just rolled
Because-
over because it was all good.
So yeah, that cube makes
Someone bumped me into the hole, bro.
I
nice.
love it.
That means
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Laundering money with
Oh,
pizza.
oh,
Yeah,
thank you
that's
for
the way to
that.
do it, kid. That's the way you do it.
Okay, here's the next question. So
Sure.
let me pull it up. How do I word it?
He's fun.
Are you touch averse? So like, are you a sensory seeker or sensory avoidant?
ooh, that's
When you say like, does it matter like what type of sensory?
I mean, it depends too. Like, I am. Like, are you the type who seeks certain types of sensory input, and if so, which? Or there's some that you avoid? Like, I
Oh, okay, I see. What
yeah, or like any other sensory sensitivities. So, for example, loud music or loud noises startle me. I have a very high startle reflex, so I
Mm.
will wear noise canceling headphones, and I do wear sunglasses if the lights hurt and stuff like that. And I also am very touch averse. Like, do not touch me. Period, unless you ask permission. Otherwise, it feels like bugs are crawling on my skin, and I want to like get out of my skin.
Mm.
Take your skin off.
It,
Just do it. It'll be fun.
Yeah, your skeleton wants to emerge.
Basically, that's what's happening.
Do you like the way your skin feels on your body? You don't? Well, then just take it off.
That
Just
is-
replace it. It's fine.
Okay,
the face
okay.
guy from that episode of Rick and Morty.
Ken, okay, I
He's a-
have so much I could say with this subject.
Oh god, yeah.
Okay, this is gonna start. This might start several tangents, but as a kid, I was a very. And as I said this before, I was very I love the stimulus. I like touching things, getting all the feels and stuff. I
Yeah.
was very physically affectionate with
Thank you
people
for bumping me
who
around.
with a lot of people,
Yeah.
and like I always
Who the
I've
fuck?
always liked music loud and stuff, but that has changed as I've gotten older.
Yeah.
Mostly due to the
Keep
fact I
sitting
have complex PTSD.
Right. Yeah.
Like I.
What?
There's so much,
Who keep
there's so much
me?
to say about this.
Sandra,
Like,
you
the
bitch.
whole, like-
Or was that silly?
Like,
Sorry,
this is
sorry.
partial- I
I'll
don't
stop,
know
I'll
if
stop,
this
I'll
is the
stop.
Autism or the PTSD. I think it's a mix of both.
Yeah.
But often, whenever I get like a feeling that is just like a negative reaction to, it just makes it feel like I need to like wash it like
Yeah.
impulsively.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or like it just like feels like just something uncomfortable. Then it's just that uncomfortableness just lingers there, and you're like, it's dirty. I need to clean it. So you like
Oh,
spend like
what the hell is
3
this?
hours like
Fresh hell.
scrubbing it with soap.
Yeah.
Easy hole in one is what it is.
So
Oh,
this might make me sound like a demon lord. But the laughter and screams of happy children makes me want to die.
Is it like the high pitchedness of it? Is that what
Yeah,
it is?
it's the high pitchedness of it. It's me lacking any control over their behavior at all. It's weird. It's hard to explain. I have 2 nephews, and I can't be in a room with them for like longer than a half an hour to an hour, or I start to get really anxious.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah. when it comes to touch, I don't have too many issues. The only issue I have is somebody tapping me on the shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
It
Yes.
startles me really hard.
Yeah.
I had a
Yeah.
coworker.
Yes.
I had a coworker who didn't do it intentionally, but he like tapped me on the shoulder, go like, "Hey, I want to ask you a question." I just froze. He asked like, "Wait, is there a problem? What's going on?" I'm like, "Please just don't touch me."
Yeah.
Um,
That's
it was
the
a whole
problem.
thing. But when it comes to sound, especially, I have major issues.
Mm.
If there's too much going on orally, I just can't function.
Yeah.
I have to separate out the sounds, either panning it or finding different frequencies that make sense to have together. So music I have to be careful with.
Right.
So for some reason, sight I'm totally fine with.
Hmm.
Visual input, not an issue.
I've noticed you're
Um,
super sensitive to microphone echo. I've actually taken up
Yeah.
wearing my headphones whenever you're in a call because the small amount of microphone echo that comes through my microphone doesn't bother anyone except for you.
I actually really appreciate that you do that. I didn't realize you did that for my sake.
Mm.
It means a lot.
I
Yeah.
was
That
gonna
is nice.
say,
That's super sweet.
for me, it's like I like heavy blankets.
Oh,
Even if it's in the middle of
Yeah.
summer, I
Oh,
have to
yes.
have a heavy
weighted
blanket.
blankets
Yeah.
are the best.
Oh,
If I
I'm
don't
not
have a weighted blanket,
I'm not
not
heavy
sleeping.
blankets, but I have to have some kind of blanket.
yes.
And I have to have something when I'm sleeping. I have to have something around my my right arm.
Your right arm?
So
Yeah.
Interesting.
No.
Like, yeah, that
guess
needs to be.
if I-
it's gotta be.
No,
like,
yeah, I guess
hugging
it's left.
something to
Sorry.
sleep.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
I'm thinking you're right. I don't know why. That's a weird thought. That's weird. My left.
That's an interesting quirk of thought.
Yeah, that is weird.
Who's right? You're right or my right?
Yeah. My left. I have to have something underneath it, usually my dog, but that's also one of the reasons why I bought the body pillow because
Oh, yeah.
I have to have something underneath it. If I don't, or something stuffed in between my legs, like so my thighs don't touch.
Yeah.
That's another thing I don't like.
I snuggle with a large stuffed animal, not gonna lie. Give me
Yeah,
my
I have to-
stuffies.
I have to sleep with just one.
I
two,
have like
can't.
7.
I like
I
having
can't.
a really soft pillow.
Oh,
I just torture my dog by like squeezing him at night.
It needs to be
Um,
specifically a soft
Are
pillow.
you-
It can't be like a pillow that is like hard. It needs to be soft, like real soft.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Well, no. No. I'm wrong on that end. Sorry. When it comes to sensitivities, I'm not touch sensitive. I mean, I will admit it.
Oh!
I'm unfortunately a bit of a hugger, so I don't mind.
I don't
that
mind if
sort of thing.
somebody warns me and asks. Then I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I am the kind of person to just run up and tackle hug my friends.
I would be like, get off
Oh,
of me!
dear.
Yeah, I don't seek out hugs very much unless it's family. So it's difficult to say. I think because I'm I think it's because I'm a guy, like there's this social norm of not hugging people.
Yeah.
So I don't know how touch averse I am to hugs, but
Yeah.
I do know that if a stranger hugged me, I'd feel weird about it.
Yes.
I'm not touch aversive, but sounds I'm very sensitive to.
Yeah.
Like the smallest sound I can hear, so I have to actually have
Yeah.
to sleep with earplugs,
Mm.
not because of loud noises, but every tiny little sound
Mm.
Right there with you.
will just
Um,
make me super nervous.
Yeah, I like silence when sleeping too.
When I sleep, I need to have sound. Like I always have like an audiobook
This.
playing, and
I'm
like
a
if
fan.
if it's the
My-
noise I choose to have playing, it's perfectly
Not an
fine.
audiobook.
If
I think you mean Sophia streams.
No,
I actually
have
have
an
my air
I have
purifier running all the
Ah.
time, so
Go ahead,
I
Issa.
actually have a specific audiobook that I usually listen to almost every night.
Oh.
It's the Mind's Eyes radio broadcast cast ensemble telling of The Hobbit. I've been
Oh,
listening
cool.
to it almost
Ooh.
every night since I was a little kid, and it's
Aw.
part of the reason why The Hobbit will probably forever be one of my
Oh,
favorite books of
cool.
all time.
Have
Oh,
you also
nice.
considered twitch.tv/Sophia? Ignosi?
But
That one's also a good audiobook on occasional nights.
like sound is like something weird with me because I can hear dog whistles.
Really?
Yes.
I can hear them
Yes.
too. I thought I was
I have
crazy.
Yep.
I've never
extremely
checked to see
good.
if I can hear
I
them or
have
not.
extremely
I
good
should.
hearing.
Yep.
They
Which is weird
drive me
considering all of
nuts.
my siblings are deaf.
Oh, are literally deaf or?
My brother has very bad hearing, and my sister needs hearing aids.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, dog
So,
whistles. Oh, they make. Oh my god, they hurt. They like make my
Oh,
bones
Yeah.
dude,
hurt.
Like, and
that stinging
styrofoam.
sound of like a lot of stuff is just like the most irritating thing in the world.
The
And like
sound
no one else seems
styrofoam
to be able to
makes.
hear it too.
Mary, what is happening to your balls?
Yeah, in fact, there's whole frequencies that teenagers can hear that adults can't.
Yes, I saw that.
I can still hear them. I'm 30.
Yeah, and
Well,
you have a sensory superpower.
Apparently,
There are
it could go away.
exceptions,
That'd be
obviously.
great.
Yeah,
But
if
I've
I'm-
tried it. I've tried it with my mom. I had like a Hertz app thing, right?
Yeah.
That actually surprisingly worked. But you wouldn't think that like a Hertz thing on like an iPhone would work.
Oh,
you
I say I
know,
was
or
kind of
whatever.
trapped. What is happening?
Oh no.
Say-
Yeah, what?
What happened?
Get to there.
Oh,
You might just have to wait out
Oh,
the
no.
timer,
Yeah.
hit a few
Mhm.
shots.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I've tried it with my mom. Like me and my brother can hear like the annoying noise, but like all the adults can't. And when I was
Hmm.
younger, I used to like I would go and like annoy people like that. I would put on the app and then like, oh dang, I'm about to get a hole in one. Sorry,
What that?
ADHD acting up. I
You're okay.
would make all the kids go like, ah, what's that noise? And the parents would be like, what the heck are you talking about? Stop being annoying. And I would piss off a bunch of little kids, and it was so
Chaotic
funny.
evil right there.
So
I
we
am
stop
chaotic evil.
gaslighting the kids.
For real.
Oh my gosh. Now, if I walk into a room with a CRT monitor
What?
or an old television on, I can tell it's
Oh.
on
Yeah.
can hear
before I even see it.
electricity in the
Before,
I
wall.
just-
volume muted. I know it's on. I freaked people out with that before, asking, "Hey, watching Seinfeld?" Because I knew what time slot it was on at my local college. It was the weirdest thing.
No, same. I can walk into a house and I hear the electronics and I'm like, your TV's on, and they're like, no, it's not. And I'm like, I assure you, it's on. And they're looking, they're like, how do you know? I'm like, I can literally hear it.
I
Mhm.
can hear electricity in the walls.
Literally
Yep.
just a superpower.
Yep.
Well,
It's the worst for finding comfortable spaces to live, but great if you're trying to diagnose something.
Yeah.
But the thing is that like my hearing is so freaking selective. Like I can hear certain things really well, like electricity in the walls, but certain volumes of people, like if someone's talking, they have like a specific tone to their voice is a certain pitch.
Yep.
I have like almost no idea what they're saying. Like ECO, like when we started, I could barely understand what they were saying, and it took me a while to get used to it.
I'm like that too. Like I can hear I'm so funny. I
Wait,
can
what?
hear electricity and shit. But then like somebody will be talking directly at me, and if I'm not reading their lips, I'm like, what? And then it clicks to me what they said, and then I answer it, and they're like, why did you ask what if you knew? It's like my brain needs time to process.
Yes, that. Oh my god, yes.
Anyone else with that problem?
Yeah,
A little
it's
bit,
basically-
yeah.
so I don't know. I can't. I. The problem with me is I don't pay attention enough to anything unusual.
Well,
I'm just-
Yes.
That sounds like it's related. I don't know.
I know. I just like. I'm so. I don't know. I really don't.
That Kintran says that explains why it takes Matsu a moment to catch a pun.
Yeah.
Oh come on,
Boom roasted.
Entron.
That's my
wrong
secret.
one.
I never pay attention.
Yeah.
That's my secret cat. I never pay attention.
Oh god, I keep bouncing out. Anyone else want to talk on that one? Because we're move on. Ooh, I've got.
Yeah,
I've got some.
Wait. What was the question again?
Regarding do you have to take a second to comprehend what somebody is
comprehend,
saying? Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were on.
100%, yeah.
What do you call it? I thought we were on comfort
Oh.
textures or something.
Oh yeah, we were on Touchiverse
were,
and such. Yeah, and they kind of morphed around.
Yeah.
Sensory
It's
averse.
unmeant,
Yeah.
actually.
I try to avoid touching people as much as I can.
Yeah.
But sometimes it can't be helped, and I'm just like, okay, man, we're doing this. I'm not comfortable about it, but it is what it is.
That's one way to look at it. We're doing this.
Especially when it's people I don't even freaking know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So
Or like it's like one of those weird aunts that like says they like I used to change your diaper, but you're like I don't remember you at all.
You're like, okay, that was then. This is now.
Ma'am, I'm 30. I don't understand what you're talking
I
about.
often like I will remember
No comment.
faces always, but names.
Yeah, no.
Yes, I
struggle
can
with that.
never remember a name ever.
Oh my god, dude, I can't remember names either.
I can remember
I'll tell
faces
you.
but never names.
I for an entire year, my friend online, during the entirety of COVID, for almost like a year and a half, I only referred to him as his gamer tag because I completely forgot his name. So even in real life, I would just refer to him as his gamer tag. I'd be like, "Hey, yo, Lantern, how's it
Kermit, thank you for
going?"
the follow.
I have the same problem with real people, but I have memorized every character in Bleach and Naruto down to I think the spelling.
We have priorities, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
honestly, like that's the same for like a lot of things
Okay.
too. It's like, oh yeah, no, I know every single monster go. Oh yeah, I know every single Overwatch character.
Yeah, like the thing is also I memorized those especially because I wrote a lot of fanfiction.
Yeah, that helps. It's a memorization exercise, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair. I mean, that's remembering names sometimes difficult.
Yeah.
I tend to find ways to quote unquote encode what that name is and why I remember it into my memory of the name. So I think, okay, I know so and
Kermit,
so
thank you for the
through this thing.
attendance. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, comfort.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I'm very sensitive to the heat.
Mm.
Like anything over 70 degrees, and I'm like boiling alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if I don't have a blanket on top of me when I sleep at night,
Mm-hmm.
I cannot like sleep properly.
Agreed.
So I have to
Agree. Yeah.
like the air condition like blasting full power just to.
Doesn't cut it.
Kermit has redeemed a hydrate, so everyone take a drink of your whatever you're drinking.
I have 2 bottles of water with me, but I'm literally too lazy to reach over and grab them.
That's a giant mood, though.
I've clipped into the floor again.
Yeah, I found
Welcome to my world. That's what happened last time.
I found new ways to not be in the map.
As far as
Where's the button to reset?
Oh,
Wait.
thank God I reached the hole.
Am I
I
getting?
don't think there is a
am I going in
reset button.
circles?
There's
Oh,
a forfeit
God,
hole button.
Yeah, you can do that. You have to press escape and then press forfeit hole.
Yeah, I was stuck in the water underneath the ramp,
Where's the
and
hole?
so it
Oh,
wouldn't actually treat me as though I stopped moving.
Oh.
Sorry.
so like I was
Yeah.
the as far as like being touch sensitive with other people,
Yeah.
it's weird because like I love to hug and cuddle people like my partner, but the thing is that it's always too hot for me to do it, and it's like it's the worst feeling because it's like I want to do it, I want to cuddle, but at the same time it's like I can't because I'm just too overheated,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just so aggravating.
It is, yeah. I'm off. There we go. B Marrow says, hearing y'all talk about your experiences, my brain immediately agrees with so much of it. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. There's so many things that are like people like don't think about because you're like, oh well, either I'm alone in this or I'm just weird, but it's like it's not. There's so many commonalities and experiences, which makes another thing. If you could tell your younger self something, what would you tell them?
Don't be a piece of shit.
Oh.
I mean, I think I could also say the same for me.
She likes you.
She likes you.
There you go.
Mine would be you're not
I
weird.
could tell my younger self anything. It would be I could say a lot. One big thing is I want to say it's not your fault. Things just don't work
Mm.
out a lot.
Yeah.
Life's crazy, and you can't blame yourself for absolutely every little thing that goes wrong.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Come
I
on.
know exactly what I would say to my younger self. Fuck that movie. Just come out already.
Ah.
What?
Huh.
Mrs. Doubtfire is the movie in question.
Really?
Oh,
That movie scared me into
Oh.
the closet.
Wow.
I see.
I was trans at age 5,
Yeah.
but I didn't come out until 17 because that movie thoroughly traumatized me.
Really?
Wow.
What about it?
I miss Robin Williams.
So I lost 12 years, and even after that, I had another 10 years before I actually started my transitions.
Right. What
It was-
about the movie, if I can ask, made it like?
The fact that it was like, oh, guy dressed as a girl, ha 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 ha,
Oh.
you know, and it just
Oh.
made me
it
so
out to be
scared that if I
something
came out, people would
needed.
like laugh at me.
Ah. Yeah.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
But there eventually came a point where, you know, when I was like 17, I'm like, all right, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna, you know, if they're gonna laugh at me, I get bullied all the time anyway. So,
Yeah.
Oh.
you know, and it's like, it was weird because it was like, I went from being the most shunned kid in school when I came out to being the most adored.
Oh.
And it was like,
Aw.
so like my senior year of high school was like a surreal experience for
Yeah.
me.
Mm.
Mm.
And that's when I learned I have like this magnetic personality.
Yay.
Oh. I know. I would tell my past self, "You're not crazy. You're not imagining it. You just don't fit." And I don't
Mm.
mean that like as a general overview thing. That's
Right.
a very specific situation. Also, I would have said invest in Bitcoin, then get out as soon as possible. If you could just literally get some info back, get
Yeah.
the hell out of there afterwards. Yeah,
I think that's breaking the spirit of this a bit, but
I know, but it's a fair thing to try. I don't know. All right.
You know what?
Fair.
You know what? Screw it. Honestly, I can relate a lot to So, one big thing I would really want to tell a younger version of myself is that a lot of things that I don't know if I should get into this or not.
It's all up to you. If you're not comfortable sharing, don't share. If you're afraid that it'll come back to bite you, don't share it. But if you are totally comfortable with it, that is perfectly fine.
I would tell myself to never give up on trying to communicate.
Mm.
I gave up for a lot of things in my life. If I sometimes, like, one thing, I have PTSD because of a lot of
Right.
messed up things happening to me in my childhood.
Yeah.
But I gave up trying to communicate because I often struggle finding the correct words, and I'll spend like forever trying to formulate a sentence to respond to things,
Right.
or even try and think of how to tell people things. It's one of the biggest things that I've struggled with.
That's a good thing, like, advice to give. And I hope if anyone's like listening to all this advice, like if they have similar, experiences, that they can take, some of this advice to heart if it's something that they've wondered too, especially with that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes.
Ask for help. Yeah.
As I've mentioned, I've kind of only had positive experiences with my autism. So I guess the only thing that I would tell my younger self is that I am
Yeah.
autistic.
Yeah.
Is that there's a reason you relate to that character in
Right.
that show. It's because they're autistically coded.
Right.
And that's why you think they're cool. That's why you relate to them.
Right.
It's why you find those traits admirable. It's why you are who you are.
Right.
And it would allow me to be a part of this community even sooner.
Yeah.
And I think that's the only, I guess, autistic related thing that I would want to change, is to be a part of this sooner, to know who I am sooner, and do better for myself sooner.
Yeah. No, that would be mine too. Like, you're not weird, you're just autistic, and you function differently than other people. Like, that would be my advice to myself. It would have saved a lot
Yeah,
of
I'd
hell
probably
in
go
middle
with something
school and
similar. I just say it doesn't. You don't have to worry about what other people think as
Mm.
much as you do.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's a good one too.
Mm-hmm.
I guess if I had to say something to my younger self, I would tell them 3 things. 1, you are not alone.
Mm.
2, there are people out there who do and will care about you.
Mm.
And 3, you will find wonderful friends out there who will mean a great deal to
Mm.
you.
Yeah. Anyone else?
I'm trying not to cry here.
Yeah, I'm like, I didn't mean to bring
I
up a
feel like
somber
that,
like
I'm
question,
like,
but
we're
it's
we're
true.
getting deep.
I mean,
We are. It's okay.
it's totally fine.
Golf game.
Hey, golf.
Golf game.
Golf
Hey,
game.
golf. Yeah, we're talking about golf.
Golf,
Golf's great. Yeah,
woo!
we're
Golf is
talking-
boring.
Everyone just has like meaningful things to say. Meanwhile, I'm just here like, don't be a fucking piece of shit and actually take people's feelings seriously.
No, I mean that's good. That's
Yeah, it's
fair
Great
advice too.
That's great advice. That's
Yeah.
probably the
Yeah.
best way.
Yeah, it's good advice because, like,
ID, how dare you?
sometimes I
Sorry.
feel I have a very muted emotional spectrum.
Yeah,
I don't
That's
feel
insane.
empathy very easily.
yeah.
I'm kind of a wet fish when it comes to like movies and stuff. I'll watch a movie and everyone will be bawling their eyes out, and I'll just be like, okay, like I felt something, but I'm not expressing it outwardly at all.
Right, right.
Oh yeah, I'm probably about the same way. Yeah, I'm like
I am.
I can empathize with like a like a thing, but it's just like overall I'm just not gonna be like, oh no, so sad. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't cry at media much in general.
Yeah.
The only piece of media I ever cried at was A Silent Voice.
Go get rid of the
gosh.
bot,
Yeah,
please.
That's the only movie I ever cried.
I haven't seen it yet.
The most recent I've cried is literally the most stupid thing ever, and I don't know why, because I wasn't actually like emotionally. I guess I was deep down emotionally moved or something, but I didn't feel like I was. I was literally watching the latest episode of My Hero Academia, and they were talking, and I was just like, "Oh my god, so inspirational!" It was stupid.
Yeah,
Right
no,
now, time
I see a lot of people have that kind of reaction to that show.
It's weird. It was just like I guess like I don't know. I was just inspirational and like it like had a lot of feeling behind it. I was
Yeah.
like, yeah,
for
Yeah.
me,
that's a thing.
I
the
feel
most
like I'm
recent
kind of
example of that for me would be the Owl House finale.
Oh, dude, I need to watch that. Don't spoil.
I feel like
on
I'm
Isa?
kind of.
Here's
Oh,
a
yeah, like,
non-spoiler one.
Hold on.
Like it's legit
Oh,
on
sorry.
YouTube.
Isa,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Hold on there.
But with the whole like emotional like being like expressiveness and all that stuff, like I think I feel the opposite. Like the slightest little thing in like movies and TV shows can get me all like crying.
I cry at
completely, like,
commercials.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
like
Mr.
the-
Clean, he's so brave.
like I cry a lot, and like
Mhm.
I'm so like I'm
Oh.
very emotionally intact with my, and I very easily like recognize others' emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I
Like,
got
and
that from.
I was in sports like as like a like because my dad and I had family who was in some sports, and my dad was a sports coach. I was in sports at a very early age. So like, and the thing is like, as a competitive thing, like I always felt really bad whenever I would win, because usually because with little kids and this stuff, when they lose, they cry.
Yeah.
So I would always
Yeah.
like everyone would always make comments about how when I was little, I'd always go up and like comfort whoever I'd beat.
Yeah.
Like I'd be there for them, pat them on the back, tell them they did good, and like in 15 minutes we'd be running around playing, causing mayhem.
Yeah. So,
Mhm.
2 more major questions, and then if anyone in chat has questions or if you guys want to bring up other things. So, is there anything you'd want to say to a newly diagnosed autistic person, whether it's a kid or someone older, or anything like that?
Hmm.
It's
It's
not
not as
bad.
it's not as bad as you think, man. It's really not bad at all.
I'd want to say it's something you can be proud of personally. I take a lot of pride in the fact that I'm autistic. and it might be because I don't have any negative experiences tied to it.
Yeah.
But for me, like I've mentioned this briefly. Characters that are autistically coded have always seemed cool to me.
Yeah.
They were relatable, and no one told me I was autistic or there was anything wrong with anything I was doing or feeling or thinking.
Yeah.
So I was allowed to like connect to those characters without anyone saying I'm weird for that.
Right.
And maybe that's just luck, but if someone was freshly diagnosed, I would want to tell them you can be proud of that.
Yeah.
There are admirable traits that neurotypical people might not be able to share with you very easily. But you have these admirable traits, and you can do a lot of good in the world.
Yeah.
With them.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Lilo from Lilo and Stitch is autistic. I will die on that hill. Anyway.
100%.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I got something.
But
I'm about to go all fucking philosophical on this.
I love it.
Go for it.
Okay. So, to anyone out there who recently found out that they're autistic or anything like that, you are not a puzzle piece to be solved.
Yes.
There
Yes.
is
Yes.
nothing wrong with you.
Oh.
That is who you are, and you must never sacrifice that. Never. Not for
Yes.
anyone.
Yes.
Be weird, be random, be who you are.
Yes.
The world will adjust.
I fucking love it.
Yes, I love it.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Big agree.
Well
Yes.
said.
Yep. I guess mine, because like I said earlier, I had a hard time understanding exactly what autism is. I guess I would go with the computer analogy. I would explain that. Which is basically the idea that think of the human brain as a computer, right? Most people, holistic people, people without autism, they are basically Macintosh computers.
Yeah.
You know, they have this very user-friendly interface that is very, easy to use, easy to understand, but it's a little restrictive in that regard. Whereas autistic people, we're like PC computers. We have so many background processes going on at once that it messes everything up. And programs overheat, you gotta dedicate your RAM properly. But if you can work around that, the potential is unbelievable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard that analogy before. I've heard it referenced to Mac OS / Windows and Linux.
Yeah.
Because you gotta actually build
Talk about
everything.
that in the chat, actually.
Yeah. Everything from scratch, figure out every single piece of how everything
Sounds
works.
same.
But once you get it running, you got potential.
Yeah.
I broke the game again.
Oh no, what did you do?
Yeah.
I'm stuck on the floor.
Forfeit. That's what I had to do.
Blame me.
Forfeit
Ben
hole.
Sheldon in the
Yeah,
chat
that time.
said something that resonates with me. Mac computers have user-friendly interface. What? And my thoughts exactly.
Yeah.
Because I find that for most people, it's incredibly user-friendly, but for autistic people, or just so many other people in general, rather, it is not user-friendly at all because it's impossible to work with it. It'd be like someone who's holistic trying to run off of a autistic mind.
Yeah.
They're not able to cope with it because they're not used to it.
Yeah.
There's
No.
also a bit of left brain, right brain. Like some
Exactly.
people are just more wired for like the type of graphical user interface that Apple has created, versus like where everything is attempting to be as intuitive as possible. But there's also a bunch of people that are more technically minded, who are more number minded,
Right.
who prefer a system that is more controlled and more like consistent within its own logic, as opposed to attempting to conform to the logic outside of the system.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly why I use Macintosh as the example.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point then.
No!
Anyone else other than Siliko who's having trouble with the hole?
I would.
Now my man's having a
I-
fucking emotional breakdown in the Gulf of Friends party.
I guess I guess my bit of advice is something that's kind of been said before. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
It's you'll be. There's nothing
Who hit me?
wrong with you.
Yeah.
You know.
There's nothing wrong.
I've seen too many. How do I put this? Because it bugged me forever. I don't remember the show. There was some television show where they had a child in it diagnosed as autistic. And the parents in the show acted as if all of a sudden everything had fallen apart.
Oh
Like
God, yeah.
it was like, oh my God, what's
You mean
happening?
The Good
Oh
Doctor?
my goodness, this is the end of the world. It's like, oh please. And it
Yeah.
isn't. It isn't.
They act like they were told their kid had cancer.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Um,
And my advice is it isn't.
Yeah.
It is, you are perfectly fine. There are plenty of us out here. We are there for you.
Yeah.
Oh, also
If
don't
I
watch
could-
Big Bang Theory. It's not for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where am I?
um,
Where do I go?
like I feel like
But
that
don't feel
would
guilty
be
if you
good
end up
advice to
enjoying
give
it
to any
anymore.
parents. Who have
Yeah,
kids
don't feel
who
guilty
have
if you
kids.
enjoy it.
Isa, go ahead.
I feel like that would be like I wish my dad was given that advice when I was young. Like I never, as I said, I didn't officially get diagnosed, but I went through all the stuff. Almost everyone we saw was like, yeah, the most likely are. It's just we never sought the official diagnosis.
Right.
But my dad he was never happy about
Really
any
proud
of
for
that
him.
stuff. He always felt like, I don't know what was going through his head. It's just I know he hated every time. I had
Oh
to go
my
through
god.
Get
I
testing.
just saw the
and stuff
laggiest
like that.
swollen one.
Sorry, Isa, but Sonder, what the hell was
Sorry,
that?
Isaiah.
I went from first place to sixth place.
You hit the lag switch and
Bro.
won is what happened.
Sorry,
I
Isaiah.
can't
Sorry,
believe
so-
that the last two holes got me from first to sixth.
Okay, go ahead,
Hey,
Isa.
at least you're not in last place like me.
I don't like.
No.
As I was saying, like that advice is something I feel like like I wish I could have given my parents.
Yeah.
As it's not that something's wrong with people who have autism.
Oh.
You don't look at it like, oh, there's something wrong with them. We messed up somehow. Or
Yeah. Yeah.
something
Yeah.
like that. It's just they work
Oh.
a little different. Something my mom understood, but my
Interesting.
dad never did.
Yeah. Which actually, Mary, do you have anything?
What, me?
Yeah.
I already said.
Okay. I thought you were talking because.
Consider now with me.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because
that's right.
again, that would have helped me understand better when I was younger.
Yeah. The other question, because we Isa actually kind of led into it, is like, what would you want to say to parents of newly diagnosed autistic children? Like, I know there's a lot of things I would say. First being, listen to autistic adults. Like, don't shut us out in favor of like therapists who tell you need to do this, you need to do that. Like, listen to what we're telling you. And also, like, ABA is incredibly abusive. It is harmful. Like, yeah.
As far as what I would say to a parent, it may seem like this is a bad thing, but they have a potential that most people don't.
Right.
They'll be able to do things that most people can only dream about.
Yeah.
I got it in under 3 seconds.
Nice.
Just as I returned. I said, BRB, I got it back, but oh no, 20 seconds, let's do this.
So, ID, now we're
Sorry.
talking about, like, what would you say to parents of newly diagnosed autistic kids?
Yes, I would echo what's said about talking to autistic adults so that you understand what it is going to be going through as an adult rather than just listening to a therapist. Therapists are helpful, useful. They tend to know the clinical end of things. They will not, unless they themselves are autistic, they will not understand what an autistic adult specifically is going through.
Right.
Listen to adults who want to give advice if they have no experience.
Yeah. We want to help the kids. We don't
Yeah.
want to see them struggle like we did.
Exactly.
Hmm.
That's kind
Um,
of, yeah, just listen to your kids. Listen to the adults who are those
Kind of
kids.
clear. Okay.
Oh, also, don't assume that your autistic child always act the way they do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're not
People
broken.
change.
They're not
Yeah.
broken. They're just delayed in developing the way you want them to.
Yeah. Also, you
they
didn't
grow.
lose your child. You
Yeah,
didn't lose your child.
100%.
they
yes.
did not die.
That goes for parents of trans kids as well.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so.
You didn't. The Discord audio seems garbled. It's fine on my end. I'm not hearing
Oh.
any issues here. I'll turn them up a bit. See if that works.
Oh,
But yeah, you didn't lose your child. They're just able to be who they really are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think something I would say is listen to your autistic child.
Yes.
Like, listen to them, because they are probably a lot smarter than their behavior would give them credit for.
Yeah.
Yes.
No one knows what's going on in their head better than they do. They just don't know how to express it. So listen to them.
Mhm.
Try to teach them the language, but keep in mind that they're not going to do things the normal way, no matter how much you try to like, quote unquote, fix them.
Yeah.
There's nothing to fix. They're
Right.
wired differently, and you need to figure out how to help them grow into that,
Right.
yes.
Right.
not out of it. They will not grow out of it. You have to help them
100%.
grow into it.
Yes. Oh, that audio issue might actually be an audio bitrate issue. I've experienced that before when it kind of desyncs from the main audio,
Yeah,
and so
Crusader
it sounds
said it-
garbled as it catches up.
Yeah, Crusader
Yeah.
said it's fixed now.
Yep. Just takes a bit to clear up if the buffer gets a little weird.
Matsu.
But yeah.
I'm not sure what else I could give for advice that the rest of you have said. I mean, it's going to be frustrating with your kid, of course, but don't give up on them.
Yeah.
Don't just throw your hands up in your air and say, what can we do? You're going to have to be patient with your child a little bit.
Yeah.
I like a
Hope
little
that's-
bit.
Yeah. Hope that sounded okay.
No, I agree.
I'm not terribly good with giving
That's
advice.
excellent advice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
That's pretty.
If patience is a
sound
virtue, have some for your kid, please.
Yes, please.
God. And
Please.
autistic kids are
Could
gonna
not have put it any better.
Yeah. We're gonna need a little more patience than neurotypical kids. But that doesn't
Yes.
mean, and like, also please understand, like, if we're asking why, it's not because we're being a pain in the ass, it's because we're trying to genuinely understand the,
Yeah.
like, the, how do I want to put it? We're trying to understand how the world functions because it's functioning differently than our brains say it should function.
Yeah. So that's
Right.
another thing I'd say is be honest with an autistic child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they ask why, tell them. Even if they don't understand the answer, so long as the answer was real and true, they will eventually appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes. If your, kid has
100%.
if your kid has pointed out to you that they have deduced that Santa Claus is not real, stop trying to tell them that no, he is.
Right.
Please
Santa's
don't.
not real.
Wait, he's
Oh
not?
no! Wait! Spoilers!
I've been lied to.
Spoilers
Spoiler
for Christmas.
Christmas is canceled.
Oh my god!
No, that's a good point. Or like if a child is doing something that you might not necessarily think is normal or may not like, we're not being defiant. We're trying to do things in a way that
Makes sense.
makes sense to us.
Mhm.
Like, just
Mhm.
because you
Exactly.
don't do it that way, it doesn't mean it's wrong. It's our way of doing something.
Yeah. And if it is wrong, explaining why it's wrong is
Right.
more important than telling us to not do it.
Yes, exactly. Mary,
Yeah.
do you have anything to?
I mean, I already said my piece. Didn't
Okay.
I?
I don't. I'm trying to go in order. and I want to make sure anyone.
Yeah, we're going a little out of order on accident.
Yeah.
But
And,
You know, it's fine.
Yeah.
basically the same advice I would give to parents of trans kids. They didn't, you didn't lose them.
Yeah.
They're just, they're trying to figure out who they really are.
Yeah.
And there's so much more potential there than
Ooh.
either of you will realize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
B Merrill had a really good point in chat. Don't make your kids become quote used to stuff that gives them sensory issues. Like don't force that. Like I know at one point my therapist, because I was saying like I don't like certain touches, and my therapist was like, well, we could do like immersion therapy and like have you like, and I'm like, no, why do I need that? Just I will
Yeah,
avoid
the
that
whole
types of clothing, like, or those situations. Why do I need to become used to that?
yeah, trying to do that sometimes can really emotionally hurt a kid,
Yeah.
and it can even make the situation worse.
Oh yeah. Because it's like
Oh,
it's like the child realizes I'm not being listened to. This thing is hurting me, but it doesn't matter that it's hurting me because people don't care.
That's not a healthy attitude to have.
No, not at all. Silly.
Yeah. Sorry, I
No, that's
got
okay.
distracted for a second. What were we talking about? Advice, right?
Advice.
It's hard to say exactly what I'm thinking, but I think the best thing to say would be with an autistic child, the answer isn't always as clear as you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just kind of how it's going to be. And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Right.
It's just
What
something
the
that
hell?
you need to understand is that
Yeah.
you can treat them like a child, but you can't. I mean, to be honest, you can treat them normally, but don't treat them too normally. You know, you can't treat them like everyone else because fundamentally they are different, but they're also the same. They're still a child.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're still them.
I mean, I could also say you can treat them normally, but don't expect the normal responses or whatever quote normal responses are. Like if you
Yeah.
expect
Right.
them to react a certain way, they're not necessarily going to, and that's fine.
I guess a better way to summarize it is expect the unexpected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
That's fair. Sonder?
Boing.
Okay, two things. One, I disconnected, so I'm no longer in the game.
Oh no!
Oh no.
And- no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And two, I think my piece of advice, I'm gonna take this straight from God of War Ragnarok, but your autistic child is
Oh,
going to walk their own
cute
path, and if you don't want them to walk away from you,
Mm.
then smarten up and walk with them a while.
Yeah. I like
Ooh.
that.
It is really good advice.
Yeah. That really is. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Wow, some really great advice for everyone. And I really hope if there's any like parents in chat or like anyone else that this is helpful advice, even if you're, if you're autistic or you're questioning whether or not you are, like hopefully, this helps, because that's one of the things I wanted to do today besides raising money for ASAN was to like, show other people you're not alone. Oh, I just drowned. You're not alone, and like there are people out there like that understand what you're going through, and I'm sure maybe I speak for everyone, maybe hopefully that we're here for you. It's not like you're not alone.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Mary, I'm so sorry for pushing you off there.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yulian,
least
I'm a
down
parent
first
and I
row.
find all this to be so helpful. I wish I had known before. I mean, yeah, some of these things it's like yeah, it's why we're doing this, exactly, because unfortunately a lot of autistic voices, especially for adults, are being silenced because you have you know people who are like, well, because you don't look or act autistic like my child does, it means you're not. And it's like, well, I might have when I was a child, but you're seeing the adult me. And an autistic child is going to become an autistic adult. And just like neurotypical people, we grow and become our own people. So
Yeah, it's like what I said earlier with my worries about work and having someone directly compare me to their kid. I'm just like,
right.
no.
Yeah, no,
Another piece of advice is it's never too late to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think that might be like an important piece of advice for any parents who have disconnected from their autistic children. It's not too late to reconnect if you're willing to try to understand them
Right.
Same
now.
applies to trans.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Absolutely. This goes cross cultural too, but uh absolutely, if your child's autistic, if your child's trans, they're LGBT, like anything, if just listen to them and don't like shut them down with a well, but no, just listen and understand who they are as people, as individuals. You know, you might have your plans for them and want them to be something when they grow up, but that's not necessarily how it's going to be. Like, think about your own life when you were a kid. Did you want to be what your parent wanted you to be? And if you became that out of some sense of duty, you know, don't expect your child to do that either.
Yeah. Speaking
And-
from experience, kids are dumb, but they're not as dumb as you think.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
As a
I mean-
teacher, kids are a hell of a lot more, you know, in tune to things than a lot of people want to give them credit for.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And also,
yeah.
And it's
That's something that sorry.
No, that's- I was gonna say, like, going along with what Mary's been talking about too, you know, tapping into that, to your identity. Don't assume that they don't know themselves. Nobody knows themselves like you do. Like,
Better than
as a
they do?
person, you as an individual.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if you're a parent and you're like, oh, I know everything about my child. No, you don't.
Not unless you're Charles Xavier and can read their mind.
That, or if your child is 100% open and tells you everything. And if that's true and your child trusts you that much, that's incredible. And keep that relationship and foster it. But
A+ parenting.
Yeah, A+ parenting. But, you know, there are some things that they might not want to talk about. And make yourself open to them. And don't, you know, immediately be the, oh no, you know, shut a topic down if it's maybe something you don't want to hear, because that's what makes them close off to you in the future. I hope that helped.
Yeah.
I feel like we gave good advice.
I hope so.
I really hope so. Yeah.
I really hope we didn't fuck up anything.
All right, look,
We won't know for 20 to 30 years. Don't worry about it.
your mileage
Yeah.
may vary.
I'll
no
come
worries.
back here one day and I'll tell you what.
Yeah, we should do this again in 20 years and get an assessment from autistic parents who were at the first stream.
dear
Come back in 20
God.
years when we're all older. And
Yeah.
Sophia's
I'm
gonna
only
be like a
31.
Sophia's just gonna be like a grandma reading stream.
Shut up.
What's that about your children believing in
Back
themselves?
when
Was
I
that
was
my
your
fault?
age.
Aren't you whippersnappers?
I've been a
Back-
VTuber since before you were born.
Like maybe by that point, I'll actually
I'm
have
virtually knitting a sweater right now.
I was there before the VTuber Wars of 2050. You shut up.
Oh, for fun.
Hope I have 350 by then.
You
Yeah.
will.
I feel
Yeah,
you
by
there.
then I'll upload my consciousness to the computers and just be like,
Do we have any other questions? or-
Yeah, any questions
Yeah.
from audience or from chat?
Well, they are an audience too.
True, this is true.
yeah.
I just usually call them chat, my students.
Sophia,
Yeah.
Yes.
we
Isa.
would now be a good time to discuss that one question, that one thing that I don't really feel like anyone else here could relate to.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
absolutely.
possibly
And
could.
yeah, if you would like to. And Crusader, it says hydrate, so hydrate everyone.
Oh.
Okay.
Sippy sippy.
Just
So,
in time, I grabbed my water bottle.
I was
I
gonna say,
know
Sandra,
throughout-
don't be lazy. Go get your
Ah.
So I know throughout the stream I mentioned that hey, I've never officially gotten a diagnosis, but the last time I did actually want to go to get it. Although the doctor, the woman who put me through the test, I bless her, whoever she is now. But she didn't diagnose me on my request. I was at the time I was in the middle of a legal battle. Trying to fight to make it so I was not registered as a vulnerable adult.
Yeah.
Mm.
I was my dad wasn't agreeing with my life choices at the time, and a lot of stuff was going on. But his biggest point towards him, he did lie to the state about some things about me, and he did get temporary guardianship over me. I was forced to stay at his house, and I was lied to about what rights I had, well, listed as a temporarily vulnerable adult.
Right.
So I just got completely screwed over by the situation.
Right.
But I was so scared of having that diagnosis because it was his biggest arguing point that I couldn't be making the right choices. I'm just trying to completely dictate my life, and that was the biggest argument. So when I was taking the test, she was like several times, the woman who was assessing me during it we like talked about stuff like, I know at least twice we talked about how I struggle with eye contact.
Yeah.
But at the end of the test, the woman said, "You know what? The camera footage is kind of grainy. Were you keeping eye contact with me? Because if you were, I don't think I could say you are, because the way they had me go through the test was that I was talking about stuff, and because this was the biggest, just had me go through conversation, and she would work in the questions for the form throughout the conversation. And of course, me being stressed as hell because of the legal proceedings,
Right.
I talked about that. And so she basically didn't diagnose me because she knew how it could affect my court case.
Right.
But she did tell me, saying you could go for, she did, like, this is, and I quote exactly what she did. She said, although you could go for a second opinion later, and just like this very like obvious wink at me,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't worry about it anytime soon.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And that's a hard situation to be in, and that's
because
another
of
reason.
Yeah, it was just ugly situation.
Yeah. And that's another
Like,
reason why not everyone can get a diagnosis or should get an official diagnosis, because it can be used against you.
Yeah.
And yeah, but it was so weird because like all that stuff, like my ability to take care of myself, do all these things, to like socially interact normally, well, everything being put into question during the legal proceedings.
Yeah.
Did we get that the person back in the
Yeah.
game?
Sandra joined again. That's
Okay.
why I waited.
But
Yeah.
Oh, and
honestly,
oh my
the
god.
weirdest part of it was being asked if
That
I
was
could
so
read
close
and
to all
write,
in one.
being an aspiring writer.
You're like, yes.
No, I can't. But that's why I want to be the next freaking. And my brain turned off. Forget I said
If
it.
I would
The
have said
next
that, would have gotten
Hemingway.
in so much trouble.
Yeah, there we go.
Ugh, it was a mess.
That's why I want to be the next Shakespeare guy.
The next J.R.R. Tolkien.
I think this will probably be our last round of it. But
Okay.
Marrow says, not sure if this was asked earlier in stream, but were there any subjects in school that was best or worst for you? I think it should be obvious that mine was English, and my worst was 100% math.
Worst was
Yes.
math. Best was history.
My worst was math. I think my best one was history. Ironically, what?
Really good.
You ready for some irony here?
Yes, love it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm a writer. I write video essays.
Mhm.
English is pretty much everything I do as a creator. It was my worst subject in school.
I was the same way. I'm a writer too, and English was I was
my
terrible at English.
Look at it now.
Yes. English wasn't my worst, but for a good time of me in high school, it was.
Yeah.
But honestly, what I was worst at was chemistry.
I mean, I was definitely art was probably my favorite. I wouldn't say I was the best at it, but math was definitely my worst, and I guess my best would probably be either history or science.
I'm starting to see a pattern here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say I fit the pattern. Art and English / creative writing were my best, and math was my worst.
Yeah. So this whole
Matt-
stereotype of all
So-
autistic people are good at math, and we're sitting here going, nah,
Allow
that
me
ain't
to,
us."
allow me
No,
to
no, that ain't
conform
me,
to that
pal, that ain't me.
stereotype. I was amazing at math. In fact, I was really good at schoolwork as a subject. Specifically,
Huh.
I was bad specifically at practical applications of this stuff because
Yes.
what I became good at was the process. You see, like this is why I'm bad at art, is because I'm not good at doing things. I'm good at learning and doing processes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm good at math. I'm bad at drawing because drawing has a lot of subjective pieces
Right.
that I don't have the ability to formulate myself. But then I wound up hating math because of my math teacher in
Oh,
12th
yeah.
grade.
Yeah.
That's same.
Uh,
Anyone
yeah,
else?
You ever have a teacher whose teaching style just completely chafes with your ability to understand and engage with work?
Oh,
yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
My geometry
Yes.
teacher ruined math for me. Like, I was
Same.
decent at it, and I kind of enjoyed it, and he completely destroyed any part of it for me.
Yeah.
Same. I was told I was doing math wrong, and I think I swear we went through this a bit earlier, but
Yeah.
no, I found a way to do math that worked. I'm like, all right, quadratic equations, yeah, I can grok it this way, sure. And he just kind of decided, like, no, you're gonna do it my way. And I
Yeah.
pointed out, okay, I can do it your way, but you can see how slow I am at it. Please let me just complete this.
Right.
No, the state says you must do this. I'm like, okay,
Mhm.
but the state's wrong.
Yeah.
But if I can solve
my
it and I
answers
got
are
the right
faster.
answer, then why
Yeah.
is it, well, you may not be able to replicate it with everything. Okay, give me random numbers, and if I can replicate it each time and get the right answer, then tell me how it's wrong.
It's wrong because you're doing it wrong. It's like, all right, cool,
Yeah.
but I'm getting it right. That's the point.
Yup.
And again, there was the comment that I put in
Agree
a
now, yeah.
chat earlier, like, oh well, it's not like in the future you're all going to walk around with calculators in your pockets. I whipped
Oh,
out
yeah,
my iPod Touch and went, I have a graphing calculator that's more accurate than the one you are currently using right here. I bought this app for $5.
Yeah.
What do you mean I won't have this in my pocket? I have it right now.
Yeah.
I laugh at that fact. 'Cause I hear
Yeah.
it all the time.
As someone who is in his 30s, that you won't have a calculator with you wherever you go, I'm like, man, they were so wrong, it hurts.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have one
Right.
like everywhere.
And now it's like, oh, you're not gonna have someone to write stuff for you when you're older.
Well,
About that.
about that.
Text to
mind you, it's
speech
for
is
so-
pretty powerful.
Have you
That's
ever heard of
just-
Siri?
Yeah. Have you ever had to uninstall Cortana? Not even use, but just get rid of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, so many
Numerous
tools exist that level the
traumatized
playing field.
Yeah.
I think that's another important piece of advice for parents.
Yeah.
Is if you notice your child is struggling in school because of their autism, do what you have to do to help them get through it,
Yes.
even if the school fights you on it.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Be an advocate for your child's education, even if the school thinks that you're wrong for doing it.
Yes.
Just
absolutely.
don't go
100%.
after specific teachers that are okay. Go after teachers that are causing the problem. Don't go after teachers that aren't causing the problem.
Right.
I've
Yeah.
seen far too many parents be extremely bitchy about
Right.
certain things where their child is struggling and it's not because of the teacher.
Yeah.
So be extra
Right.
careful with
Yui.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't be mad, but discuss the situation with the teachers.
Yeah.
If they're not receptive, discuss it with whoever you have to at the school. If they're not being receptive, it might be harder, a lot harder. But if your child is really struggling and the school will not help them, you might have to consider alternative options.
There are many, alternative ways of education too. Julian fought our school for our child. It was a horrible struggle, but we think we did the best for them. Yeah, and it sucks and it's also helpful too if you can find a lot of let me guess. How many of side, not really side tangent, it is applicable. How many of us were the teacher's pets?
Yes.
Yes.
100%,
Some
Depending on the
teachers, yes.
subject.
Mm-hmm.
Not
So,
Yep.
entirely, but yeah.
yeah, so find the teacher that your child resonates with the most. And who the hell knocked me off?
Who
And-
here
Where
was?
am I?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Find that the teacher that your child resonates with the most and get them on your side, because I know for me, I would jump through all the loops that I needed to for the students that that needed it. And a lot of the
Yeah.
times it was the kids who were neurodivergent. Like, I would do anything for those kids. So
Yeah.
there's going to be a teacher, I hope, that your child, resonates with the most, and get them involved, and, and whatnot. So hopefully your child has somebody like that for them.
Yeah. And I want to ask this too. Who here wasn't just teacher's pet, but was actively liked by the teacher, or actively liked and was liked by the teacher everyone else in their class hated?
Yep.
I don't know if I
Yup.
was.
Same.
But I had.
I don't remember if I was.
I was.
Absolutely. Our
Actually,
history teacher was
Yeah, that's
so
something like that.
incredibly strict, but I liked the strictness of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because strict teachers give structure. And for
Yeah.
those of us that get, like, choice paralyzed,
If I move every inch of the way.
where we're, like, told to solve problems and don't know how, the strict teacher will tell us how, and we just need to follow their instructions.
Yeah.
So I had a science teacher that was really strict. And no one in my class liked her because it was grade school. But I liked her just fine, and my parents would do this thing where they would make cookies, and I'd give them to all my teachers. And when I gave her cookies, she cried because no one had ever done that for her.
Oh my god, that's emotionally.
And it stuck with me till today that she earned that by being a good teacher, and my classmates were dumb.
Yeah.
Because she ran a grade school science classroom. Yes, there was some chemistry going on. She had to be strict to
Yeah.
maintain a safe classroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I just remembered something that I can't believe I actually forgot about this. But I had a third grade teacher who was kind of strict.
Mm-hmm.
Her name was actually, I'm not going to dox anyone.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no doxing.
Yeah.
It turns out, again, she was kind of strict. Didn't really have the best impression of her.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in 8th grade, I transferred to a special education school, and my homeroom teacher
Thanks, you.
was the same teacher. And it was like she had a much, like, I was able to appreciate her strictness a lot more. Like, she was strict still, she still did things the same way, but for some reason, even though it's been a few years, I was a lot more receptive to it, and it worked better with me compared to all the teachers I had back in the regular school.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I just always thought that was kind of interesting. She ended up being like my favorite
Where the
teacher. But yeah.
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 Yep.
I mean,
I'm still friends with my kindergarten teacher to this day, which is surprising considering how many awful things I have said when I was in kindergarten.
I actually once got called out for being a teacher's pet from a fellow student. This was in a way later school. And I didn't understand why they were so upset with me. Because I thought, well, I just like talking to my teacher, that's all, and sharing the fact that I like the class. Why are you upset with me?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't understand that.
Yeah.
So I know, like, so one of my favorite teachers I've ever had, for a lot of different reasons. He was primarily a gym teacher, but he also taught a health class.
Okay.
but he was one of the best teachers to work with. Lots
Yeah.
of people didn't like I know a lot of like everyone was like it was split 50-50 because he was a goofball. Like he was a fun teacher, but at the same time, a lot of people didn't like him for some reason or another. Never really understood it. But he always like really helped me and my friends out
Yeah.
whenever we would struggle. And although I didn't struggle too much, a lot of my friends in the special ed program did. And he was really good at keeping them on point and paying attention. And he
Yeah.
allowed us to goof off a little. But in a more constructive way than a
Sorry if I hit you, Sonder.
bad way in a classroom.
Yeah. How am I down here again? Fuck.
Right?
What the hell? It just was up top. Some bullshit.
Boo womp.
Okay, here's a question. Autistic people, no
God
empathy,
damn it, disconnected again.
no empathy, or way too much empathy?
Way
Whoever
too much
just-
empathy.
Both.
Way too much empathy.
Way too much.
No
Both.
empathy.
It alternates.
I
Used to have no empathy, now I have a lot of it.
Mm.
I
That's
get
fair.
I am
I have
way
too much empathy around people. I adopt their moods too
Yup.
easily if
Yup.
I'm around them.
Yeah.
Oh, same.
I
Yeah.
have no empathy, but I'm very sympathetic. I've
Okay.
learned how to understand their emotions and can like kind of know what they're feeling, but I don't feel it myself. Never have.
And see, this is where I'll come back to the kid I used to take care of. When I say he had no empathy, he had no sympathy either. He just
Mhm.
genuinely did not understand if he caused some sort of harm and someone was extremely unhappy to the point of like, oh my god, this is the worst. I'm crying because of certain situations I won't get into.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of unfortunate
Yeah.
instances where he's done something that has just caused an entire disaster, and
Yeah.
he just doesn't understand. He's like, why are you crying? He doesn't understand what he's done to cause such harm and
Right.
Someone not
discomfort.
so I give under par.
Yeah. So the trick with that is that if you're the type of autistic person who doesn't have empathy, you need to learn sympathy. So
Yeah.
as a child, you might not know how. And it's going to be a long and possibly painful process until you reach that point.
Unfortunately, I would love to be able to help him with that, but unfortunately, at this
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
he's gonna have to go in a home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mero asks, would being a people pleaser be considered too much empathy? Because good lord, I get uncomfy when people are upset, and I end up hoping that the person feels better soon. I mean, I
I'd
would.
say it's a form of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a video talking about this.
I have an exception to my empathy situation.
Yeah.
Cringe.
Who
Who here cannot tolerate cringe?
Depends. I embrace
depends.
cringe because I am cringe.
Nothing is more based than pure cringe. Because you're your most authentic.
You're looking at the most cringe person in this call right now.
Oh, if I have a video that will permanently make, like, it doesn't matter who you are, I can make anybody wince and cringe with this video.
Oh,
ID,
God.
you remember the one with the My Hero?
Yeah.
You remember the My Hero one? The one video I showed you?
Oh god, that one. Yes.
Oh God, ID said that. You said you were gonna say something.
Like the whole like, I know I've always been very empathetic, but I knew but one of my best friends from high school was the complete opposite. He would not care about anyone's, like, everybody saw him as this heartless asshole in high school because he never really seemed to care what other people think.
Yeah.
Or how they felt. But like, he didn't really express it. But like, being his best friend, and knowing him so well,
Right.
he actually did care quite a bit. He just did not know how to express it.
Yeah, that's valid.
And although he didn't care too much about most people, if he counted you as his friend, he was an emotional, like, he was like he was so good for emotional support. He was one of the most reliable people I ever knew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to be a rock for my friends that are going through stuff. I feel like because I'm kind of stable and don't always mirror their emotional state, I'm able to kind of be there for them. But I also feel like sometimes it makes me look like a heartless asshole, and I'm afraid of that coming off that way. So
No, I don't
No,
think
no,
it.
no.
I don't think it's that at all. Cause like, I feel people's emotion to the point where it is physically painful for me and it hurts. But at the same time, when my friends are going through a crisis, I am 100% able to concentrate and hyper focus on that to help them through that.
mm.
Yeah. Emmer says he can't watch the Office because of cringe, whereas The Office, I watched that every single day for 7 years straight.
Couldn't watch The Office for the same reason, but you ever see the show Superstore?
Oh,
no,
my God.
but I know of
Similar
it.
to that style of humor, but they do it so much better because they like know the exact right point to stop the joke before it gets to be like too much.
Yeah.
You know, I love like Jonah is like one of the main characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a hard time
It's
with.
like the perfect level of cringy, trying to be woke white guy, but not always the best ally, even though he tries really hard.
So I can't handle like a lot of late '90s, early 2000s like comedy movies.
Yeah. Yeah, but Superstore, it's only a couple years old, and
then good point.
I feel like they like what The Office was going for that I didn't like. I feel like Superstore did it way better.
Interesting.
Yeah, I watched Superstore. There's one moment that clicked with me, which was the one time where the one what's the name of that the Asian-ish woman? No, wait, no, she wasn't Asian.
Mateo or Cheyenne?
I can't remember her name, but I think they were talking about like saving money, and she says, "Now I only flush when it's full," and that physically made me vomit.
Oh God,
I almost vomited.
No.
That's nope.
No.
No.
I hated that so much.
Disgusting.
Yeah, then stay away from Marcus.
Oh yeah, Marcus. Yeah, he's
Had a
a
lot of moments like that.
he's a character.
He is, and honestly, one of my favorite bits is when he slices his thumb, and she's like, is that your thumb?" "I don't know." "How could you not know?"
Oh yeah, and then they have to put it in a slice of, and they put it in guacamole.
Ugh.
And someone tries to check it out, and then there's just like a customer with like guacamole in their thumb.
And his thumb is like severed, and he's like, it's gonna feel all slimy in there.
I am like horrified right now.
I'm trying not to process the information.
I'm trying not to.
Yeah.
Trying also. Let's change the
Focus
topic.
on everything else.
Look, I was going to comment about the Big Bang Theory, but this kind of tops it.
Yeah. Any
Oh,
other
gosh.
questions from anyone, or comments or anything like that?
Can we talk very briefly, if people are interested, in autistic representation in media?
I was just gonna bring that up. I was just gonna bring that up.
Better.
Yeah.
There's
It's getting better, I'll say that much.
It is getting better, and if anyone wants a really good Korean drama on Netflix, Extraordinary Attorney Woo is phenomenal. It's really good. It's about an autistic woman. She becomes a lawyer, and it's all about her like navigating being a lawyer and being autistic and how people don't understand her or kind of don't take her seriously. And it does accurately represent the struggles that she has being it. Now, there was some controversy a little bit because the woman who plays Wu is not autistic. However, she was very involved in getting to understand the autistic community and understood that she had a tremendous pressure to accurately portray the group in a sympathetic and accurate manner. So I think she did a phenomenal job because she really like talks about like there's one episode where they're investigating a marriage thing, and she talks to her father about marriage, and he says like, oh, someday I want to walk you down the aisle, and he's like, why? And she makes a comment about like, why do you have to do that? Because you're not giving me away. I'm my own person. And then she also makes a comment like, let's face it, I'm not going to get married because of who I am. Like, nobody wants to take that on. And it was just this heartbreaking like moment of self realization that she has for her, for being autistic. It's such a good show.
Mm.
I
Sorry, go
was
ahead.
thinking The Good Doctor was a pretty good one. Have you guys seen that one?
I like it, but
I have
also
not.
it does have a lot of stereotypes.
Yeah.
I'll admit it does have a lot of stereotypes, but I feel like the little bit that I watched was pretty all right.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I feel like some of the small I think what they tried to do is they tried to cover a lot of bases
Right.
by making him like an overall arcing character,
Yeah.
not just like I don't know. They like tried to cover multiple bases with something that like technically didn't need multiple bases.
Right.
So like, but I feel like, like a lot of the small things like, oh, like I can't sleep unless I have like a dripping noise from like the sink. Why'd you fix it? I'm
Yeah.
really worried. I can't find this like wrench to fix it because I need it fixed.
Right.
Mhm.
Something like that. That was like
Mhm.
for me.
There's also been some more representation in cartoons recently.
Yeah.
I believe Rise of the TMNT explicitly writes Donatello to be
Yeah.
autistic, but they don't do it in a way that's at all offensive.
Right. I heard
Which
that, and I got to watch it.
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
interested in
that's-
checking it out sometime myself.
Oh, that I've heard good things. That I like the studio that
Yeah,
animated it. They're really good with the action scenes.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple that are canonically autistic as well as autistic coded.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As far as autistic coding goes, Penny Paulandina, who's also transcoded,
Nice.
from Ruby.
Oh, that show.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's autistically coded because she is a robot. So like take that with a grain of salt, but yes,
Yes.
relatable.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also
Me when robot.
But and then there's Chuck Bartowski from the show Chuck.
Okay.
And then as far as actual representation, we got some Steven Universe characters, notably Peridot.
Oh yes, Peridot.
And then Owl House, even though it's never explicitly stated, it's very obvious that Luce is autistic.
Marrow says that the new Monster High show has a canon autistic character.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Monster High. That's something I haven't heard of in a long time.
Seriously, me
Yeah.
Wait. Is that like wasn't that from the Age of Brats and stuff? Wait a second.
Yes, it
I
was.
think at a resurgence with the My Little Pony stuff going on.
Okay. Sorry, my brain just went to a weird place. I went, wait.
I'm sorry,
I've
My
heard of
Little
that
Pony
years.
stuff.
No, like a while back when My Little Pony like blew up.
Yeah.
Like
I
I
was
think a
gonna say.
lot of girls
My-
television and stuff
a lot
like
of-
had a resurgence.
I thought you were
Yeah.
talking like drama. I was like, is there like a
No,
My
no,
Little
no,
Pony
no, I'm-
drama? Like what?
No,
No,
Ricky
no.
On's mad at you.
If you're familiar with the
Oh,
My Little
gosh.
Pony community,
What are you mad about?
2020.
Oh, I didn't tell him about the collab. That's my bad. I meant to post it, and then I just never hit the post button.
Oh.
Well,
Ah,
Now I'm
sorry,
thinking of,
sorry, Rickian. This is a charity stream.
yes.
We are raising funds for what was the
Autistic
charity?
Self-Advocacy
Autistic
Network.
Self Advocacy Network. Yes.
Yes.
And we're at $300. Woo!
Yeah.
Yippee! Oh, are we going to be doing any more like collaborations this month, or is it just like streams and then continuing this?
I mean, I would love to do more collabs if you guys are game for it. If certain people are.
absolutely game
Totally
for it.
I'm down.
cool.
Yeah, I'm game.
I'm fine with
Sure.
collabs. Just depends
I'm
on my
down for it,
time.
man.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally like pretty much free.
Good to go.
You know, if anyone ever wants to show up on my YouTube channel, help me with the
Hell
getting
yeah!
past like 333 I'm at
I'm game for
after
that
10
too.
years.
Where am I supposed
am
to
I?
go?
Oh
I
my
don't
gosh, I might
know.
actually get this. I did it! I did it!
I'm
Finally!
in space. How do I go?
We're
Where
all
do
in
I
space. How do I-
go?
Where am I? Yeah, where am I supposed to go?
I don't know.
Use the free
Oh.
cam. You only get 15 seconds though, which is annoying.
Go, 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 go.
Okay, I'm gonna launch
Oh, I
this
see it.
way. Nope, that did
Go
not
go
work.
gadget golf ball.
I'm out of shots.
Matsu, you have one stroke in order to win.
Come
Oh,
on, you can do it, Matsu.
Yes. Come on, Matsu. You got
You
this.
have
I'm
5
gonna-
seconds.
4,
I'm gonna
Launch.
3, 2.
On-
You
Oh,
did
yeah,
it!
you
did
did it.
On
Whoa,
the
got it. Nice.
Penny from Ruby thought with the robot characters. A lot of robot characters are autistically coded, and
Yeah.
it's not a bad analogy if it's like treated respectfully.
Right.
Actually, my favorite character from that show.
Yeah. So like
We
you'll
did it.
like
Oh god, how long have we been live?
We're gonna
while.
end in a minute or two. We've been playing for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
And
No.
I know that ID's only been playing it recently, but Persona 5 has a lot of characters that are
Yes.
very autistically coded.
Mm.
Yeah,
A lot of
that's
them are
weird.
written autistically coded with the assumption that they're not autistic, though,
Which is weird.
because Japan.
Japan just goes, yeah, they're just weird. And it's
Japan
like,
does
no,
not
that's a thing.
acknowledge the existence of autistic people.
Yeah.
Like,
You always
At
say
all.
stand up and stretch.
Oh yes.
Yarg.
Let me just can I pop anything? Let's see.
I know
Nope.
my fingers are like pop. Nope, I've already popped them.
But I think Persona 5 was like at least 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I think a lot of anime and Japanese focused games seem to have that
Yeah.
without directly saying it. And it's because
Right.
it's treated as a personality type rather than a disorder or a mental archetype or it's weird.
Which can be reaffirming in some ways, but they
Right.
also treat it like something you'll grow out of.
True.
True.
Yeah.
We started on the Gundam new types thing. That gets weird fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets weird fast, but it's
Naruto.
interesting seeing what kind of media actually cares about going like, yeah, that character is autistic versus just this character is this type of person, and you can just read it and go, okay, I get what that person, who that person is.
Naruto
I need to
is
go further.
definitely autistic.
No Game No Life has a autistic para protagonist.
Yeah,
Um,
I got a weird one for you. Cyberpunk 2077. David, from my perspective, is coded as autistic and without therapy.
I
Really?
that
He has a
would
strong
make a sense as to
justice.
why I related to that character throughout that entire series.
Yeah, think about,
Like,
think about it. Strong sense of justice, unyielding in resolve when has his mind focused on something, has a strong fixation on becoming like his role models.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't see the social graces involved in it at all. He doesn't understand when he's gone too deep in, and when he finally realizes it's too late. And he has an obsession that, unfortunately, he doesn't temper at all.
Wow. Sounds like it
Wow.
to me.
Yeah.
Daphne
Sounds legit.
from Dragon Maid.
Huh.
Hmm.
You know,
I don't know if this technically
That's
counts,
Hero Man.
but I was not aware of this until someone told me once, but Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah. I can
I
see that.
see it. I completely see it.
Yeah.
I
see PTSD out the ass. Yeah.
I also
yeah, that's
see
for sure.
like I personally can kind of see characters like Kakashi from Naruto as kind of being like that, just like heavily masked in a
Sure.
literal
Yeah, I was
sense.
gonna say literally.
Mhm.
There's a lot if you're willing to look, especially in anime, because as mentioned, Japan is weird, does not acknowledge autism as a condition, but rather it sees it as a personality type and one that is not always treated well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deku,
But yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
Deku from My Hero.
Yeah, Deku as
Yeah,
well.
I can see
L
that.
from Death
There we
Note
go.
is explicitly
Oh
autistic.
god, yeah, he
Yeah.
definitely is.
Like
I was
I've
about to-
never seen
I
a
was
more
about to say-
explicitly autistic character that was never called autistic in my life.
Oh my god, yeah.
Be the American Japan wants you to be.
The thing, this next one I'm about to say, I honestly don't know like how much
Crusader,
it
thank
is
you for the donation.
Erica from Erica 7.
Huh.
Definitely
Yeah.
Watch that.
trans allegory. I'm just
I have to watch
but as
that.
far as like autistic, I'm not 100%. I think Renton actually.
You know what? I actually think maybe, and I'm not sure if this is like actually a thing, but welcome to Demon School, Irumi-kun.
I love that anime.
I mean,
Which one?
maybe the fact that like he cannot like just the way he kind of acts and the fact that he does not refuse like any
Okay.
request. Maybe.
Another character that just sings it for me. I don't.
Maybe a few of the characters might be autistic.
Like,
I'm not.
on-
entirely
Isa,
sure.
yeah.
I feel like you could say it for a few characters from Fire Emblem Three Houses, but
Mhm.
I don't. But personally, Claude.
I'm not personally
The-
familiar.
Leader
But it
of the
also just
Golden
made me
Deer House.
realize Sakura from Naruto as well. Like, you could easily see her inability to react to situations and be like, but that's not what the rules are, or that's not what I was taught to do, leads
Yeah,
to
I was-
that kind of like, but you're in a labor situation, why can't you just, do the thing? And it's like, but I don't know how.
Yeah.
You know what? Self-promotion time.
Yes.
My YouTube channel, I actually have a video about how Sakura is secretly the best Naruto character.
Yes, she's very good.
Because she's like the one person out of the 9 Genin who didn't have any innate ability, and yet she manages to get on the level of a literal god for the final
Yeah.
battle.
Yeah.
Yep.
She didn't
I was gonna.
have clan jutsu like everyone else in her class.
Secretly quite talented.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna pull back to saying the Inumi-kun. I was gonna say Clara. That was her name. I was
Mm.
thinking that probably Clara.
What's the
probably
link?
Mary Rickion says, I want to say I'm gonna subscribe to your channel for that.
It's already up. It's already up.
Okay.
Give it a like though. It's
subscribe.
okay. How
Definitely
about
Black Star from Soul Eater?
what?
Hmm.
Soul Eater's
about it.
weird. Like, the setting has a bunch of designed aspects that make the whole thing difficult to determine who's neurotypical or not. You could argue that the world of Soul Eater is neurodivergent.
Exactly.
I was going to say the entire thing is just
The planet.
Well, mind you,
What
the entire
about-
theme and the thing about madness, which they do kind of badly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I got one that we can discuss.
Okay.
Edward Elric.
From
Huh?
Fullmetal Alchemist?
I'm
Yeah.
not 100% sure about
I
that.
don't
He's
know
got the
about
social
that one.
graces though.
Because he like his special interest would obviously be alchemy.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I see where you're going with this. Okay.
Yeah. But again, especially and he doesn't understand a lot about interacting with others until he goes through such hardships that forces him to think about stuff in specific ways.
True,
If
but I
anything,
also
he-
think he's just so focused on
Yes.
his mission that because of what it is, I don't know if that's necessarily
Not sure if trauma or autism.
right. It's just trauma.
Why can't we have both?
Alphonse.
These
I mean,
serious
most of us
questions
do.
when they're dissecting anime characters.
And the fact that he refuses to take a life, like that black and white line drawn in the sand thing for him.
Yeah.
In that regard, Batman.
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay.
Batman.
that could easily be argued. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I was gonna say Shinra from Fire Force, although that might just be PTSD.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would say that is
Well,
definitely
that's-
PTSD because he's
Yes.
yeah, that one's PTSD.
Also, you could say again, it's canonically the same world as Soul Eater.
True.
Very
Yeah.
hard to
Yeah.
tell.
What a reveal, by the way. Spoilers for Fire Force.
Yeah.
I have-
Yeah, thanks. I haven't even finished the second season, but it's
Oh,
fine.
it was obvious. It's the same, written by the same person, and has
It-
the exact same creepy
It
movie.
was not obvious until about 3/4 of the way in, but yes.
That's fine. I don't really.
I haven't technically
Yeah.
gotten to any reveal yet. I'm aware of the situation, but I haven't seen the reveal. So
Yeah, it's hard to dodge the spoilers.
What about Link?
I think he's just a
Zelda
feeling.
Link.
Yeah.
Link from
I-
Zelda.
I-
Why-
I would say
Hmm.
no.
No, I think Link is literally just a self-insert character half the time.
Yeah.
He gets
I mean,
characterization through action, sure, but like I think
I
Twilight
think-
Princess is the one time I can point out that Link is the one who has a personality outside the player.
Right.
I think he's genuinely just antisocial. I think that that's actually something because
Yeah.
he can talk. He just doesn't have a voice. He doesn't talk often.
Okay, then how about
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Link Goal?
Hard to tell from one game.
Yeah, she's only in one game, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
Which character? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Link Goal.
The
Female Link.
Hyrule
Does that
Warrior.
count? But that,
Wait, Linkle, like Hyrule Warriors Linkle?
yeah.
yeah, I don't have enough information to work with there.
There was a reveal in Breath of the Wild, if you read Zelda's journal, that Link says that, no, I do know how to talk, but I choose not to because I'm trying it not to, like, ruin the image people have of the chosen hero, and there's just so much pressure I'd rather not.
That's actually pretty great. Wait a minute, that's a good explanation.
That's a really
Yeah,
fair
I was
point.
gonna say that's
shit.
that's the main explanation behind it.
Yeah.
lore-wise.
It's the first one that they gave that was canonical for a specific Link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That does bring up interesting questions about other characters.
Yeah.
I guess if you want to stretch the definition pretty far, I guess Power from Chainsaw Man, you could kind of stick her in there into that
Little bit.
category. But more that
Little
she was
bit.
she literally just ran through the woods for like a good portion of her existence. So I don't really know if that counts.
I think both Denji and Power have something going on, but again, it's hard to say because their upbringing was so weird.
For me,
Yeah.
Tsukishima from Haikyuu.
Mm.
Like, okay, he's standoffish, okay, which may not necessarily it, but he's very set in his ways and his views, and like the whole headphone aspect and needing like constantly having those around, and he's got like his comfort objects and stuff like that. The fact that he still is obsessed with dinosaurs at like high school, I mean, that's just a stereotypical autistic trait right there.
I mean,
So, like-
they're dinosaurs.
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty aware that dinosaurs are cool, but I understand where
Well,
you're getting there.
Well, yeah, they're cool, but like at a certain age, you move past that, and he still has. When you see his room, he still has figures on that. He also
Yeah.
really
Right.
struggles with social communication.
Dinosaurs.
Okay.
I regret not becoming a paleontologist.
Same though.
Yeah.
Luna, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Zen makes a good point in
Uh.
chat. Interesting. Yeah, it's hard to. It's really difficult to map certain traits onto fictional characters who are literally not meant to be human.
Yeah.
They're real fast.
Something I will say on that is it's an allegory in that
Yeah.
case.
Yeah.
She's not neurodivergent in the human sense. She's neurodivergent in the sense that she's a computer emulating humanity. And that's
Right.
relatable
I
from
was
the
gonna say-
neurodivergent perspective.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that Red from Pokemon is just a force of nature. Go
Exactly.
through Gold and Silver and try to tell me you're not terrified of him.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
and the whole with
I remember getting there.
Pokemon, like Pokemon as a whole, the guy who created it is autistic.
Now,
Yeah, I mean,
that
his
might be a myth. I watched a video deep diving on that. It was weird.
I think I saw that it is. I mean, look it's the perfect game for autistic people. You categorize and collect
Mhm.
shit.
Izzy from Digimon.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
would go
He
with
was
that.
coded that way. Yeah.
He was definitely coded that way.
100%.
And maybe
Also, my favorite character for some reason.
Yeah. I wouldn't
Sorry,
lie.
they were my
So for
favorite.
some reason, that's become obvious in the last 2 or 3 years. But yes.
What about Rika from Digimon Tamers?
I never got.
I don't
Deep
remember
into that one.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't make it past the Digimon arc before the final one in the original Adventure series.
Mm.
Yeah, Digimon Tamers was kind of like a refresh reboot kind of thing.
Yeah, I tried getting into it. I didn't wind up getting very far. That's more on me though. Like everyone, like
Ooh.
Yeah.
shows are good just because even if I don't watch them.
Yeah.
Podcast.
No one gets into Digimon? Rickion.
Hold on a minute.
I loved
Oh.
Digimon.
I
I
liked
was
it too.
obsessed with Digimon.
I liked it.
Pretty alright.
Digimon was
Uh,
great.
Digimon right here.
I guess
I was
if we're
gonna say,
touching
I'm like, gestures to my side. I have Gabumon sitting right next to me. It's fine. Next to my Bulbasaur pop.
Wait, that just reminded me. Hold on. Speaking of Saturday morning cartoons, essentially, in terms of what was presented in the US, freaking Ricky from Static Shock, literally coded as autistic.
Oh, yeah.
literally
Okay.
described
Yeah.
as being on the
Yeah.
spectrum. That
Yeah.
was a super interesting way to handle things because it was not accidentally offensive. It wasn't a look, he's autistic. It's no, hey, so the dude's just like this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the show just moves on.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
Mhm.
he's hyper obsessed with tech. Cool. We're good.
We did turn
It's like-
into a podcast.
Yep.
Oh, we kind of did. Yeah, no,
This
we can.
point.
Yeah, we did.
no, not a bad idea for later, huh?
It's serious. At this point, there will be clips from this that I will be highlighting.
Oh,
People
wait,
have
we
problems.
should do that as one of the collabs. We should just do
Yeah.
the
That's
autistic
a great
talking
idea.
podcast.
You know what?
I could see that.
That's a great idea. We just chat.
Hey.
Yeah.
You should
Or my video
we
ninja
could
just
take
real
like
quick.
we could do like online BuzzFeed tests or
Oh my
something stupid like that,
Yeah.
and just make fun of those because those are always
Maybe.
fun.
Yeah, that might be fun. It's like we take online BuzzFeed tests for which character are you, and then we debate if that character's autistic or not.
I like that.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, yes! Okay, we have to do that.
We're
Please.
gonna have to discuss this for the next one. Okay, so I think we've gone like almost 4.5 hours at this point.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, no, we
I-
To be
did.
fair,
So-
it was really fun.
It was
Yes.
super
I need
fun.
to
Wait, we
It
have to end it now. It's 4:20.
It's
Yeah.
Oh my god, stop.
okay, 4:20, okay.
Okay, great.
Wait,
So no. Okay, so
Ah.
so everyone, super thank you for being on here, and I really appreciate it. I mean, I had a great time, and I hope you guys did too. Let's go through. I'll do shout outs because I think my mods have left for the evening. And just go through. So tell me, what your plans are. Reintroduce yourselves to those who have just come in. Tell us your plans for the week or so that we can get some people out there and into your channels. So first one, ID 10.
To reiterate, I'm ID10, your local tech gremlin, tech assistant, and creator of chaos, and things just kind of break around me. That's why I'm here. I'm here to fix that. You can find me on Twitter, YouTube, etc. under ID10_T in most places at least, or ID10Tube if I'm not available via that username. For this next week, I don't know. At 6:30 EST tonight, I have a mage RPG game going on with the Autodis, which will be a lot of fun. And otherwise, I might do a Wednesday tech workshop as my stream on Wednesday, 8 p.m. EST. Otherwise, dunno.
Those have been doing really well.
Yeah, really, really well. I'm happy to. Yeah, if people want to send in questions ahead, I'm more than happy to answer them during the stream.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's been a pleasure being a part of this.
Hey, thank you for coming. Isayo.
Hello, I am Iseo. I am currently a rich VTuber, but sometime this week, I believe, I'm going to have my unofficial re-debut, as I do plan on doing some big stuff for an official one not down the line. But I will be using my new model coming up soon.
Yay. And anything else, like any streams you have planned?
No, I don't really plan things. I just stream whenever it feels right.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Fair enough. Kanabo.
I am Kanaba Akamaru, Oni VTuber. I usually stream around on Sundays, so we'll see how this goes. Not today though. I am working on a Wednesday birthday stream on April 26th, where I will be playing a horror game for probably about an hour before I quit like a baby, and then I'll be trying to play some Midnight Ghost Hunt with my friends on from Sophia's server. So that's going to be going on. I'm basically gonna go for maybe 3 hours or so, starting at 7 p.m. on Wednesday.
I just want to say I cannot fucking wait because I love watching people play the Backrooms 1998 because if I had to endure it, all of you have to endure it.
I'm
I got
shopping
some-
for a
Well,
heart rate
it's-
monitor, by the way.
Put that on my list for Halloween.
Matsu played it a little bit. I made NECA play it, Nikaishi play
Yeah.
it. Like so many
To
people.
set expectations, don't expect that in the future, but I will be playing Final. Like, I like JRPGs. I'll probably be playing through some Final Fantasies, some Tales of games. I will probably be playing all kinds of Zelda games. I want to stream Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't have the money, so we're gonna have to wait on that one. But I might try to do I'm still figuring myself out as a VTuber. I haven't been doing it very long. But I do stream on Sundays at 5:30, around 5 p.m. EST, where you can usually find me playing either Final Fantasy 14 or some other RPG of some kind.
Awesome. Matsu.
Hello, I'm Matsu Quinox, interdimensional omniversal librarian. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Tuesday, I will be playing Tome, a camera-based puzzle game. Thursday, I'll be doing a reading stream of L. Frank Baum's Sky Island. Look forward to that.
Yay.
I usually stream 7 p.m. Central Standard Time and 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I look forward to seeing you all there.
All right, excellent. And Mary, who is on YouTube.
Yes, I am Megumi Mary, the transgender gamer girl with a heart of gold, love for all things nerdy. I stream every Monday through Friday for at least 1 hour. This week I'm trying to start at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm trying to be consistent with my schedule. I'm slowly getting the hang of things. I've only been doing this since the start of the year. I occasionally do other videos, video essays. Like I mentioned earlier, I have a video about Sakura under what I call critical analysis, where I defend unpopular opinions. Like Star Wars prequels are good, or Metroid Other M was actually a good game. Or good story, rather. And which, by the way, that video in particular will be getting a remake if I ever hit 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
So yeah, I do videos. I do. Go ahead, fight me on that, FT wastes, because have healthy discussions about this stuff.
We are adults
gosh.
here.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say it's all
opinions are
engagement.
valid. So I also have a book series on Wattpad. That is essentially my life's work. The one thing I want to accomplish is finishing my 27 book anthology that I just finished book 6 of. And if you want an easy link to find all my stuff across the internet, megumimary.com. Nice, simple, easy to remember. megumimary.com.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you all so much for having me here. Don't stop being awesome.
Yeah.
Happy to be here for your first collab. Love it.
Yes, my first collab. It's so exciting.
Yay. And next, Silly Goat.
Hey, Silly Goat 488 here. I am a goat, and I am your resident FPS nerd, and overall, just kind of a loser, if I'm being honest. But basically, I'm soon, probably even tomorrow, I will actually be replaying Batman Arkham City, and I will be streaming pretty much every single day until I finish that, and then probably take another few days for a break. That's what I've been doing so far. We'll start that soon. So if you guys like the Batman Arkham games, please come on over and take a look. I also play with Kuros pretty often, and I do like to collaborate, so I'm always around.
Yes, excellent. Yes, 3:30. And next up, but certainly not last, Kid Sonder. Sonder is
Okay.
quiet. Oh, there you are.
Hi. Okay. My name is Kid Sonder, but you can just call me Sonder. Once more, I'm an android, just vibing it out while trying to grow and change as a person, all while embracing my maximum cringe. This week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at 4 p.m. EST, all 3 streams, I'm going to be continuing my playthrough of the Xenoblade trilogy, starting off with Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. I am loving the game so far, and I really hope it keeps up the momentum because god damn. Also, thank you so very much for having me. It was an honor to be a part of such heartwarming charity events. So thank you so much for having me.
We're happy to have you here. Excellent. Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to give a shout out to EO because later on tonight, ID is going to be over at EO's channel doing Mage. So if you want to check that out, head on over there. And you said it's in like, what, an hour? 2 hours?
About an hour, about
About
1
an
hour
hour?
from now. Also, we're not sure if we're doing Mage or switching off because we might have someone who is a little ill and therefore unable to make
Ooh,
it. But
that sounds
regardless, we're going to be streaming in about an hour.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, thank you
I-
again for having us.
Yeah, thank you all for being here. Could not have done that without you. Glad you
Oh, yeah.
Excellent, Julian. Thank you. So I found the person we are going to raid. Actually, I clicked on the autistic tag that I was using, and there is somebody else right now who is also doing a charity stream for ASAN. It's Taylor Wolfie. So we are going to head over there and show them some love. They only have 56 followers, so let's see what kind of support we can give. So let me get the raid on started. Right, I love it. I love raiding into the smaller streamers. They only have one viewer right now, so let's kind of scare the crap
Oh
out
yeah,
of them.
they're gonna go crazy. This will be
love
fun.
it.
to
I
watch.
can't wait to see
Yeah.
this.
Playing
It's really
Team
great.
Fortress
Oh, this
2.
is the
It's
fun
really great.
stuff. TF2 too.
TF2.
Oh,
Let's go.
Let's
All
go.
right, here we go. So I'm starting the raid. Everyone, thank you so much. I will see you personally tomorrow for some more of of Control. But Horizon Burning Shores is coming out this week, so I will be switching to that game until I beat it. Until next time, thank you everyone for coming. I'll see you then. Bye.
Bye bye.
Have yourself a damn good one.
Okay.